India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
Welcome to NDTV Profit. You are tuned in to Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch for your daily dose and news updates from the crypto world with me, Sharad Dubey. Now let's take a look at the top headlines. Bitcoin stabilizes near $62,000 mark on geopolitical cues. Now White House confirms strategic Bitcoin reserve plan. Russia advances crypto bill. Bitcoin bottom giving signs of a bull market, says analysts. Looking at the levels, Bitcoin is near that $62,000 mark on the recent geopolitical developments. Now the fall seems to stabilize now. Globally, the risk of sentiment is still prevailing across most asset classes. Now, of course, this is due to the rising tensions coming in West Asia. The White House has confirmed officials that they are working on the structure of US strategic Bitcoin reserve. Now the US government controls roughly 3 lakh to 3,28,000 Bitcoins, and the value is between $20 to $25 billion. Now what happens? This brings in more institutional support to crypto. Russia's State Duma committee has approved a revised crypto bill. Now the updated proposal allows crypto to be used for buying Russian securities and also digital financial assets, while keeping the annual retail investment limit at roughly 3 lakh rubles. Now this is a positive for crypto investors. Well, analysts say Bitcoin is repeating its previous macro bottom behavior in a textbook manner. Short-term holders are taking profits on minor recoveries. Sometimes this is a characteristic of a bull market. And before we wrap, here's a quick check to the changes to crypto prices over the last 24 hours. Of course, concern is there in the risk assets, but Bitcoin, Ethereum just fell 1 to 2%. No major change from the last time we updated you with the resistance and the support ranges which are there. Of course, a little bit sell-off coming in Solana, falling almost 2% in the last 24 hours. Well, now time to take a look at the crypto strategy for the day. Here's what's there to keep in mind. Looking at the overall market outlook, it's still cautiously bullish, you could say. There is no panic actually warranted as of now. There is a range-bound movement with a slight negative biasness, but let the levels stabilize. $62,000 levels, that's the immediate support level for Bitcoin. And in the coming sessions, you can expect a little bit of consolidations before the next leg of moves start coming in. Now, as we wrap, remember you can reach out to CoinSwitch's dedicated helpline where anyone can connect with the in-house experts to get their queries resolved, whether it's about crypto, regulations, taxations, or the broader industry. The team is available to provide guidance and help users make informed decisions. Well, that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
watching Ask Profit here at NDTV Profit. I'm Mahima Vacharjani and with me is Soumit Sarkar, and this is a show, of course, that gets all your stock-related queries answered. For viewers who are just tuning in, you can either give us a call or send us your query on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screen up there. While you do that, let's take a quick look as to how the markets are doing at the moment. The Nifty 50, let's try to pull that up about the 24,000 levels, trading around 0.65% higher. 153 points of an uptick is what we are seeing. So after yesterday's steep fall, at least we're seeing some action, and well above the 24,000 is what we're observing on the Nifty 50. Let's also try to pull up the heat map and see as to what are the counters that are contributing to that gain coming in. You have names like Bharti Airtel topping that chart, up 3.6%, followed by Sun Pharma up 2.8%. Eternal slowly and steadily moving up 2% as well. Max Health, Nestle, Tata Consumer. So a lot of consumption names are back in action and seeing gains anywhere in that range of 1 to 2% in the Nifty 50. But on the flip side, you have Dr. Reddy's, which is down 2.6%, Infosys, Bajaj Finance, NTPC, Hindalco, TCS. So IT names again seeing profit booking in trade today. Let's also try to pull up the bank Nifty, because that is trading 0.8% higher, slightly doing better than the Nifty, above the 57,100 levels, almost touching the 57,200 levels. Let's also try to pull up the sectoral heat map to see as to what sectors are doing in trade right now. And you have media gaining the most, followed by realty, pharma, PSU banks doing very well, but you have IT and defense which are under pressure today. But it's good to see more green on the screen than red. Let's also quickly pull up the advanced decline ratio to see as to how the broader end of spectrum is performing, and it's doing better than the benchmarks is what we're seeing. The mid cap 150 and the small cap, that ratio suggests that we're doing fairly well, much in the favor of the bulls. The mid cap 150 is up by about 1.2%, and the small cap 250 is gaining by about 1.4 odd %. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But let's start taking all your stock related questions, and to answer them today, we're now joined by Khush Bora, who's the founder of khushbora.com, and also joined by Shaina Mukaddam, who's an independent market expert. I'll start by taking the first query that is coming in, and this is from our viewer who's asking about Vikram Solar. This is Chintan Nivas, if I'm not wrong, and he says that he wants a long-term outlook on Vikram Solar. Shaina, a very good morning to you. I'll come to you on this one. What would you recommend him?
See, they have got a good morning, everybody, to start with. It's a great day to start with, sunny day. But also, I think Vikram Solar, they've got quite a few orders that have come in recently. Also, I think after that huge correction that we saw, if you see in the last 6 odd months, the stock had corrected and then has been stabilizing, consolidating. So I think at current levels, it would be a hold as of now. If you want to add, probably you could add it at slightly lower levels, maybe 180 type of levels, but otherwise you could hold and then hold it for a bounce, which I think you could see it go closer to about 230 type of levels. So it's a hold and then buy at any dip that you get.
Right, the next query is coming in from Sagar Pathak. It's on Triveni Turbine. He has bought few shares at a price of 669. Should he continue to hold this counter or sell? Kush, any view on Triveni Turbine?
First up, a very good morning, guys. Cheerful day for sure. I want to ask Shaina, what part of Mumbai is she in? Where is it sunny? I want some of that. It's been far too long when we've had these rains in Mumbai. But nevertheless, a slightly cheerful day, especially compared to what happened yesterday. Now, as far as Triveni turbines go, the stocks had a good run, a very sharp uptick, and then you're seeing this fall on the stock. Now it's come very close to that support zone of 600, 605, and it's coming close to oversold territories on the daily setup at least. So my suggestion for now, stay put, keep a tight stop loss at 600 or maybe just under. I don't expect a V-shape kind of a recovery, but the stock should consolidate here and attempt a rebound towards levels of 640 and even 675. So maybe give it some time. You could see a lesser loss than you're seeing right now. For now, like I said, hold, continue to hold, stop loss just under 600.
Okay, the next one that we have is on allied blenders and distilleries, and this is from Murli, who's writing us from Hyderabad. He says that he's bought 20 shares at the levels of 324 and wants to know if he can continue to hold this for a year and what could be the target. Kush, a slightly long-term view on the charts on this one?
Oh, in fact, I'm glad that he's asked for a long-term view, because on the weekly setup, the stock actually is attempting, a rounding formation breakout, not nearly there in terms of closing, but in terms of making that right move, it's already there. So 690 is the level that I will watch for. If you get a couple of closings above this from a long-term perspective, despite the run that it's already had in the last month or two, I think the stock will actually do well. So continue holding on to Allied, and the stop loss on this one comes in slightly deep around 625 levels, but very close to breakout levels of 690. Continue to hold.
Right. The next query is coming in on KC International. Jayashree from Coimbatore has around 100 shares bought at a price of 538. Can she average now or exit? Any view on this, Shaina, on KC International?
Well, see, the overall sector, in my view, is, cables is going to see a lot of competition that will come in maybe in a year's time with new competitors launching their products. But I think KC International does have a space of its own. Plus, it has corrected substantially, and it is quoting almost at the same levels that it was 5 years back currently. So I don't see too much of downside. But at the same time, I believe you could look for some bounce to switch. I would believe that there could be a bounce because of the correction that has taken place. Otherwise, they do have some orders in place, so it is not that the company is does not have a good revenue potential. But I think there is going to be some bit of pricing competition that will come in the medium term. So I would believe hold for now, wait for a bounce.
All right. So that's the view coming in on KC International. The next one that we have is coming in from Vijay, who's writing us from Chennai, asking about solar industries. Let's try to pull the chart up, and he wants to know the short-term target on this particular counter. Kush, what would you suggest on this one? Because his buying price is quite high. He's bought at the levels of 18,500.
I wouldn't really worry too much about it. Yes, there is a deep gash, today also. The stock is seeing some sell-off. So for now, you could continue to hold. This is a level, about 17,200 is where the stock had taken support multiple times, attempted a rebound. If you want to push it a little lower, then that level comes close to the 16,800 mark. So I would hold with a stop loss at about 16,800. The entire pack had, a sharp run up, then a consolidation, and then you're seeing some sort of a breakdown in some of these names. But from a slightly medium-term perspective, this holds in good state. From a near-term perspective, if 16,800 is broken, then you could see some further downside pressure. So hold, but with a tight stop loss at 16,800.
Okay. The next query is coming in on Zaggle, and Vivek from Mumbai wants to already is holding around 1,105 shares bought at a price of 344. He wants to know whether can he hold this counter for the next 1 year. Shaina, any view on Zaggle prepaid?
Well, in my view, actually, it's a bit high risk stock. The stock is actually, the management has or is growing through acquisitions, and that I believe would be something that could put a pressure on their balance sheet. I would believe that it is quite expensive in terms of current valuations. So, though the stock has corrected substantially and is at same levels that it was, a year back or 2 years back, but at the same time, I would still say it is better to avoid this stock, not to invest, and to switch.
Right. So that's the view coming in on Zaggle. I think we've got Narendra, who's calling us from Hyderabad. Narendra, a very good morning to you. Go ahead, ask your question.
Yeah, good morning, madam. Yeah, good morning, panel members. Today I'm my lucky day because of Kush Bora. I'm a big fan of him, actually. I'm seeing the daily 8:40 program for him, actually.
Right. Go ahead. As you can see, Kush is
Yes.
having that big smile on his
Regarding
face.
my question is LG Electronics, LG India. I have the 15 shares. I got it at the price at the time of the IPO time. So the stock is not moving well. So I wanted to. My planning is to sell, and I will buy Apar Industries or Silpa Medicare. Is it good decision or not?
Okay, got your question, Narendra, and I'll take this up straight away with Kush. Kush, what would you recommend him on LG India? And he's given you great compliments.
Thank you so much for that, Narendra. Now you guys know why Thursday is the favorite day of the week for me, right? For exactly viewers and callers like Narendra.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that. I think I should plan a trip to Hyderabad, perhaps even Bangalore, right? I mean, very soon in the future. So thank you so much for that. First, to answer your query on LG, I think the stock is holding ground. You should continue to hold. It's consolidating. I don't really see too much of an issue with it. But like I always do, I suggest a stop loss close to the 1490, 1500 mark, but continue to hold. Now, as far as Shilpa Medicare goes, I think I know why you bought it. This was one of our weekly picks last month, doing fabulously well. However, I wouldn't really enter now, but if I had a position, I would continue to hold. I would actually look to add this close to 570 odd levels. I know it's some distance away, but could see some profit booking. But if you have, you should continue to hold Shilpa Medicare.
Okay. The next query is coming in on... The next query is actually on Hitachi Energy, and the viewer Jeet from Kolkata wants to know whether is it a right level to enter Hitachi Energy. Kush, any view on Hitachi Energy? Should Jeet buy at current levels?
Yeah, so we know that the pack has seen some sell-off. This stock too had run up quite a bit, is seeing sell-off very close to support levels of 31,500. This is a good level to enter. My concern remains around the momentum and the follow-through. So if your view is 6 to perhaps 12 months out, then you could consider to accumulate at these levels. So like I said, momentum is something that is missing and may not return immediately. And on the downside, support zones close to the 29,500, 30,000 mark. So keep that as your stop loss. But yeah, you can gradually start accumulating Hitachi Energy, not go the whole hog in one shot.
Right. The next is a caller query coming in from Andhra Pradesh. Bharat, you can go ahead and ask your query.
I am holding Balaji Amines at the price of 2290.
Okay.
200 shares. I am a big fan of Kush Bora, sir. Sir, your stock predictions are about two good stock predictions, please.
Well, Kush.
So, what is the technical view and what is the target of the stock?
Okay, Kush, any view, technical view on Balaji Amines?
Bharat, thank you so much. And if I have been right, it's just because God and markets have been kind to me more than anything else. But I'm glad that, the recommendations have helped you through the course. Happy to be a part of your investing and trading journey. So thank you so much. You guys are so sweet. I think the Andhra Belt today is, being very kind to me. Like I said, perhaps a trip in the near future. Balaji Amines in very good stead. My only concern is that your buying price is slightly elevated, right? The stock has been consolidating here. This is the upper end of the resistance zone and you've bought it here. But nonetheless, like I said, the stock is in good stead. If it breaks out, if it gives you closing above 2,300, which is not too far from current levels, right? So if it gives you a couple of closes above these levels, then the stock could resume its uptrend after a month and a half of consolidation. So hold Balaji Amines, deepish stop loss for this one, 2,075, 2,100, those levels should act as your stop loss. But for now, you could very well continue to hold Balaji Amines.
All right, so that's the view coming in on Balaji Amines. And by the way, markets have not been good to everyone. Yeah. So yes, it all depends on how you give the advice. So kudos to that, Kush, for sure. But the next one that we have is from Satya, who's writing us from Kakinada. He's asking about BEL. He's got around 200 shares at the levels of 414. From a slightly long-term perspective, is this a good counter to hold China in the defense pack, or are you viewing at something else in that entire pack?
For the longer term, yes, it's a good counter to hold, definitely. And I would see any dips give you opportunity to add. If you see the order book position, it is very strong. And they continue to get orders. And I would believe that they also are improving their performance if you look at it on a year-to-year basis. So execution is also improving. So I would say, yes, you can continue to hold for the longer term. And if you want to add, if you're not invested and want to add, yes, any dips, like, anything close to current levels, maybe 10 rupees, 20 rupees lower than this, make excellent buy levels.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on BEL as well as the defense pack. But I think we've got Ayar calling us from Bengaluru. Ayar, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Very good morning, Mahima. I've been a regular viewer of your show. It's been excellent feedbacks I've been getting it from your analysts. I've got today this query regarding, the entering into Bharti Airtel or CG Power.
Okay.
This is the best option because I would like to split something like about 50,000 to 70,000 on the stock.
Okay.
And which is for a long term, which is about 2 years minimum.
Okay.
I was holding Bharti Airtel, but I made some profit. I came out of it. But is it the right time, where I can re-enter either this or CG Power or any other good stock from Kush Bora? If I could get it, I'll be very happy.
Sure,
because
sure.
Kush has been giving a very good, views like.
Absolutely. Mr. Iyer, thank you so much, first of all, for your kind words. Certainly made our day. And do, of course, keep watching us. So I'll take your query with Kush then. Kush, Bharti Airtel at its day's high point as we speak. CG Power, of course, has seen a significant downtick from its highs, but what would you recommend him?
So much love. So much love.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iyer, for those lovely words. This is a little overwhelming. And by the way, on a very on a similar but side note, I'm a little used to these compliments through the viewers. First time I'm getting a compliment from someone on the panel hosting the show. Mahima says thank you to you as well. Didn't go unnoticed. See, look, you can buy Bharti Airtel, and I'm glad that your view is 2 years or more because it is going through a consolidation phase. In fact, the whole of this calendar year is consolidating. Now it's starting to break out. Today's the first day after a while that it's moved above the 200-day moving average. It's a tactical positive sign. So.
Got it. Okay. All right. So that's the view. We'll get your view again, Kush. But let's cut across to PM Narendra Modi addressing media on the sidelines of his visit to Australia.
मैं अपने मित्र प्रधानमंत्री एल्बेनीज का हार्दिक आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। उनके व्यक्तिगत प्रयासों ने, उनके कमिटमेंट ने भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया संबंधों को नई ऊंचाई और व्यापकता दी है। उनके इस बहुमूल्य योगदान के लिए मैं उनका अभिनंदन करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया दो वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसीज हैं, दो मल्टीकल्चरल सोसाइटीज हैं और दो महत्वपूर्ण ओशन पावर्स हैं। हमारी ये समानताएं और हमारा कॉमन वर्ल्ड व्यू हमें गहरे आपसी विश्वास के साथ निरंतर आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा देते हैं। हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप ने पिछले कुछ वर्षों में अभूतपूर्व प्रगति की है और आज तीसरी एनुअल समिट से हमारे सहयोग में कई नए आयाम जुड़े हैं। 2022 में किए गए इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट से हमारे व्यापार और निवेश का दायरा लगातार बढ़ा है। अब हमने कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक कोऑपरेशन एग्रीमेंट यानी सीका पर तेजी से काम करने का निर्णय लिया है, जो दोनों देशों के लिए बैलेंस, एम्बिशियस और विन विन होगा। हम बायलैटरल इन्वेस्टमेंट ट्रीटी पर भी तेजी से आगे बढ़ेंगे। हमारी रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी पार्टनरशिप क्लीन एनर्जी और क्लाइमेट एक्शन में हमारे प्रयासों को साकार रूप दे रही है। इसके तहत हम इन्वेस्टमेंट, टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर और इंडस्ट्री टू इंडस्ट्री कोलैबोरेशन पर विशेष बल दे रहे हैं। पीएम सूर्यघर योजना को सपोर्ट करने के लिए हमने मिलकर गुजरात में रूफटॉप सोलर ट्रेनिंग एकेडमी बनाई है। यह एकेडमी अनेक महिलाओं और युवाओं की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में योगदान देगी। न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी के क्षेत्र में आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण समझौता किया है। इससे ऑस्ट्रेलिया से भारत को यूरेनियम सप्लाई का मार्ग खुलेगा और हमारे क्लीन एनर्जी के उद्देश्यों को नई ताकत मिलेगी। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स में हमारा सहयोग हमारी स्ट्रेटेजिक सिक्योरिटी और क्लीन एनर्जी ट्रांजिशन के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। इसी सोच के साथ आज हमने ऑस्ट्रेलिया इंडिया पार्टनरशिप ऑन साइबर क्रिटिकल टेक्नोलॉजीज एंड सप्लाई चेन्स यानी AI पैक्ट की पहल ली है। हम मिलकर क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स कॉरिडोर पर भी काम करेंगे। साथियों, इंडो पैसिफिक केवल दो महासागरों का संगम नहीं है, यह भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया जैसे लाइक माइंडेड डेमोक्रेसीज के शेयर्ड एस्पिरेशंस का भी प्रतीक है। रक्षा और सुरक्षा में सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए आज हमने एक महत्वपूर्ण जॉइंट डिक्लेरेशन जारी की है। भारत ऑस्ट्रेलिया डिफेंस इनोवेशन कॉरिडोर से हम डिफेंस स्टार्टअप्स और इंडस्ट्रीज को जोड़ने पर काम करेंगे। हमारे मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी कोलैबोरेशन रोडमैप से इंडो पैसिफिक में हमारे साझा प्रयासों को नई ताकत मिलेगी। हम शिप बिल्डिंग, शिप रिपेयर और मेंटेनेंस में भी मिलकर आगे बढ़ेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, आज हमने कई क्षेत्रीय एवं अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मुद्दों पर भी विस्तार पूर्वक चर्चा की। भारत और ऑस्ट्रेलिया मानते हैं कि आतंकवाद केवल किसी एक देश के लिए नहीं बल्कि पूरी मानवता के लिए गंभीर चुनौती है। इसलिए आतंकवाद के खिलाफ हमारी लड़ाई भी साझा है, हमारे संकल्प भी अटूट है और हमारा सहयोग भी लगातार मजबूत हो रहा है। हमारा यह भी मानना है कि विश्व के अनेक भागों में चल रहे तनावों
All right, so that was Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressing the media on the sidelines of his visit to Australia, of course, talking about defense, uranium, critical minerals, etc. But we were speaking to Kush earlier. Kush, let's complete your view on Bharti Airtel and CG Power.
Yeah, they've been so sweet. I have to come back to this, right? So just a quick word. Bharti Airtel, yes, you can accumulate now. It's giving you a breakout above the 200 moving average. Stop loss at 1875. And because all of you have been so sweet and so kind, I'll give you two, not just one stock from a medium to a long-term perspective. One is IKS. We've discussed this on the channel as a call. Stop loss on this one, 1775, and delivery is the other one, 485, 490. That's your stop loss. Both of these positional calls still look very good.
All right, okay, it's time for a rapid fire round now. Question China, try to keep your answers as short as possible. The first question that we have is on Bharti Hexacom. Our viewer Wahida says that it's been consolidating for quite some time now, but she's been patient and is a long-term investor. Should she continue to hold? Her buying price is 1863. China, what would you recommend?
I would say hold for a bounce.
Okay.
Next query is for you, Kush. It's on MCX. Srinivas Nuka from Hyderabad has around 500 shares, bought at a price of 2,900. Can he hold for the next 6 to 10 months?
Very good entry price. Continue to hold. It is rebounding. Stop loss at 2695, 2700 levels.
Okay, the next one is on transformers and rectifiers. Our viewer has bought it at the price of 345. 150 shares is what he or she is holding. For the next 3 years, continue to hold China.
I would say that you hold it for now, and again look for a bounce to exit. So hold for now.
The next query is for you, Shaina. It's on Salasa Tech. The viewer P Gopal has around 1,000 shares, bought at a price of 14 rupees. Currently sitting on a loss. Should he continue to hold this counter or exit?
Despite the fall that the stock has seen over a period of time, I still think it looks weak, and plus in terms of business also looks a bit weak. So I would say switch.
Okay, the next one is on Prashant. Marksans Pharma or GlaxoSmithKline Pharma? Which one is a better bet right now? Seeing the charts, Kush, which one would you recommend between the two?
Yeah, very clearly Marksans. There is strength, and we've recommended that as the weekly pick as well. So you could buy this. Maybe if you want to buy on declines, 265 or thereabouts is a good entry price.
The next query is for you, Shaina. Dilip from Kolkata wants to know whether is it a right time to enter stock Vinati Organic?
Vinati, organics is not my topic in the sector, but it is showing some rebound because of the overall sector. So as of now, it's a hold.
Okay, L&T from a technical perspective, Suresh from Kerala wants to know, can he buy at these levels? Kush, what
Is there a time frame?
No, there's no time frame.
So maja nahi aa raha. There is no momentum right now. So I would suggest wait up on buying L&T from a technical perspective. Wait up.
All right, okay. That brings us to the end of this rapid fire. Though a short one, we'll keep the other one long. So do stay tuned in, but it's time to slip into a very, very short break.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We got a fantastic jury and we
Welcome back. You're watching Ask Profit. For viewers who are just tuning in, you can either give us a call or send us your query on the WhatsApp number that's flashing on your screen up there. By now, I think everybody who's watching us knows this, but still. The next question that we have is from Devi Jayaraman, who's writing about Bharat Dynamics. She wants to know whether she can continue to hold this. She's not mentioned the time frame, but China, I'll come to you on this one. Any particular view on Bharat Dynamics?
I think this is another stock in the overall defense segment that I would say looks good in terms of order book as well as in terms of potential for the stock to move up. Given the fact that while it is expensive, given the growth that is likely, I would say a bounce from current levels. So I would say it's a good hold at current levels.
All right. Okay. We've got Ravi calling us from Hyderabad. Ravi, a very good morning to you. What's your query about?
Yeah, very good morning. I have query on Eternal. Just want to know, is it a good time to enter into this stock? And I can hold for next 1 year.
For next 1 year, okay. Kush, I'll take this up with you. We've seen a good run up for this particular counter in the last, just a week or two. But would you recommend an entry now from a long-term perspective of a year?
From a year's perspective, definitely. The stock's paid its dues, as we say.
Yeah.
It's gone down, it's consolidated, it's now giving you a breakout. Small hitch at the 300 level. Psychologically also it's important, but technically also it has, significance. So you could start accumulating now, but if you get a close above 300, that's when you can perhaps add some more. I'm a big fan of adding more when the stock actually goes higher, remember that. So yes, from a year's perspective, you can, add Eternal. It's had a good run. Momentum was missing. That too caught up last week. From a downside perspective, there is support near the 265 mark. If you do enter at these levels, keep your stop losses around 265.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is on Cochin Shipyard. This is from our viewer Sheikh Ilyas, who's writing us from Andhra Pradesh. He's got around 130 odd shares at the levels of 1466. Wants to know if you can go ahead and add some more here. Shaina, any view on Cochin Shipyard?
Yeah, as we heard the Prime Minister just now, there is a lot of focus that is going to be on defense, and incrementally, I think Cochin Shipyard should do pretty well going forward, given the fact that they are, doing well in terms of numbers also. Their order book is as high as 21,000 crores, which gives you sufficient scope for growth. So I would say you can hold it for the longer term.
Right, the next query is for you, Kush. It's on Bellrise. Mohammad Nahan is saying that it is one of your suggested picks and the stock has reached around 252 before consolidating around 230. Is it still good hold, or would you recommend switching to any other auto stock?
That is so awesome. I was hoping that this query comes to me. Thank you, Mohammed, for that. I'm so glad you remember. You're absolutely right. This has been one of my picks. And your reading is also right. It's run up quite a bit, now consolidating. If you would have asked me, yahan pe buy karna hai kya? Just blanket, I would have said yes. That's still the conviction that I have on Bellrise. So yes, you could very well add now. In fact, the dip is a healthy one. On the downside, supports near 210, 215 zones. So keep your stop losses there. You could also look at Shriram Pistons, by the way.
All right. Okay. So that's the view on Bellrise as well as a bonus tip of Shriram Pistons. But I think we've got Vijay who's calling us from Hyderabad. Vijay, a very good morning to you. Go ahead, ask your question.
I'm holding TD Power at price 1140, 100 shares. I want to know the technical from Kush.
Okay, all right. TD Power is the counter, Kush. He's sitting on a slight loss right now, but what would you recommend?
Vijay, thank you so much for directing this towards me. Okay, so the stock is consolidating. We've seen it slide lower. My concern is that it may not immediately rebound. Now, the good thing is that your buying price is not too far away, from the current price. So I would suggest a hold because the stock is due a rebound, and I'm starting to see some positive divergences on the daily setup at least. So my suggestion, hold for now. Keep a deepish stop loss close to 1030. And yeah, when the stock moves higher, I would suggest don't book, but keep trailing your stop losses higher, right? We've spoken about that in the past. So for now, hold with a stop loss at 1030. As the stock moves higher, keep trailing your stop losses up.
Yeah, the next one is on HFCL and it's for you, Shaina. Harish. Okay, Harish has around 100 shares bought at a price of 100 rupees. He wants to know, should he continue to hold or sell today?
I would say hold because here, there's a lot happening in terms of incremental demand that's coming in, both from telecom as well as new defense orders that are coming in, local as well as international. I would say you hold it, but given the steep, rise that the stock has seen in the recent past, you could keep a stop loss, keep it at around 200 rupees. But I would see even those levels that one could add and then hold it for the longer term. So if you're a long-term investor, just hold it. Otherwise, if you want to book little profits, you could book, but keep a stop loss of 200 for the shorter term investor.
All right. Okay. So that's the view coming in on HFCL. The next one that we have is from Raghu, who's writing us from Bengaluru. He wants a long-term view on 3 names, pharma names that he has mentioned, and he wants a pick from the 3. Shaina has mentioned Zydus Life, Dr. Reddy's, and Newland. Any of these that you're liking from a long-term perspective?
Well, actually, the overall pharma sector is doing well, but my 3 picks, in fact, let me give 3 separate picks if he wants to invest as of now. So my order of picking would be Biocon, Cipla, and maybe Dr. Reddy's if I have to pick between the 3.
All right. The next one that we have is coming in from the defense pack. Pratiksha from Muscat says that she's got BEL, BDL, BEML and MTAR Tech in the defense stocks. She wants to know as to which one of these two can she go ahead and exit right now. So a lot of names, Kush, I'll repeat them once again when you're still trying to pull up the charts. BEL, BDL, BEML and MTAR Tech. Where are they looking attractive and which two should she exit?
Is there a time frame mentioned?
No, she's not mentioned the time frame, but she says that she wants to know the exit and the target price for this one.
Yeah, so if it's a trading bet, I would suggest you could exit BDL and BEL. The consolidating mild negative bias on these. Positionally, BEL looks good, but from a very near-term trade perspective. MTAR is something that you can hold. It's seen a profit booking dip now, attempting a rebound. And even BEML, by the way, is starting to attempt, a rebound. So 1830, that's the level. Once it crosses and closes above that, perhaps you could see an uptick. So BDL and BEML, from a near-term perspective, you could exit.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is on Uno Minda. This is from Jaya Krishnan, who's writing us from Kerala. From a 6 to 9 months perspective, is this the right level to enter Uno Minda, Kush?
Very interesting setup on this one. So unlike the rest of its peers, it's not really had a momentum, but the volume accumulation over the last few weeks has been rather interesting, to say the least. So yes, you could start accumulating now. Resistance is about 1190 or thereabouts. So you could accumulate at these levels. There's a convergence of the 20 and the 50-day moving average near 1100. So keep that as your stop loss. But yeah, you could start accumulating this one.
All right. Okay. We've got Sayan waiting by, calling us from Kolkata. Sayan, go ahead, ask your question.
Hello, good morning. I have 3,000 share of Suzlon at the price of 50 rupees.
Okay.
My view is long term, but right now there is some technical breakdown. I guess it went below the 200 the DMA yesterday. So I would like to know some short term view.
Okay. Okay, all right. Okay, got your question. I mean, because it's a mix of both fundamental and technical, I'm still trying to decide who should I go to. I'll first go to Shaina. Shaina, your overall view on Suzlon, and then I'll also take a technical view from Kush.
Yes, I mean, the long term looks decent. I would say in the shorter term, since he's also looking for a shorter term view, I would say it looks a bit weak. I would say it would correct closer to about 48-50 type of levels. But for the longer term, the order book position is very strong. So I think if you're a 3-year holder, then yes, you could make money on Suzlon. Shorter term, I think you could see some bit of consolidation or correction.
Okay. The next query is for you, Kush. It's from Shri from Chennai. Wants to know whether it's a good time to buy Natco Pharma.
So Natco Pharma has been one of those stocks which has popped up on radar every now and then. The follow through is missing, and because the rest of the pack has done well and this hasn't participated, not really a big fan. If you have a position, I mean, you could hold, no harm in that. 865, 885 thereabouts can be your stop loss. But if you're asking for a fresh entry, you don't have a position, then I wouldn't really enter in Natco Pharma right now.
And just a quick view on Suzlon as well, Kush.
Oh yeah, China actually gave a very beautiful techno funda view, so a +1 on that. There could be a 48 to 50 kind of a support zone retest at that, but from a medium term perspective, looks positive, so you could hold.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have, I think we've got Bala Subramaniam, who's calling us from Bengaluru. A very good morning to you, sir. Go ahead, ask your question.
Good morning to all. So I'm Bala Subramaniam from Bangalore. I'm holding 15 sets of 15 numbers of trend at an average cost of 5057. Shall I hold or not? Because now the recent time it has got increased again. Last 2 days back again it has gone down by 10%.
Yes.
So shall I hold or dispose of?
What's the time horizon that you're looking at?
I'm a long-term investor.
Okay, got your question. I'll take this up with China then. China, we saw this stock taking a knock, and this was on account of the business update coming in. Less than 20% growth, etc. We've been talking about this. But from a fundamental point of view, trend, should he continue to hold because his buying price is quite high?
So I think it will consolidate for some more time because one is, of course, the business prospects look to be shrinking in terms of what is happening in overall growth. I would say that, maybe you continue to hold. It's a good quality for the longer term. And valuations have started looking a bit more interesting. It's still expensive. I would say you hold as of now and to keep a stop loss of close to about 2,800, but see if it can rebound from current levels to recover some of your losses.
The next query is coming in from Nandgopal, and he wants to know whether Anantraj, is it a good bet from data center focus? Any view on this, Shaina? If not Anantraj, then any other counter that you would recommend?
Yeah, so Anantraj is actually benefiting from the data center, what they are planning to set up over the next 1 to 2 years. But I think it is pretty expensive at current levels. So I wouldn't add at current levels. And because the holding has to be 1 to 2 years. In terms of real estate, their business is contributing, but in terms of valuation, considering just the real estate business, it's expensive. So I will not add at current levels. And if I want to add for data centers, I would look at much lower levels. And I think the other stocks, you can look at CG Power if you want to look at an stock giving you that overall entry into that space. So I wouldn't say Anantraj is my top.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Anantraj. The next one that we have is on JTL Industries. Let's try to pull that up. This is from Prabhakar Rao, and he's asking about this counter. He's bought around 235 shares. He's not mentioned the buying price though, Kosh. Any view on the charts for this one?
Yeah, so not a counter that I've tracked very actively, let me be honest. But from a cursory glance and from the preliminary view that I have, the stock is holding above its key averages. Near-term trend, though volatile, remains bullish. So you could continue to hold. Resistance is around the 83 to 85 zone. Closing above that would be in good stead. So yeah, you could continue to hold. Stop loss, I would suggest somewhere close to the 74 mark.
Okay, the next query is from P. Sridhar from Hyderabad on JSW Energy. Should he buy, hold or sell? Any view on this, Shaina? JSW Energy.
Yeah, actually, I would say it's a hold at current levels after the correction. They have also got huge plans for putting up new capacity in terms of gigawatt, substantial new orders on hand also. So I would say yes, it's a hold. And here also, I would give a stop loss. I mean, I would give keep a stop loss close to about 520 type of levels, just to protect your downside. But otherwise, I think it's a decent promoter group and decent hold.
Right, okay, we've got Vijay calling us from Chennai next. Vijay, a very good morning to you. Go ahead, ask your question.
Very good morning to all. So my question is, I hold Private India share, which I bought for average 295 rupees, and I hold 1,000 numbers of shares. So my plan is to hold this for next 2 years. Is it viable or should I sell and exit?
Okay, Vijay, first of all, kudos to you because you've bought it at the correct levels. You've made significant amount of profit, so you've spotted it at the right price. I'll take this up with Shahina. Shahina, he's already sitting on profits of over 15 lakh rupees. What would you recommend? Book partial profits, continue to hold?
No, I would suggest that he continues to hold. It's a great stock to hold for the longer term, and he's got it at a decent price also. And even if you saw the FY26 numbers, they were pretty strong. They had both volume growth as well as overall turnover growth that was there around of 10%. EBITDA was higher. The profit EBITDA was quite strong actually, in fact, and profits also 21% higher. So I think they are in a good segment, doing well. I would say continue to hold for better returns.
Next query is coming in from Ahmed from Delhi. He has bought 50 shares of RailTel, bought at a price of 400 rupees. This was done around 10 months back. He wants to know the next 6 months view on this. Kush, any view? Should he exit now or average or at this level?
Yeah, I think it's a while after which I'm getting a should I average kind of a query. By now everyone knows, right? So the view remains, don't average, especially the stock which is seeing such sharp falls and hasn't really recovered in a meaningful way. Even for the next 6 months, I am not sure if you'll really see your buy price on this one. The stock is respecting the 295, 290 support zones. So maybe with that as your stop loss, you can hold now. Any rebounds closer to about 325 and 345 kind of levels should be taken as an opportunity to exit. I wouldn't really add a fresh or even average right now.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is coming in, and this is on Websol. This is from Sunil, who is writing us from Bengaluru. He's got it at the level of 107 and wants to know from a 5-year perspective if this is a good hold. Shaina, any view?
Yeah, so it's a small cap stock, and I would say, I would say that it is likely to consolidate for some more time, because if you see, the numbers also are, not that interesting. While they have done pretty well, if you say the March quarter, I would say in terms of size, it is small. Valuations also, it is slightly expensive. But given the fact that it has corrected, I would say that continue to hold. And you could look at targets close to about 105, 110 to review the stock.
Okay, the next query is coming in from Hyderabad. Murli, you can go ahead and ask a query.
Yeah, good morning to everyone. My
Good morning,
name is Murli. I'm from Hyderabad. Good morning. My question is to Kush sir. I keep watching from the pre-open session, the discussion, debate between Kushbora sir and Parag sir is awesome. I really enjoy that along with the three trios of NDTV. So my question is on Himadri Specialty Chemicals. I have 15 shares at an average of 310. So should I continue for another 1 year looking at the trend that the way it is going on and the chemical industry?
Okay, all right. Murli, got your question. I'll take this up with Kush. Kush, Himadri Specialty, any views on the charts?
That's so sweet. Thank you so much, Murli. And I will for sure pass on your love and compliments to Parag Bhai as well. I'm so glad that those synergies and those discussions they add so much value and are fun to watch. Trust me, they're fun for us as well. That's a good stock that you're holding. It's after a long consolidation period, it's given you a breakout, a move in the last month or so. I think you should continue holding on to this. The sector is also, by the way, starting to see some traction. For me, there is a rounding bottom formation breakout that will come above 675. It did attempt to go above that, by the way, but didn't close in a meaningful way. So from a year's perspective, I think you should very well continue holding on to this one. Like I always do, a deepish stop loss close to the 595 mark, but the trajectory looks positive for Himadri Specialty.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is on GMDC. Pramod from Mumbai says that he wants a long-term view of at least 3 years on this one. China, what would you recommend?
Yeah, so basically GMDC, I would say that they are doing pretty well in terms of overall revenues. And as we just heard, again, let me refer to the Prime Minister's talk that he was giving, that the focus going forward is going to be on mining sector. And there are a lot of incentives that have been given to the mining sector, and GMDC is expanding. So I would say while operational performance, there is some bit that they can improve on. Given the prospects for the medium to longer term and the mining leases that they are bidding for, I would say you continue to hold GMDC for the long period time frame.
Query is coming in from Tarun from Hyderabad, and he wants to know whether should he buy PFC at the current levels, or should he wait for a better entry point? Shaina, any view on Power Finance Corporation?
Yeah, so PFC, I would say that you wait as of now because of the merger and the implications that it will have from REC. And we will need to see what is the overlap in terms of the business that and how they are going to handle it. So while we saw this in HDFC Bank, the merger resulted in consolidation for some time. So I would say don't rush into buy. Just let's wait and see the overall management commentary on the merger and then take a call.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on PFC. The next one that we have is from Nureen, who's writing us from Dubai and saying a special thanks to both Shahina and you, Kush. He's saying that he really values your advice as well as guidance. He's asking about DCB Bank. He says he bought it at the levels of 182, and he wants to know whether he can continue to hold this from a slightly long-term perspective. Shahina, your view on DCB Bank?
Yeah, so finally I get one compliment. Thank you, Nasreen.
No, Shahina.
But I also appreciate.
Yeah. No. You have all the compliments from us and the entire team of NDTV Profit.
Yeah, but I also appreciate all of you guys, including Kush and you, and the way you anchor. So coming back to DCB, I think in terms of valuation, it is very attractive compared to the rest of the banks, and it's a small cap, 6,000 crores of market cap, slightly lower than that. But if you see price to book, it's 0.9, so it looks good from current levels, and it's basically quite steady given the fact that even they've managed the balance sheet quite well. So I would say continue to hold and hold it for the medium to longer term.
Okay, all right. So that's the view on DCB Bank. The next one that we have is on TCS and Infosys. Our viewer wants to know as to what should he do with IT stocks. I think, Kush, from a trader perspective, also IT stocks have not been on the radar for sure. But what would you recommend him?
Why TCS and Infosys? Correct. It's not that you can't really enter some of these names. I wouldn't really pick these. From the bigger names, I have HCL Tech, which actually looks good. And then you can also look at Persistent and Coforge, some of these names. So particularly TCS and Infosys, not in the favor. But let me also add one more name, Tech Mahindra, by the way. So amongst these four, you can take your pick. Massively oversold, could attempt a rebound, but keep strict stop losses.
All right. Okay. So that's the view on IT stocks. It's time for a rapid fire round now. Try to keep your answers as short as possible. Question China. The first one that we have is on M&M. This is from Padma, who's writing us from Bengaluru. Her buying price is 3117 and 53 is the quantity. Her time horizon is 2 years. China, continue to hold.
I would say hold.
The next query is on BHEL. Naveen from Hyderabad wants to know whether should he continue to hold the 50 shares bought at a price of 364 or should he exit. Kush.
You should continue to hold. Stop loss 370.
Poly Medicure is the next one. Ranjit from Chennai is holding 19 shares. The buying price is 2058. He's not mentioned the time frame, but any view on this, China?
I would say it's a hold. It's doing pretty well. Yeah.
The next query is for you, Kush. It's on Cupid. Panchakri from Karnataka has purchased few shares. Should he continue to hold or sell?
Yeah, there is no reason to sell. Continue to hold, but don't add a fresh. Stop loss 185.
All right. The next one that we have is coming in, and this is on Titagarh. Venkat Ramanan has bought it at an average price of 820. 300 shares is what he's holding. From a 2-year perspective, Shahina, what is your recommendation?
2-year perspective, it's a hold. Yeah.
Okay.
The next query is for you, Shaina. It's on Canara Bank. Jassi from Vijayawada is holding 30 shares at a price of 111 rupees. Can he continue to hold this counter for the next 3 years?
Yeah, hold. Actually, the price to book is very attractive. Just about 0.9 times 1 year forward. So it's a hold.
Okay. The next one is on RVNL. Madanlal Shaw from Chennai has bought 50 shares at the level of 360. Continue to hold. Book losses. Kush.
Exit.
The next query is for you, Shaina. It's on SJVN. Vinay from Bangalore has bought 1,451 shares at an average price of 117. What's the long-term view? Should he continue to hold this counter?
I would say switch. Switch from current level.
All right. The next one that we have is on CAMS. Kaushik from Vadodara has got 50 shares at the levels of 672. A technical view on this one, Kush?
You could hold, keep stop loss at 725, but there's not enough momentum, so you might want to exit at slightly higher levels, by the way.
Okay.
The next query is for you, Shaina. It's on Minda Corp. Astha Sabarwal is holding few shares, bought at a price of 660. Should she sell or hold?
Hold at current levels.
Okay, the next one is on BLS International, a 6 to 12 month view on this, Kush. Our viewer has 100 shares. This is, by the way, Jaya, who has 100 shares at the levels of 276. Hold, exit?
Exit.
The next query is for you, Shaina. It's on Bharti Hexacom. Wahida is holding 130 shares, bought a price of 1,863. Currently, she is sitting on a loss. Should she hold or exit?
Hold as of now.
PG Electroplast, Harvinder has bought it at the levels of 852. 3,100 shares is what he's holding. Continue to hold. Average, Kush.
This is one, by the way, that you can average. Continue to hold. A positional stop around 500.
Okay. The next query is for you, Kush. It's on HBL Engineering. Uma from Bangalore has bought few shares of this counter. How long will it take the stock to hit 900 rupees is something that she wants to know.
12 months, maybe a little more. Right now it's consolidating. You can hold. I would suggest a stop loss close to the 725 zones.
Bank of Baroda, Shahina, our viewers bought at the levels of 304. 29 shares is what Vardhan Raj has been holding. Vardhan Rajan, by the way, is holding. He's a long-term investor, he says. Continue to hold.
Yeah, Bank of Baroda is another stock where the valuations are interesting. So yeah, hold.
Next query is for you, Kush. It's on IRFC. Bora is holding 575 shares, bought at a price of 26. Should he continue to hold?
No, you should exit this one also.
Technical view on Godfrey Phillips, Kush. Priyanka Asha from Mumbai has bought it at the levels of 2117.
Yeah, you should continue holding on to this one. Mild consolidation on low volumes could rebound. A stop loss around the 2000 mark.
The next question is for you, Kush. It's on Tata Capital. Satya is holding 285 shares, bought at a price of 350. From medium-term perspective, what's your view?
Again, this one's a hold. Momentum missing. Stop loss 335.
Okay, the next one's on ONGC. 360 shares is what our viewers bought at the levels of 322. This is, by the way, from Ramanan. Shaina, a long-term view on this one. 2 years is what his time horizon is.
I would say it's a switch. I don't suggest you hold ONGC for
Switch
the
to
medium
what?
to long term. I would suggest the some other sector rather than the oil sector. There's so many other sectors that are doing better, and there's a lot of volatility in this overall segment and what the government policies are. So I would say switch to something in defense, safer.
Okay.
The next query is for you, Kush. It's on Ola Electric. Sunny is holding few shares. Should he continue to hold?
Buy price?
No, didn't mention.
Okay, but not my favorite pick, but hold with a stop loss at 38. Strict stop loss at 38.
Alright, so that's the view on Ola Electric, but unfortunately we're completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit as well as the Rapid Fire round. Shaina and Kush, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those queries. Viewers, like I said, we're completely out of time on this edition of Ask Profit, but do stay tuned in because KYC comes up next.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura, हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices.
And here's where you can watch us.
That are propelling India to what we call the Viksit Bharat stage. Those are demographics, democracy and digitization. These three things are instrumental in creating what we hope is a new India, a more bold India, a more braver India in the next few years.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close.
Hello and welcome to KYC. You are watching NDTV Profit with me, Sharad Dubey. This is the show where we get you the hottest companies and also why these stocks are buzzing in trade. And I've picked up a very interesting buzzing stock.
And of course, there are some macro factors also at play. But before that, try to guess the company which we are getting today in KYC. It's an oil and gas exploration company which we are talking about. Yes, it's near that drilling and exploration segment. And why? Because it's a key contractor of ONGC, and recently the crude prices have shot up near that $80 per barrel. So that is one important hint as well for you, and right now that's happening. So this is a very hot topic. Stock itself has been a multi-bagger. Last 5 years the stock is up 9 times. Try to guess the company and think a bit deeply. That's also a hint, by the way. The company in focus is Deep Industries. This is the company which we are talking about. We had got them in KYC 4 to 5 months ago as well. So we'll try to understand, has the story changed or not? The key questions to be asked to the management of Deep Industries would be the Brent nearing that $80. Is it positive for the company and the industry as a whole? Does the momentum come back? That's the key question to be asked. Second important question is the overall domestic oil exploration opportunities, how things are moving. Is there any inflection point coming in from the industry? That's what we'll try to understand. The third question is the PC contract and order flow outlook. How has that come in? Right now, roughly 3,000 odd crore rupees of outlook is there. Also, another question would be the capex plans going ahead. What have they marked going ahead for the coming years? Next question we'll try to understand from the management is the growth outlook for the next 3 to 5 years. This is a long-term story, but is there any change at play? And the demand trends and the client confidence. This is one of the most basic thing, but the most important thing to ask. This is how businesses go ahead. And also the rig deployment plans. That's the last one. And the management who will be joining us today to give that entire picture will be Rohan Shah, Director of Finance and Group CFO of Deep Industries. But let's try to understand what's the company all about, what are the key details about it. And remember, they already are having more than 30 years of experience. They incorporated in 1991 in the business of oil and gas field services. But let's get into a little bit more deeper into it. They also ventured into the offshore and oil and gas support services. In January 2023, there was an acquisition at play for Dolphin as well. That's why. So now this is the 360-degree picture we are trying to get into this company. So this was this acquisition, and the street is quite bullish on this acquisition. But let's understand this overall, service pack. What do they actually do? They provide air and gas compression services. There is, of course, the drilling services and the workover services. This is regarding the entire ecosystem I'm talking about. There is gas dehydration services and the expertise they have in integrated project management services. So in total, 4 important services they are catering to. Now the service portfolio is moving towards the post-exploration value chain. That means that's on the higher margin side also if you're trying to analyze this company or the industry as well. Of course, there is some cyclical at play, but there is a structural change also which is happening. The order book is 3,000 crore plus, and the 3-year CAGR is almost very strong, 40% odd, and this number shows a good revenue visibility. Key clients, of course, the larger names: ONGC, Oil India, Cairn, GAIL, Reliance. These are the large companies which the company is catering to. Also, the asset base they have is of roughly 20 onshore rigs. That's what we'll be talking about. And also the other group of assets includes 6 drilling and 14 workover rigs with more than 80 gas processing units. And after they process these units, the business model is very interesting. The EPC contract moves into charter hiring as well. So there is some kind of a synergy at play for this counter. Now they have recently received 2 orders. Combine them both, it's roughly 133 crores coming in from ONGC, and that is after the Q4 earnings announcements were there. And fourth quarter, the commentary was slightly mixed. The write-off of legacy trade receivables is something which they had spoken about, and the Andhra Pradesh leak which was there, that might delay the project timelines. This had come in the fourth quarter on their commentary, but nevertheless the commentary was still quite bullish, especially on the government push. You can expect some more incentives in this shipping space. Also, let's talk about the other numbers, the Q4 commentary. The bidding pipeline, that is very strong, and that's, of course, we are looking at the order book and then also talking about it. So these are the important commentaries which we saw, but there are key macro triggers which you should know. The Indian oil and gas capex that's expected to exceed this $100 billion mark by 2030. That shows how great, this momentum, this theme is. The natural gas demand in India is projected to grow at 60% by 2030, and the company itself would become one of the key beneficiaries. The geopolitical shifts may unlock new offshore opportunities, and that is what the Indian players are looking at, especially with how Middle East is trying to rebuild itself, and this is the main reason what may work for the company. And now let's look international, high margin new products. The second reason why things might be better is the strategic diversification at play and the overseas operation. This is the trend which is being seen on a long-term basis. Now, strong generation coming in the cash flows and the reduction coming in the receivables as well, and this is very much important when you are getting a company like that, because there's a lot of order movement at play. They're moving towards much more value-added service and full integration in their services, so that's definitely a good point. And also the positive corporate developments are expected in the next 3 to 6 months, so we'll be watching out for this counter. But what may not work, there's a lot of work at play. There's execution risk there in this kind of a business model. And one more reason is there, and of course that's an accounting move, legacy receivables from Dolphin Group, and that is an overhang in the stock. But nevertheless, as a good smart money, is it entering in this quarter? That's what we'll try to understand. But another important reason to understand our show are the ratings which we give. We have a fixed set of ratings. At times we move these ratings around depending on the industry, and as of now these are the core numbers which we judge a company. And not only these numbers, we also talk about how the shareholding, street cred, how they move as well. We get the valuations in, we compare them with the peers, and of course the outlook, mid-term or long-term or even short-term. And remember, Brent crude rising up right now is something which is positive for these companies. Let's start with the first one, the income statement, what has happened. And largely the FY26 has done really well. See a good significant jump coming in, and the PAT is also doing really well. Look at that, and 3-year CAGR numbers, look at it, that's also pretty strong. If you look at the jump, I would just want to get into 79 crores, and now that is more than doubled, almost 2.5 times of PAT. So this is why we are seeing good re-rating in the counter, and net the numbers are also pretty strong for FY26 for the fourth quarter. So I'm going to give this a thumbs up as well. Let's talk about balance sheet, what has happened. In balance sheet, it's very well capitalized. Borrowings is also on the lower side. Cash bank balance is held up nicely. And for a company like this business model, the company's overall ratios have been maintained, and that is showing a good strength in this counter. So I'm going to give this a thumbs up as well. So the numbers are pretty good. Income statement I spoke about, balance sheet I spoke about, but let's see the cash flow. How much things have changed in FY26, because after execution for these companies, cash flow is the most important thing, and this is a significant improvement, 50% increase from FY24 from cash flow from operations. The conversions also have been pretty strong, and net cash flows is for an industry like this, it's a high working capital industry, and there was an acquisition at play, some receivables being written off. So these are the important factors to actually judge this company. And right now the cash flows have been pretty strong on the operational front, so I'm going to give this a thumbs up as well. After this, let's talk about return ratio. Return ratios have been really strong. I've been mentioning this company on the return ratios, how things have panned out. Larger capex they are not doing, and now they are moving into good products, the high margin ones, and the momentum is there. From FY25, look at the jump coming in. For FY26 at 19%, ROC has been really strong, and ROE also the story remains the same. Look at the jump which has come in from 12%, the jump has come into 22%. Now the question is, will this sustain or not? That's something we'll try to understand as we progress through the year. We are almost finished. The Q1 numbers are going to come in some weeks, so we'll try to understand, but as of now the return ratios are very strong, so a thumbs up. Let's talk about the shareholding, what has happened. Largely there isn't much change there. A little bit of, I feel there should be some more FI and DI participation. There is, but it's quite limited, around 3%. So a little bit of concern, but let's give it a neutral rating right now. Nothing much has changed. Let's talk about the street cred, how much stock has moved And of course, in the medium term basis, there has been mixed trends. Why I'm talking about it, from March lows, the stock is up 36%. But from 2025 highs, the stock has still corrected and is down 21%. In last 1 year, if you have put money in the stock, you have literally made just 1%. But if you're a long-term investor, congratulations to you. Last 5 years, it's a multi-bagger and the stock is up 9 times. That's the stock we are talking about. So net, it's still a neutral rating when it comes to the street cred. Let's try to get the valuations, how things pan out. We have been talking about Jindal Drilling, Deep Industries. All of these stocks are getting a positive momentum because of the Brent crude going up. But how the valuations stack up? The 5-year peak numbers are at the higher side, 32 times, 55 times. But current numbers are still, look at that, it's quite cheap, the current PE for the company. And if you just compare that slightly with Jindal Drilling, they're definitely a slightly expensive, but nevertheless I would still give the valuations quite attractive level for the company if you judge them. So it's a thumbs up for me on that. Outlook, let's get in those numbers as well. The management has guided for a 30 to 35% revenue growth in FY27. FY28, the revenue growth would be similar trajectory. They're targeting that 30 to 35% band. And if you understand more, the ramp up of the PEC contracts, the expansion of all the 4 business verticals, and that's the management commentary coming in. Kanda commercialization, that's expected to happen in the second half of FY27. And the last point I would like to talk about is the more contracts are expected from ONGC. 2 already announced in a month, and overseas opportunities coming in. But yes, the write-off of legacy and the execution risks are definitely there. So I'm going to give this a neutral rating for the outlook segment. But let's give you the entire picture of the entire KYC ratings for the show. What is it? What does it mean? How much numbers are coming in? And right now, these are the 4 basic ones. The company is doing pretty nice across all the parameters which I had mentioned. Shareholding has been flattish and street cred also flattish because medium term, long term, the returns are diverging. It's of course a multi-bagger, 9x in last 5 years. Valuations quite attractive, and the outlook is short term. There might be some issues, but the long term story is very strong. So the net, the total numbers for Deep Industries in my analysis at KYC comes to 6.5 out of 8. This is the number I'm talking about. It's one of the highest numbers which we generally give to a company. And last time also the company came in the month of March. Let's get you that rating also, how things have panned out. And the company has done well both in the month of March as well as July. That means they are maintaining overall, their growth momentum. And this time the cash flows have done better. On the other hand, little bit of concern on the receivables. So this is the historical ratings for KYC. But to get in more flavor, we will be joined by Rohan Shah. He's the Director of Finance and the Group CFO for the company. And he has been in this profession, in the expertise for over 20 years of experience. And with the company itself, he has been associated by more than 16 years. So it will be a very interesting conversation with the management. But after a short break, stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura, Har Raste Ka Superstar.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति SDTMT।
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup you're truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who are here, and that itself speaks for the commitment towards highlighting the advantage which India is having. What I'm looking for in this is that we should
Welcome back to KYC. Now we are joined in by Rohan Shah, the Director of Finance and the Group CFO at Deep Industries. Good afternoon, Rohan. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit. And now the Brent crude is boiling again. It's near that $80 per barrel mark. And the entire oil and gas space is again buzzing. We are thinking about a rebuild happening, which is of course happening in the long term. But right now, Brent crude is up. How positive is it for your company and the industry? We'll start with that. Rohan.
Hi, good afternoon, Sharadji. So, of course, increase in Brent crude price will definitely improve the market sentiments, and the companies into oil and gas will definitely have a good benefit out of it. See, in today's changing global geopolitical scenario, the achieving efficiency of domestic production is very critical now. And I think our government is constantly giving thrust on increasing domestic production. We, as in part of oil and gas industry, with our value chain services, we are rightly aligned with our government's initiative in increasing domestic production, and we are committed to contribute towards country's energy efficiency.
Right. Of course, last time we spoke about the entire, your business outlook, but the domestic, let's start with that. Of course, we'll go after the new inflection point conversations for the global way as well. But the domestic oil exploration opportunities, how things are panning out, what government push is happening. If you just give us an industry view on that.
Of course, as I said before, government is pushing hard towards increasing domestic production, and not only new discoveries, but from existing fields as well. They are pushing towards higher production. So our production enhancement contract is one of the example where they are pushing it to enhance the production from existing fields as well. So overall, the push is very much visible, and they are putting very good initiatives towards enhancing the production.
Right. Just speaking of this PC contract, what does this actually mean? Just to get into our viewers who are understanding your industry for the first time, and also the order for outlook. I presume it's around 3,000 crore right now. So just give us the flavor of your order flow guidance, which sectors the orders are coming, and what is actually a PC contract?
Right. So PEC is termed as production enhancement contract. So under this contract, we have been asked to enhance the production from existing producing fields. So with applying various production enhancement techniques, we'll have to improve the production from existing producing fields. So that's again a good initiative by our central government and our PSU clients to enhance the production from existing fields itself. With regards to order book, as you rightly said, our order book has been being robust and revolving and being steady at around 3,000 crore. So for us, out of this 3,000 crore, we are executing more than 50 different contracts. And we have been able to maintain this order book despite putting revenue growth of more than 30% year on year.
Interesting. Rohan, let me give you that perspective, that the growth outlook which you spoke 1-2 years, but I want to understand the long-term, story. It's been a multi-bagger for a lot of investors, your stock, but we want to understand next 3 to 5 years, what are the growth triggers looking like and what the company is doing towards it?
Right. So the existing order book clearly gives us a revenue visibility of next 2.5 to 3 years itself. And with increasing bidding pipeline, which is getting converted into orders very regularly for us, it will give us visibility beyond 3 years as well. With an increase in production under production enhancement contracts, adding few more assets under our offshore services segment, and of course, our existing segments of integrated project management and gas processing are also increasing quite interestingly. And with growth from all four verticals, we believe that we should continue to grow more than 25-30% for next 3 years.
Right, that 30% mark we had mentioned earlier also for FY20, that 25 to 35 right now. This is the growth momentum looking like. But the rig deployment plans, how are they looking like? And is it just domestic or is it international also?
So currently we are focusing on domestic market itself because our 100% rigs are utilized. And today the scenario is rigs are under short supply. And we believe that there is a huge demand and potential in the market for domestic industry to add quite a few more rigs. So we are focusing on that.
And the international exploration, Rohanji, is something, which, your management has spoken about. There's an inflection point happening. Indian companies going abroad, giving a lot of services. So we wanted to get a flavor of that for your company.
Sure. So we are there in international market through our overseas subsidiary based out of Dubai. And we are catering countries like Egypt and Oman and all. So there is a huge potential again in overseas countries, and considering the current scenario globally, there is a good amount of demand. So we may increase our overseas operations in onshore fields in coming future. And with respect to offshore, we are already there in global market with our offshore services, and there also we have a good potential to grow.
Right. So a lot of expansion is happening. We spoke about the four verticals also. But Rohanji, I want to understand, you're doing so much. Is there any fundraise on the anvil if you're thinking, or will it be through internal accruals only?
No. So if you'll see my financials, we are generating some handsome amount of cash year on year. And with our existing capex plan and internal accruals, probably we will be able to fund our capex through internal accruals and to some extent debt as well. So as of now, there are no fundraise plans.
Fundraise plans, internal accruals. You mentioned about the capex. I just wanted to understand if you could share that capex amount for, say, FY27, 28, which is already earmarked.
See, in our business, capex is always backed by order. So we always do capex once we get a firm order. So for us, estimating capex beyond 1 year is little difficult. But of course, in FY27, we are aiming to do capex of around 250 crores, of which almost 150 crore would be done towards production enhancement contract, where we are targeting to drill few new wells to increase the production with an additional pace. And rest would be for our equipments, rigs and gas processing.
And Rohan sir, any new product categories which you think we are going, because we had mentioned about, those 3 or 4 important areas which the company is already functioning, but there's a lot of R&D at play and a lot of exchange of IP which happens with global companies. I wanted to understand any new product categories you are working on, and if yes, I don't want a lot of details, but which segment do you think will be, the dark horse going ahead?
See, in addition to this entire value chain, probably we have covered more than 70% of post-exploration value chain in our service offerings. So, of course, on continuous basis, we are exploring various areas which are aligning to our business and its interest. So, we are exploring an opportunity in green hydrogen as well, but they are at very primary stage. So, I don't have anything much to say on it.
So green hydrogen, that's at a primary stage. That's pretty much interesting. And that technology is also used, in your oil and gas segment as an ancillary. So this is something which we'll talk about it, but maybe when you come to KYC the next time. You already have come twice. And just to give that perspective, from last time till now, there has been a good improvement in the cash flows, which I have seen. And also, those legacy issues seem to be off as well. And now there is a good momentum coming back as the Brent crude prices are rising. This is pretty much interesting, Rohan, and it's always a pleasure to actually have you with us at NDTV Profit, where you explain us much more on the industry and also on the company. So thank you very much, and Rohan, best of luck for the future.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So that's the management of Deep Industries. The stock has been trending. A lot of drilling stocks are doing well as the Brent crude prices have gone up. Largely, they are moving towards the high margin business. The legacy receivables are being written off. And yes, they have maintained their KYC rating over the last 4 to 5 months and one of the highest numbers, 6.5 out of 8. So for these interesting stories like Deep Industries, keep watching KYC and yes, stay tuned to NDTV Profit.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार। अंबा शक्ति STTMT।
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairman of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
Gender parity to be reflected while we choose leadership as well.
It's also important that how they are reshaping the industries.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Access to capital, faster regulatory pathways, and market acceptance to create value. And if we get the pieces right, I think we can move from being the pharmacy of the world to being the most innovative lab of the world.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business story.
Let's get chatting with Novo Nordisk, which is going to launch a disruptive product when it comes to diabetics insulin space. It is not going to be a daily product, but the injectables can be as comfortable and as effective in terms of the weekly dosage as well. We have with us Vikrant Shrotriya, who's the Managing Director of Novo Nordisk India, to talk about this product and more. Vikrant, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. First of all, A-Weekly. What is it that you're looking at in terms of India potential growth, because you have launched this product in the overseas market? How has been the response and the India potential that you're looking at?
Thank you very much, Nisha, and again, pleasure to be here. When we are launching this A-Weekly, you called it a disruption. I call it a solution for type 2 diabetes at least. And what we are looking is, we are actually looking at the patients. We are looking at the patients and why they deny insulin, why doctors are hesitant to start insulin therapy. There are a lot of psychosocial issues, but one of the issues by which majority of the patients actually don't take insulin is because of the fear of multiple injections, daily injections. And I think A-Weekly, as the name suggests, comes at the right place at the right time on Indian soil as a weekly solution for a insulin injection.
Yes.
So once a week, a patient can be initiated with a basal insulin, and that is also relatively better efficacious in terms of HbA1c and sugar control, and also very convenient. That's where a weekly stands for, and we are looking forward for this launch in India.
All right, so Vikrant, when we talk about diabetes, convenience is one thing which is very critical because it's a daily thing. But on the other hand, also affordability. Now, many pharma companies have found the potential in this particular disease, which is rampant in India, and so do you. But in terms of price points, India is very sensitive to the pricing. And many affordable medication and insulin have really made it to the market as low as 1,800 rupees per month. How competitive will your product be?
Yeah, fantastic. And when you are on NDTV, you have to talk about a pricing point. People actually talk about science, innovation, access, and education. But you are right, the pricing of a product is also very, very important in this market, because it's not very important just to have the innovation. What is also very important is, along with innovation, you are talking about the accessibility.
Yes.
And taking that into account, learning from semaglutide, we are pricing it very competitive. And it will be a pleasure to know that, we have been able to get the pricing for the launch in India much more affordable than even the current analogs, many of the analogs, and it would be at a lower price point than those analogs, and that can become very, very affordable, something in the range of the initiation cost which patients can afford and doctors can prescribe.
All right, so efficacy as well as convenience and even affordable. That's the combination that you're really striking at. Now, pharma as a space is now segregated in two areas. One is R&D and innovation for growth, and the other is also sales as well as distribution. Given your might for distribution, in terms of this A-weekly really launching, you think, Vikrant, that this is going to be more of a volume play here in India than a margin play in terms of the intensity of competition that we are looking at there?
I really wish and hope for a volume play, because we are one of the largest players when it comes to protein chemistry, whether it is for insulin. Every second person actually in India and across the globe, they depend on us, and it's a proud moment for us that they actually take Novo Nordisk insulin. And likewise for this, we are ready for any kind of a volume play, and probably the price point which we have got it for this global product early in the life cycle, because India is in the first year of the launches for this weekly. We have got it very reasonable, so that more and more patients can get the access of this product. Imagine we have 100 million people with type 2 diabetes, and only 6 to 7 million people take insulin. Approximately 25 to 30% of the people should take insulin initiation. I wish and hope with this kind of a pricing, with the kind of distribution network which we have got, the volume play comes into the picture. And the pricing is at that point that more and more patients can take it.
So Vikrant, another question on this regard would be, while penetration can be something that you can bank on, but till the volume play really happens, do you think that there will be pressure on the margins when it comes to this product, only because this market is so crowded?
I think as a pharma company and as a solution provider, that's one thing, and you'll be surprised. I mean, that's one thing. Of course, some of the finance people in my organization, they do look at it, but we are very patient-centric.
Right.
And of course, the margin becomes handsome when more and more people actually take these innovation molecules. But in the journey, this is the time where we would like to invest in science and education, leave the margin on the left side, and see that the launch of this molecule, the access of this molecule become much more stronger.
All right, when we digress from only this and look at the entire basket, GLP-1 potential is something that all the companies in your sector are really focusing on. What's your plan in this?
GLP-1 is you can say, mass hysteria in terms of the talking, in terms of the noise which is actually creating. But let me tell you some of the realities which are actually coming. With so many launches, the noise of GLP-1 has really increased manifold. I think there has been quite a lot of distribution network which has gone in terms of this drug at different levels and at a different price point.
Yes.
But I think it is just the start of the journey.
Right.
Okay. This is not even now 3 months, which has actually passed in terms of expiry of the patent, which we have actually seen. I think we have to wait for some time.
Right.
The way access and acceleration of these molecules will happen. But this is just a start of the journey. We are very happy what we are doing actually. We are very happy with the kind of movement which our brands are actually showing in terms of, you can say, patient benefits. That's number one, and also the volumes.
All right, and still a controversial subject now, GLP-1 and also the obesity side of it. But when we talk about semaglutide, and Novo Nordisk has really capitalized on that momentum. Now with things and the dynamics changing, exclusivity ending, what's going to be the next big game changer for Novo Nordisk, which is high on innovation with 25% market share?
I must say, Nisha, the exclusivity is over, but the quality, trust and reliability continues for these molecules. And as I said, this is just the start of the journey in India.
Right.
It's not even a year. Less than 0.5% of the obese people are actually taking these medication at this point of a time. While in the US, approximately 15 to 20% of the obese population have got the access. So there is a long way in terms of where these molecules will go. But apart from that, we are working on the next line of the therapies which are there. If you have heard about the oral semaglutide for the obesity, Wegovy pill is something which we are also waiting for. We are waiting for our next generation CagriSema, which is a combination product along with amylin. We are waiting for zenagamtide, which has to come. We are also working on once a week growth hormone apart from obesity and many of the other solutions which are there in laboratory. I think innovation is not going to stop. This journey of science and innovation continues in Novo Nordisk.
All right, so that was Novo Nordisk coming in with an innovative product, and that will also add to the competition when it comes to the insulin market. There is a shortage, there is a volume play, but the price sensitivity makes it more of a volume play than a margin play. Take a look at Biocon, that is big on really catching up with the momentum of the insulin requirement, and that is one company which is in competition with Novo Nordisk, which has been an innovator coming in this particular space. Apart from the GLP-1 potential that most of the companies are looking at, this could be one of the disruptors in the market as well. But looking at overall market, yes, there is recovery that is being seen all across the board. Nifty 50 at the particular moment comfortably above 24,000 level. But if we really take a weekly chart, look at that, and it is 500 points below what it had reached the highest levels in terms of this particular week. When we talk about mid-cap universe, that is really coming back with a much better recovery and is gaining about 1.5% in trade. In terms of the sectoral play, banking sector is taking a lead when it comes to Nifty 50 as well, and really taking the charge. Almost all the sectors are looking in the green except IT. So this is a snapshot of the market, more of a recovery from the onslaught that we saw yesterday because of the hopes of war really ending between US and Iran, really dashing, and crude prices elevating. Let's get chatting with a market expert then. Anup Maheshwari, the co-founder as well as CIO of 361 Asset, joins in now. Anup, always a pleasure to welcome you on NDTV Profit. Looking at the present market condition where we thought that the war situation is behind us and that particular fear really resurfacing, how do you track the momentum of the market in the near term now?
So Nisha, I think we're sort of getting used to this volatility daily and change of mood. So I think it's something that I think the market will start discounting over time. It won't cause the same amount of volatility as it caused right at the start. And I think one thing that's clearly been established is that it's in no one's interest for this to prolong over a period of time. Those pressures start building up, and then a resolution conversation comes up again. So I think markets are going to look beyond this. I think the worst of this is behind us by the looks of it. And we've also seen in conflicts, we've had we've had the Russia-Ukraine war in the past. Markets come to a certain base valuation and then don't tend to fall beyond that. So I think we've already seen that take place. So now I think the focus will continue to shift more towards earnings than any of these macro conditions.
All right, you read my mind, Anup, on that one, because now the momentum really shifts to the monsoon impact, which is slightly better than what we estimated earlier. But there will be some crop deficiency, as we have been highlighting, and Union Minister, Agriculture Minister has also pointed out. But the earnings momentum has just begun. How are you really asserting the market momentum and the earnings expectations in this season, where one whole quarter of impact of the war was considerably seen?
So Nisha, again, so the markets will adjust for short-term non-linear events. So I don't think that will be focused too much on. I think the important thing is the earnings environment is definitely better this year than it was last year. So trend-wise, it's getting better. We're seeing pickups across a wide variety of sectors. What's really heartening to us is consumption is generally picking up as an overall category. Also, credit demand has been quite robust in the 15-16% range. These two variables are very important when we think about overall earnings growth. And it's sort of giving us more confidence that this is a year where hopefully we'll get to about somewhere between 12 to 13% earnings growth for the year. Now, like you mentioned, you touched upon the monsoon effect. Clearly, that we'll know only really August, September are the critical months, and we have to see rainfall at that point in time. And distribution matters more than the actual amount of rainfall. But if I look at it from a really cold earnings point of view, I think even while there could be some negative impacts of a poor monsoon on some elements of consumption, there are also positive impacts on some other sectors like power, cement, etc., that tend to benefit. So I think net from a core earnings perspective, a lot of these will offset each other, and we should get to that 12-13% earnings growth.
So looking at all these scenarios and some of the sectors offsetting the impact of the others, what are the sectors as well as the themes which are really looking attractive for the rest of the year when it comes to the earnings momentum?
Sure. I think, right up front is financials. That's always the sector that tends to drive markets the most, which is given the weight. And financials have borne the brunt of foreign selling. Right now, businesses, in financials generally are showing decent growth, credit quality remains reasonably good, and valuations are a lot cheaper. So as the incremental effect of foreign selling reduces, I think this is a sector that logically comes back reasonably well and forms the bedrock for the overall market performance. So financials stands out clearly. Beyond financials, I think the more steady sectors, pharma has proven itself to be fairly steady, and contract manufacturing is a fairly big theme for India on a global level. So I think that's another interesting area. And then there are subsectors. So renewables is coming up in a big way. I think there's a lot of interest in that sector, but our focus would be really on the top two players, because I think over time there will be differentiation within that sector as well. And we like the models that the largest companies in that sector are providing. Over and above that, telecom is another sector that we've been optimistic on for a while, just given consolidation in the sector, slightly better pricing power available, and just improving cash flows and return on capital ratios in telecom. Within consumption, it's a very bottom-up scenario because while overall consumption is growing, but the wallet share shift has occurred. Some sectors are losing, some are benefiting. So it's very bottom-up in that sense. And finally, manufacturing, capital goods, sort of benefiting from the whole investment into, let's say, data centers, overall infrastructure, backing that up. I think there will be, again, pockets of investment there. So those are the broad sort of sectoral goals.
Right. So many positives coming in, Anup, but what's a no-go area? What's not looking good for investment? And what's your view on IT, which has been highly volatile as well, and the earnings have begun?
Yeah, so I think we've got to see IT as more of a trading sector for a while. I think there will be sporadic bounce backs and then consolidations. I think the challenge for the IT sector, as we all aware, is that in the next year or two, they have to readjust their models The internals of companies have to change, pyramid structures, domain knowledge, etc. And in the meantime, there are, the pricing pressure on repricing, the deflationary impact of what their current businesses will also play through. So adjusting for all of that, we think it's going to be a bit of a trading sector for a while. We have to allow companies about a year and a half to re-engineer themselves, after which we should get the benefits of growth driven by AI. But for now, I would say for the next 12 to 18 months, it probably would be more of a trading sector.
Not as bullish on IT sector, but Anup, you also mentioned the telecom sector, and a lot of fillip is really coming in also because of the momentum created by a new listing, and a large one at that, in this particular space. So including that, putting that into focus, as well as some of the other names, and there are big quality names with SBI Funds Management launching now, Manipal Hospitals, then NSC, Geo, all put together, and many startups also lining up like Zepto, OYO. How are you seeing the quality as an investor? What will be the key critical parameters to watch out for in terms of making the investment bet? And it's not just about liking the company, it's also at what price and the valuation. So an insight on how these IPOs and papers are getting priced, and what's the investor view on that?
Well, Nisha, so that's a good point. We are going to see a fair amount of supply. I think there's anywhere between $25 to $50 billion of supply that will keep coming to the market over the next 12 months if markets remain open to IPOs in terms of interest. But the good thing is, if we look at some of the recent IPOs as well as what's coming around, I think pricing has rationalized a lot. And it's being driven more by domestic investors rather than foreign investors who've sort of been off the radar for a while. And to that extent, I think companies have been willing to leave something on board for investors coming into IPOs. So valuations, therefore, have been a little more rational. And again, the focus is on quality IPOs. I think poor quality IPOs are just not seeing enough interest and are probably going to end up getting deferred. Whereas the high quality IPOs will see a base level of demand coming through. So I think the market in that sense has become very, very rational for IPOs. And the supply will keep coming through in a steady fashion, but people will select, which businesses they're bullish on and which they're not. From a pure valuation point of view, I think people are focused on businesses that are fairly large, secular, consistent growth over a period of time with the right unit economics. And if you don't sort of meet those criteria, then it's sort of going to be tough to get an IPO out.
Right. Anup Maheshwari, many takeaways coming in on the market analysis as well as the momentum really picking up. It's always a pleasure chatting with you. Thank you so much for stopping by on NDTV Profit. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so market recovery really continues. Let's focus on some news developments now. And the Power Ministry has activated an El Nino contingency plan after a sharp fall in the hydropower output. In fact, thermal plants are on standby to really bridge any shortfall, while the government really monitors the rainfall and the reservoir levels closely. Sessa, my colleague, gets us all those important details. Tell us, Sessa.
Right. The Power Ministry has activated a contingency plan to manage any electricity supply risks arising from El Nino conditions, even as officials maintain there is no immediate concern over power availability. Sources say the ministry has reviewed preparedness with power sector PSUs, wind developers, discoms and transmission utilities with a focus on ensuring adequate generation, if weather conditions impact supply. Now, the review comes amidst a sharp decline in hydropower generation. Output fell 20.3% year on year in June, which is the steepest drop since February 2024. For the April to June period, hydro generation was down about 7%, reflecting the impact of dry weather. Officials say that the government is closely tracking rainfall, reservoir levels and hydro generation amid forecasts of weaker monsoon linked to El Nino. Thermal power plants have been asked to remain ready to bridge any shortfall, and maintenance schedules could be deferred if required. Now, at the same time, the recent rains have eased pressure on electricity demand. Peak demand so far in July has remained below 250 gigawatts, which is well below the record 270.8 gigawatts seen in May. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister's office has also reviewed El Nino preparedness and directed ministries to keep a close watch on the evolving situation while rolling out micro-level response plans. Sources say that contingency measures are already in place and there are no immediate, supply concerns.
All right. Thank you so much, Sesa, for getting us all those important details of national importance, actually. Now, quality glitch has really hit the select semaglutide batches at Dr. Reddy's. Let's get chatting with Varsha, who's getting in all the details and the market impact of that. The stock is down over 5% already. Varsha, what is the impact on the financials and what's the company saying?
Yeah, so two stocks, of course, in focus. One is Dr. Reddy's and the other one which is also in focus is OneSource Specialty, because it's a CDMO player for Dr. Reddy's. Now, why Dr. Reddy's is in focus? Because it has flagged quality issue in semaglutide batches. Now, semaglutide is nothing but an active ingredient which is used in Ozempic, which is used for type 2 diabetes and weight loss management. Now, the commercial supplies will be delayed temporarily. Certain semaglutide batches were found to be out of specification, which the issue is actually linked to the API used in the product. That's the active ingredient used in the product. Now, what the company is saying that the root cause investigation is underway. Corrective measures have been taken to ensure product quality, and the commercial supplies will actually be delayed until the issue is resolved. So overall, one is Dr. Reddy's, and we are seeing some kind of pressure in the stock, and OneSource Specialty will also have a negative impact considering the CDMO player of Dr. Reddy's, the OneSource it is.
All right. Thanks so much, Varsha, for breaking it down for us and putting perspective to that. Let's take it across to Jasmeet, who's been standing by with all the stocks to watch. Jasmeet, many really showing strong recovery today, but what makes it to your list today?
Well, Nisha, thank you for that. I have 4 stocks in my radar. The first one is IRB Infra. Well, this stock was in focus on the back of the business update. We did note in the month of June, the overall toll collection has risen to 28% growth on YOY basis and crossed that 800 crore mark. If we look at the toll collection in the month of May, that's an uptick of roughly 25%. So it has done better in the month of June. Well, the next one is Phoenix Mills. Well, this company is also in focus on the back of the business update for the Q1 FY27. The overall retail consumption has grown 32%, and we have also seen a broad-based growth. Now, we look at the overall office rental, even that has increased the utilization to 72% versus earlier 70%, and that's why the stock is buzzing into it up about 4%. While the next two are brokerage notes. Well, the first one is Investec on delivery. While this particular counter maintains a buy on delivery and hikes the target price to rupees 610 from earlier 560. Now, they see a broad-based growth coming for this particular counter. They call out that the express parcel volume growth is something which will stay for the company, and even the part truck load, the PTL growth also is something to watch out for. Well, they also make a note that there are near-term few headwinds for the margins, but apart from that, they like the business. Now, the next one is HSBC on Syrma SGS. Well, they initiate a buy on this particular counter with a target price of rupees 1750. They call it a high growth manufacturing at scale. They do note that there are few areas where they are in the low margin business, there will be a competition for the company, but apart from that, they remain bullish on this particular counter. While they also mark the backward integration and inorganic expansion are the key to growth for this counter, while they give a target price of rupees 1750, calling it the highest on the street.
All right. Thank you so much, Jasmeet, for telling us all about the stocks to watch and keep on our radar for today. Now, sources do tell NDTV Profit that SEBI has approved futures and options contracts on the Nifty India FPI 150 index, giving foreign investors a new India-focused benchmark for derivatives trading. Nimit joins us with all the details on this development and its impact. Nimit.
Yes, SEBI has approved futures and options on NSE India's FPI 150 index. These will be rupee-denominated onshore contracts to complement the existing derivative indexes already available. Remember, the dollar-denominated versions of these already exist at Gift City for trade. Important thing to note is that derivatives form a large part of NSE's revenue. Last year, there were over 60% of that revenue in the last fiscal, and this is NSE's way of another option to boost their income ahead of their planned IPO, which is worth 30,000 crores. Also important to understand that this gives foreign investors another option to invest in India and aims to boost their participation in India markets. The product is designed to offer FPIs a more accessible India-focused benchmark.
All right, thanks Nimit for that, and it's time to say goodbye on Markets at 12. Thank you so much.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी. ये आपके लिए.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Technology is driving huge amounts of innovation, whether it is deep tech, whether it is biotech, whether it is climate tech, agri-tech, you name it. Young entrepreneurs are taking on risk, they are innovating, and they are keen to create value. And to me, that gives me the optimism of what India can be.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're watching Trending Stocks from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio with me, Mahima Vachrajani, and Sharad Dubey, who's standing by at the NDTV Profit market pit with all the action. that the markets have today. I mean, if you take a look at the markets, we've seen a good bounce back, Sharad, at least from the yesterday. We're holding about the 24,000 levels, at least for now, right?
Well, yes, you're right. Good afternoon, Mahima. And let's look at how the markets have rebounded. Yesterday, there was a sharp sell-off, which we saw in the last 2 hours of trade. A good gap-up opening, sustaining, and now we are trying to inch towards the day's high level, and that's a good sign. It's a healthy sign in the markets. Globally also, we saw that be the Asian markets or even the US futures earlier in the morning. And let's just look at the Nifty Bank also. What's actually playing out is largely the same story. All the interest rate sensitive stocks are doing well, and a good buying back in the private banks. Remember, the operational updates were quite strong, so there's a lot of bullishness and FIs are coming back. Mahima, almost for last 4 trading sessions, they have been buying in the cash market. Let's look at the factors, and it seems like global markets, assets are beyond Trump right now. Nifty Bank sees a very strong rebound. And going ahead, also looking at the other sectors, they're seeing a good buying happening. Let's look at the second important factor, the broader indices. They are outperforming the benchmark indices, and this is coming after a long time. Earlier, last 3-4 sessions, there was some index management, but now it seems like a good value buying is coming back in SMIDs. That's a good sign. Normalcy is coming back across the asset classes. So take a couple of days for that overall stabilization to happen, and this is one of the best lines to write in our analysis. The value buying is back at SMIDs just ahead of the earnings. Today the earnings of course kicks off, and that's also a point which I'll talk about. Strong technical strength back in the realty segment we had mentioned earlier in the morning, and now a good buying is happening. So very strong longs are being made in the FNO counters. The rupee has strengthened, and the yields, they have started to moderate as well. So the reversal of most of the stories are playing out from the last trading session, but today this is very important to track, and right now all the IT stocks are slightly muted ahead of the earnings, and the US initial jobless claims is also very much important to understand how things happen. And overall the global AI trade has stabilized, so it's not so much stress anymore. It is a recovery at play, but will it sustain or not, or will there be more rounds of stability? That's what we need to understand. Back to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Stability is something that definitely we'll be watching out for, especially in today's and tomorrow's trade, and whether we're able to sustain those 24,000 levels at least on the Nifty, and the momentum that we've seen in the broad end of spectrum today, will that continue or not, is something that we'll watch out for. But some specific names that are buzzing in trade today, trending in trade today, and there's your watch list. I'll start with the first name, that is NLC India, which has kind of signed a joint venture agreement. It snapped its 7 days losing streak, so this one definitely trading higher on the back of that. You have IRB Infra, where June 2026 toll collections rose 28%. In fact, we also spoke to the management, and we'll get you a snippet of what the outlook of the company is. You also have Suven Life Sciences, where it's seen its highest level gains since 2015 today, and that's something that you should keep on your radar, buzzing on the back of strong volumes also coming in. You have SH Kelkar next, where you have seen overall consolidated revenue growth of around 13.7% year-on-year basis, and it's buzzing on the back of that. Then you also have Redigare Enterprises, where overall the company has infused around 119 odd crores in the Infocare Health's business. Then you also have Phoenix Mills, where retail consumption has seen a good growth of 32 odd %. We also had a brokerage note coming in on this one, and has seen positive news, has positive moves on the stock on the back of both of these. Then you also have Tanfac Industries, which has reduced the size of its proposed preferential issue, and on the back of that you're seeing some moves coming in on this one as well. You have Standard Engineering Technology next, where the board meet is set to be scheduled, and this is for raising of preferential equity issue. You have Dr. Reddy's, where there has been quality issues that have been flagged in the semaglutide batch. In the back of that, we're seeing that Nifty 50 counter falling in trade, and kind of keeping the Nifty a little lower as compared to where it could be. But you also have something like a delivery where Investec has maintained a buy, hiked the target price to 610, and it's buzzing on the back of that. And you also have Dixon Tech, Amber Enterprises, so your EMS stocks doing fairly well on the back of import duty being removed on several key raw materials. You also have solar equipment stocks that are doing very well on the back of the self-certificate deadline extensions. And lastly, you have ONGC, Oil India, etc., which are also buzzing on the back of crude prices, so rising crude prices. So that's with regards to where the watch list goes. But Sharad, let's try to pick some of these names with our tech guests as well.
Thanks a lot, Mahima, for that. We're joining in. We have Lakshmikant Shukla with us. Good afternoon, Lakshmikant. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. And we'll start a rapid fire round. And the stock in focus is NLC India. Interesting MOU coming in. Your views on the charts for this counter?
Good morning, Sharad. So NLC India a few days back has given bearish head and shoulder breakdown below the levels of 305, and then after in today's sessions we have seen some uptick. So I think levels of 290 short-term pullback move is expected toward the levels of 300, 350, where it could find a major hurdle. So one can play for the short-term pullback move.
Right, Lakshmikant, apart from this, NLC India, another stock I would like to talk about is definitely going to be Religare Enterprises. The stock is doing well as fundraise have started coming in. Seems like a big overhang in the stock might be coming out. There's a demerger also, you could say, at play as well. Like it's a special situation, to be honest. So your views on the technical charts, do you think on a monthly basis or a weekly basis there is more breakout in this counter?
Yeah, this has shown decent amount of rally after giving falling trend line breakout of the levels of 230, and then after it has started moving higher. Now it has been forming pole and flag pattern on the daily chart. So upside breakout is expected of the levels of 280. Once it surpasses this level, then we could see bullish momentum in this stock and could push higher toward the levels of 300. So I'm expecting big breakout of the levels of 280, and one can keep the stop loss of 265 on the downside and can expect this breakout on the upside above 280 and target of 300 in the upcoming sessions.
Right, and the next stock is Ventive Hospitality, a good acquisition coming in the Mumbai metropolitan region. Street liking that acquisition as well. Do you think there is some momentum in the stock right now, or it's still in a consolidation phase?
So I'm expecting that the stock could trade in a consolidation phase. From last few sessions, it has been facing resistance from its previous swing high, and short-term and long-term moving averages. The strong hurdle is seen around the zone of 645 to 650. Till it holds below this level, I think consolidation will continue. While on the lower side, I think 610 to 600 will be the key support area to watch it out for this stock.
Stock of Suven Life Sciences I'm talking about. That stock has also done well. It's up almost 7%. What are the technicals suggesting? Your view on that?
The stock is already trending higher. Today it has given consolidation breakout of the levels of 335 and also trading up the same. So I think positive momentum will continue. Near-term support is seen around the levels of 320. I think holding these levels, we can see more upside in Suven toward the levels of 348 to 350.
Right. So that's the end of the rapid fire round. Over to you, Mahima. What are the Google trending stocks?
Yes, Shad. So let's focus on which are the stocks that are trending on Google currently. Let's try to pull that up. I think we have names like Kalyan Jewellers, which is also buzzing. There's also Vedanta. There's NAC Packaging, a very recent listing on premium. You also have Vedanta Power, Geo Financial Services trending very well in trade today. I think Lakshmikant, a very good afternoon to you. I'll take up two names. One is Kalyan Jewellers, and the second one is Vedanta from that list. Kalyan Jewellers saw a knock in trade day before yesterday, but since yesterday it's been gaining quite significantly, 25% of an uptick just in the last 2 days, right? Do you think the momentum is here to stay? And secondly, on Vedanta, what are the charts indicating?
Hi, good afternoon. So, in today's session, Kalyan Jewellers has given a strong breakout and surged around more than 15%. Now it is hovering near its 200 DMA. I think that would be the key levels to watch out for Kalyan Jeweller. Upside breakout is seen around the levels of 440. So I think that would be the major concern due to the presence of this 200 DMA. If it sustains well above this level, then after we will see upside momentum to continue. I think one should wait for the dip toward the levels of 420 to 415. That would be the good zone from where one can initiate a long position in it and can expect this upside breakout of the levels of 440. Then after we will move further higher momentum in Kalyan Jewellers toward the levels of 460 to 465 kind of range. Now talking about Vedanta, so from last few days, Vedanta is consolidating below its long-term and short-term moving averages, and I think my view is bearish. If it takes the support levels of 270, then further could be seen in Vedanta towards level 260.
Kalyan Jewellers. But it's the earnings seasons, the first earnings from the IT space. We have TCS with it, and it's the usual, or is there something more to it? To decode that, we are joined in by Jasmeet. Jasmeet, this time it feels like IT sector is going to have not so good quarter.
Well, sir, rightly said, we're expecting a flatted Q1 for all the IT companies, but starting with the TCS. Well, for TCS, we're expecting a muted to flat quarter in this particular Q1. What we're seeing is the revenue expected to rise by 1.48%, while the margins could see a downtick by 100 BPS. Well, the margin downtick is coming on the back of the wage hike, which kicked in the month of April. So that will have some impact. But on the other hand, we also have rupee depreciation, which should support the overall impact on the margins. While if we look at the net profit, that could see a slight downtick by 1.2%. Now, in terms of the key things that will be in focus in this particular quarter will be the overall commentary and the guidance. Given TCS is the first company to report its Q1 result, so whatever guidance TCS sets out, it will set an overall context for the IT companies. The second thing would be the deal win. When Q4 we did see a record quarter for the company at about $12 billion of deals, but in this quarter we're estimating a $10 billion. So we'll see how it pans out for the company. While the third thing would be the AI revenue. Company has started to give out its AI revenue, and how that has changed from the Q4 to Q1 will be something to watch out for. And the last one would be the overall acquisition the company has planned to do in this coming year, and what areas they're focusing to acquire entities.
Thanks a lot, Jasmeet, for that. But the only important thing is AI. That's everyone's mind, and of course the impact, be it global or domestic. But to understand more, we are joined in by a fundamental guest, Sneha Podar. Good afternoon, Sneha. It's always a pleasure to have you with us at NDTV Profit. Jasmeet was discussing about TCS. The earnings are coming in today, expecting that flat or a negative reaction might come in when it comes to the earnings. How are you seeing TCS and the entire IT pack as a whole, especially the large caps, Sneha?
Hi, good afternoon. So as you rightly said, TCS is expected to report muted numbers, but all the eyes would be on the expectation, what kind of guidance they give for FY27, and when it's expected for the business model to be AI ready. That would be the kind of outlook which people would be really watching out for. So overall, the commentary on the demand environment and by when can we expect the deals to be AI-led deals and not the legacy business-based deals, that would be really key important thing to watch out, because that will set the tone for the entire IT industry. See, overall, all the companies and numbers, there's not much expectation. The only outlook which would be awaited is how long will it take for the IT industry to be ready for the AI-driven deals, because that would actually let the acceleration in the revenue which is currently missing. So that is the main thing to watch out for all the IT companies in general.
All right. So we are talking about Dr. Reddy's also, and the stock is down, and a kind of adverse news flow coming in on semaglutide. But what's that news? We have Varsha with us to decode that. Varsha, big fall, overreaction.
Yes, absolutely. I won't say overreaction, of course, but everyone was betting on GLP-1, and now what Dr. Reddy's has said that it has flat quality issues when it comes to semaglutide batches. Now, what is semaglutide? It's an API, the main ingredient which is used in your Ozempic, which is the weight loss drug. And Dr. Reddy's has flagged quality issues in semaglutide batches, and the commercial supplies will be delayed temporarily. Now, certain semaglutide batches were found to be out of specifications, and the issues is linked to the API used in the product. Now, what is the company's response? Company saying that the root cause investigation is underway and the corrective measures have been taken, while the commercial supplies will be delayed until the issues is resolved and there is no impact on patient safety. But overall, yes, it's a negative news considering the market was pegging a huge growth when it comes to semaglutide, and now the supplies will be delayed. Also, one source will also be in focus. So the stock is up, but one source is in CDMO partner for this product for Dr. Reddy's, and hence you should also keep a watch on that. And today's con call at 4:30 where Dr. Reddy's will clarify on all these issues.
Thanks a lot, Varsha, for that, and we will be also on this con call and give you those updates as well. But Sneha, just wanted to get your views also in this. Dr. Reddy's stock has taken a negative beating in the day's trade, but the story of GLP-1, is this a structural one? And if yes, how are the Indian pharma players positioned?
See, the story of GLP-1 is definitely a structural one because the obesity is rising across the world, and it's rising at a very rapid pace. So obviously, whichever pharma companies which is able to capture this early will be the one which would be beneficial. Now, this setback which has come for Dr. Reddy will definitely lead to a delay in the revenue generation from the semaglutide drug, and moreover this will further delay the launches in some of the other global markets which it was planning to do in FY27. So that would be a major negative headwind. Along with that, if we look, already the company has been struggling since FY26. Till FY25 the company was witnessing very robust growth, but then FY26 they saw a major setback in their overall profitability, and that was because of the reduced profitability in the Revlimid profitability, and also because there was some delay expected in some of the markets for the semaglutide launches. So now this will further get aggravated with the current news flows. Also, the generic portfolio is witnessing the pricing pressure, which will result in poor numbers for FY27 as well.
Okay, got it. So that's, of course, the view coming in on Dr. Reddy's. The stock taking a knock on Nifty 50 stock, now down by about 5% at the day's low point. But the other one in focus is IRB Infrastructure. Now, this has reported its highest ever monthly toll collection, with June revenue rising 28% year-on-year, led by traffic growth, tariff revisions and asset expansion. Earlier today, we spoke to Anil Yadav, CEO of Business Development at IRB Infrastructure, listening to what he had to say about the outlook of the company.
One of the aspects that stood out in the fourth quarter was the fact that construction revenue declined. But the anticipation for FY27 is, as I understand it, and please correct me if I'm wrong, 3,000 crore rupees. What are going to be the driving factors for that number?
I think if you look at the IRB today, we have 94,000 crores kind of asset, and IRB's primarily valuation is derived from the asset business, not from the construction business. Construction is the support business, and typically what we do in the construction, we do EPC and O&M of our own project. And gradually, because we have today 28 assets, and gradually that O&M order book is building up. And today we have an order book of almost 45,000 crores, and that provides a visibility for 15 years, because O&M is a dated order book and have a stable margin. And it's a kind of annuity kind of business where every year, considering the inflation, your execution will increase. And on the same line of the project, also your execution will increase. And further, you are adding a project every year, so then that will further boost your order book. Now, coming to the specific numbers, This year, definitely the EPC execution will be close to 3,000 crores. And in terms of the order visibility, going forward, it will be a largely execution of our O&M order book, and which is around 1,500 crores presently. And we expect this to reach around 3,000 crores kind of execution in next 2 to 3 years.
Well, so that's a pretty interesting take coming in for this. But going ahead, sir, what do you think would be the toll collection guidance? How the growth will be looking like. If you could just give us that perspective. Yeah. Oh, Sneha, for IRB Infra, if you could just give us that important update coming in.
Okay, sure. So in case of IRB, definitely the toll collection numbers has been really great, and they have some of the really marquee projects like the Ganga Expressway, which really underpins the growth visibility for, over the medium term. The overall EPC order inflow is currently subdued, but then the company is it is strategically trying to focus on building the O&M order book, which will provide the long-term revenue visibility. So in fact, their target is to take the contribution from the O&M revenue to almost 50% from the current 25-30%. So that will provide stability to their numbers and reduce the volatility which is there because of the EPC projects. So overall, looking at the attractive valuations and the strong order book, we are positive on IRB Infra, though the subdued order inflows at the current levels might keep the stock under check.
All right. Okay. So that's the view coming in on IRB Infra. I think the other one that remains in focus is Syrma SGS. Now, HSBC has kind of given it a target price of 1750. What they believe is that high growth manufacturing at a scale is leading EMS, overall as a sector, and the company with a diversified customer base. And what they're saying is that the original design, manufacturing expertise, backward integration, and inorganic expansion is the key to growth from here on for this company. Plus, strong competition in lower value segments is a concern. That is something that they will be watching out for. But the target price of 1750 that they've given is the highest on the street for this particular counter, and that's why we're seeing gains of almost 5% coming in for this one. Sneha, a quick take on Syrma SGS and any other in the EMS space that you like.
Syrma is undergoing a structural transformation in its overall business model, and they're trying to move towards the value-added ventures. Recently, they forayed into the print circuit board via JV with a South Korean company, which really positions it well to tap the large domestic import substitution opportunity. Also, they recently entered into the JV with LA Master, which helps them to increase their presence in the high value segments, and also they did the acquisition of Elcom, which helps them to foray into the high value end of the defense segment. So they're trying to restructure their entire business, where they're trying to reduce the exposure towards the low margin segments like the telecom and the consumer business, and they're trying to increase the exposure towards the high end segments like defense, medtech and all. So with this, their overall margin profiles will improve, their overall product profile will improve. So that makes us really positive on the stock. And here currently we have a target price of 1300, which we might review post the Q1 numbers.
All right. Okay. Just shifting focus, the government has waived customs duty on key components used in display module and wireless charging module manufacturing to support domestic electronics production. Now, the move is expected to lower production cost and strengthen India's electronics manufacturing ecosystem. Rishabh is here with more details on this one. Rishabh?
Right, and what's going to be a major boost for the electronics components manufacturing ecosystem here in India? The government has waived customs duty on key electronic parts that are used and have wide applications in automotive, displays as well as medical fields. What we have coming in is that the customs exemption is also been extended to components that are used in wireless charging for smartphones. So we're seeing an all-round sort of an approach in key components components being completely waived customs duty. And why this is also important is because this is a customs duty waiver till the end of 2029. So this gives a very long-term vision for industries that are wanting to set up industries domestically. What we have is these exemptions. They cover display cells, backlight units, flexible printed circuit assemblies, as well as NFC coils. And these have very wide applications when it comes to automotive, medical, as well as industrial display assemblies. What we also have is that these parts also are used in industrial clusters and instrument clusters, also infotainment displays that a lot of vehicles use. All 85 components that are used in lithium-ion batteries have also been exempted. So a very wide-ranging, what we're seeing is in terms of duty exemptions. The MeitY secretary also said that this has been a very important industry feedback that they received, and they're glad that FinMin has now approved these. So that's what we're picking up on the electronic parts, fresh waivers that have come in on customs duty.
All right, Rishabh, thank you so much for getting us those details. In fact, let's also listen into the reaction coming in on custom duties waiver from S. Krishnan, Secretary of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology.
We are very, very happy that these notifications have been issued. This will really stimulate the electronics industry, especially the electronic component industry in the country. This is an important requirement. This is an important change, and it would help us further deepen the value chain here and the ecosystem here.
All right, with that, viewers, we are completely out of time on this edition of Trending Stocks, but do stay tuned in. We have more updates and news on the other side of the break.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में. P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों.
अंबा शक्ति प्लांट की वर्ल्ड रेनाउंड टेक्नोलॉजी देती है स्टील को ज्यादा ताकत हर बार. अंबा शक्ति SDTMT.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
I think it's also important that how they are reshaping the industries, commercial activities which they are into. And it's a very judicious mix of people to choose from. My compliments to the team.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
First of all, my compliments for NDTV to bring back the leadership awards, and in terms of both
Is firm above 24,000 even as sell-off pressure and global cues hover on the street. Green wave as broader markets mirror benchmarks while all sectors trade in the positive. Meanwhile, Dr. Reddy's is under pressure after the company flagged a quality issue in the active pharma ingredient used in certain semaglutide batches and has launched a root cause investigation. Government waives customs duty on key components used in display and wireless charging module manufacturing. The move is expected to lower production costs and strengthen India's electronics manufacturing ecosystem. Kalyan Jewellers continues to glitter. The stock has rallied as much as 24% over the last 2 trading days, extending gains for a second straight day today. All eyes, meanwhile, are going to be on TCS as IT Bellwether is set to announce its first quarter numbers. A muted quarter with modest revenue growth on the cards. AI-led disruption set to put pressure on margins and profitability. Good afternoon and thank you so much for tuning in. You're tuned into Lunchtime Trades with me, Shreyansi Singh, and this is the show that's going to get you a roundup in terms of everything that is happening in the world of commodities, news and updates as well on the top buzzers at this hour, all while you grab lunch. But as we do that, first things first, let's take a very quick look at the markets right now. And when you talk about Nifty 50, some bit of strength really seems to be returning to the markets, managing to stay up above those 24,000 levels as well. That's the Nifty for you right now. And when you talk about Sensex as well, quite some strength and resilience that you're seeing after yesterday's sell-off come back to the Sensex as well, about 470 odd points higher. When you talk about the entire sectoral picture as well, it's quite interesting to see how that is also panning out against a tepid backdrop of thus far this week. You know, you do have Realty, Media, PSU Bank, FMCG, Pharma as well as Bank, exactly in that order. There are leading gains across the board. There's a sea of green, as you can very, very clearly see on your screens as well. And speaking of green as well, let's also talk about some of the gainers as well. You do have something like a Kalyan Jewellers that is sparkling away in trade right now. So that stock is doing quite well for itself with that 17.5% uptick really coming in. And it's rallied over 24% thereabout over the last 2 trading sessions as well, extending gains for the second straight day, like I mentioned earlier as well. And you do have CE Infosystems upwards of about 11% gain coming in for that particular counter. And even when you talk about some of those stocks from within the Nifty 50 pack as well, you're seeing some bit of strength coming in to something like an SBI Life. Some stocks from the pharma pocket as well, like Sun Pharma as well, 2.5% uptick coming in on that particular counter as well. Grasim, Shriram Finance, Bharti Airtel, Max Healthcare, all of those stocks in good stead right now. What's not doing so well from within the entire Nifty 50 pack is some of your IT companies, so something like an Infosys, and even some of your banking counters as well, something like Axis Bank, HDFC Life, Kotak Bank, also trading with a little bit of loss right now. And that's the entire setup as far as the markets are concerned. But moving on, let's also quickly talk to you about the entire setup when it comes to oil prices as well. And oil seems to be having a very volatile day in trade. We'll get you more insights in terms of how you should be positioning right now and looking at all of this right now. But you know, when you talk about some of the factors to watch, of course, on the top of that list is Strait of Hormuz shipping that remains crucial. And as you can see on your screens as well, Brent trading very close to those $78 a barrel level. Negative, but still just about managing to hold on to those levels nonetheless. You do have WTI as well trading very close to $74 a barrel. And in terms of some commentary also coming in, it's quite interesting that Goldman Sachs is also talking about how the Hormuz disruptions are going to be threatening the supply recovery going forward. So right now, the market just about seems to be shrugging off some of those supply concerns right now, or it could just be profit booking after that sort of surge that we saw coming in when it comes to oil prices. The escalation could really push prices higher, and that's also something that Goldman Sachs has highlighted. And they're also talking about how the tanker attacks still keep the shipping risks elevated. So it's not completely out of the woods when you talk about the entire oil market as well. And speaking of gold as well, is extending losses right now, and it's hovering very close to those $4,000 an ounce levels. We'll get you some of those insights in terms of what else you should be watching out for when it comes to both of these commodities. But first things first, let's talk about oil prices as well with our guest Ajay Kedia, Director, Kedia Advisory as well, joining us on the show right now. Mr. Kedia, a very good afternoon. It isn't a good afternoon for either oil or gold for that matter. Because you did have some of those supply concerns that came back to the forefront when you talk about oil prices. Right now, prices seem to be really shrugging those fears off as well. Right now, what do you expect going forward for the rest of this week and heading into the next week?
Very good afternoon, Shazit. Yeah, definitely, yes. 2 days back when the escalation has started, we were not expecting so much of bounce, but yes, we have seen prices of Brent testing merely at 80 level mark, but now again it's near to 78. Overall, we expect the story between US and Iran has been already be priced in, or we can say discounted, just like Russia and Ukraine. Maybe because of supply concern, there could be another $5-6 movement would be there, but it would not be sustained because we have seen OPEC continues to pump in more crude in the market. US is increasing their production. Even let's say if sanctions on Iran get exited, then definitely Iranian oil would be in the market. So I think ample of supply would be there for Q3, Q4 with us. No doubt with this escalations in meantime, prices might get some support, but it would not sustain above 80-81 level mark. Also, the support has been seen with the buying from SPR holding, which has depleted lowest level since 1983. That was expected in the line, but I don't think 80-81 should be holding at current level because of ample supply.
No, absolutely. And speaking of ample supply as well, just wanted to try and understand what you think is going to be happening going forward as well. What kind of levels are you then penciling in? And it's very clear that this is not a market that you can really time. But given all of those requirements as well, anything that you're looking at by the way of prices?
Actually, this was a totally surprise move when we have seen Brent prices move towards $70 mark, because as per our calculation, we were looking for 80-82 as a base, because whatever the infrastructure that has been damaged, that will take time to reinstate. But all of a sudden, we have seen UAE last year has exited. Iraq this year is expecting to exit OPEC, and because of that, the capacity of Iraq is around 7.5 million barrel, whereas in OPEC, they are contributing only 2.5. So I think because of OPEC's statement that they will be increasing prices has moved to that level. And by Q4, we expect prices should be around $62 to $65 mark, as supply would be more. As of now, whenever there is a heat, like news would be there, heat up talk between US and Iran, prices might go up to the level of 81, but would not be sustained. Coming on domestic side, today MCX crude oil prices gain opened around 71.33, made a high of 71.38, but would not sustain. We expect prices would be trading in a range of, let's say, 6,400 to 7,400 for this coming 7 to 10 days. But overall, I think prices should come down again.
Absolutely. So that's what you're broadly also penciling in. Just quickly wanted to try and understand what you think about gold prices as well. It seems to be extending losses. What do you think investors should be doing if they've been waiting for the sidelines, or like on the sidelines for fresh buys as well?
So Janji, we were expecting gold prices would break 4,000 level mark, and we may see prices moving toward 3,450, 3,500 also. But with the crude prices correcting in the month of June, the concern for inflation has came down sharply. That is why we expect as of now, unless and until 39.20 doesn't break, a sharp recovery is expected in crude oil prices, because already Fed statement has clearly that last night there was a Fed minutes, and we have seen much was in line of expected. Only one rate hike is expected by December, and that is good sign for gold as of now. So we don't expect a major bloodbath in gold prices. Already prices has dropped almost 26% from the high. Yeah, there is still concerns going on from the current level. We may see prices recovering to the level of 4180, 4200 as of now immediately for next 4-5 sessions. But overall for July, we are bullish. Market can test the level of 4400 level in international market, whereas on domestic side, with a rupee weakness and making a strong support at 1,40,000, we prefer to be on a long side in gold around 143,500, 144 odd numbers with a stop loss of 140. Our prices can move to the level of 1,50,000 by this month, and one should go ahead and take a long position. Even from the physical side, we have seen some buying initiated has been done because of whatever the fall we have seen in the June month. So I think buying is now coming back in the market.
No, absolutely. And just a yes or no answer before we wrap the conversation as well. Silver as well, you expect this to also move in tandem with gold, right?
I'm more bullish on silver as gold-silver ratio is dropping. One should go ahead for silver, targeting at least $70 in next 1.5 month period.
Perfect. Thank you so much for taking time out and joining us, Mr. Kedia. So there you go. That's the entire outlook coming in. Time to be a little more bullish on silver. That's the commentary also coming in. When it comes to a comparison between gold and silver, and it's actually the gold-silver ratio that's making it quite an attractive bet at this hour as well. But moving on, let's get to some interesting and important updates. The government has waived customs duty on key components used in display module and wireless charging module manufacturing to support domestic electronics production. Let's go across and listen into the word coming in from the MeitY Secretary S. Krishnan, who talked about all of this in terms of the customs duty waiver.
We are very, very happy that these notifications have been issued. This will really stimulate the electronics industry, especially the electronic component industry in the country. This is an important requirement. This is an important change, and it would help us further deepen the value chain here and the ecosystem here.
And we've talked to you about where crude is headed as well, going into the next week as well. But let's also talk about the ethanol blend. In fact, the government is weighing a calibrated shift to higher ethanol blends with E21 likely by 2027 as well. In fact, in an exclusive conversation with your channel, you do have the Petroleum Minister allaying some of those concerns over ethanol blending, saying that E20 has seen no consumer complaints in the last 18 months. Let's go across and listen in to a slice of that conversation.
The fact that there is now suddenly a raging debate with regards to ethanol, something that has actually happened months after the actual implementation, actual transition that has taken place. In your assessment, why is it that it's happening now?
E20, madam, has been around for nearly 2 years now. Nearly 2 years. Slightly short. I think E20 blend came into the market in April 2025.
Yeah.
So, April of 2025 to April, and we're already in the month of July. Okay. But I ask you another question. Before we reached 20% blend, we were at slightly less than that. And we were at E15 for 3.5 years, and I've never heard of any controversy then. Let me put it the other way around. Why does a controversy take place now? Especially, and I underline emphatically, there are 20 crore two-wheelers using E20.
Yeah.
20 crore. There are 20 lakh four-wheelers using E20. I don't call it a gut feeling, because people like me should not be going on gut feelings. But when I put everything together and I compile the evidence which is available, the fact of the matter is that we import 85% plus of our crude. Suddenly on 5th June, when we launched E85,
right,
in a limited number of stations, I think 47 in the National Capital Region, and we launched the largest selling, we launched means the company concerned, Hero Motors launched the largest selling brand as a conversion to E85. Suzuki Motors launched Wagon R, and Toyota Motors launched one of their hybrid using flex fuel, E85. My sense is that someone thought that if E85 takes off in India, and this was on 5th June, which is World Environment Day, because things happened very rapidly after that.
Right.
Someone must have thought that, my God, if flex fuel takes off here, and EV already there is a thrust coming, etc., let's cast a doubt.
You're raising a very significant issue
well,
there,
I'm
sir.
raising it because you asked me a very penetrating question.
True.
And I had, frankly, before I came for this discussion, I kept, I appear in discussions with colleagues, individually, with newspaper correspondents. But I don't think we've had a firmer fix on the timing as we are getting out of this discussion.
True that.
Today we are on July the 8th.
Right.
And this controversy is 2 weeks old, 3 weeks old. And it's not that on 5th June suddenly it arose. We saw signs of it. But I think the counter information which has been put out that this is not something we've done suddenly, that E20 has been around for at least almost 2 years, that E15 has been around for 3.5 years, and by the way, in the last 18 months or 24 months, there have been no complaints.
Let me take some of those aspects that you pointed out. First, you said that there is a clear pattern towards fear-mongering when you linked the LPG fact to what is happening now. Do you think that this pattern in terms of fear-mongering or creating this kind of a fear psychosis, who's doing that?
Well, look, it's not for me to make those assumptions, or I can just point to some evidence. I went back to the LPG story only because fear-mongering comes naturally to people who have an interest in and a stake in trying to run down governance procedures, etc. You remember when we've had to face the pandemic, our vaccine manufacturing capacity had been almost, I'm talking about our domestic vaccine manufacturing capacity, it had been almost completely stopped in the public sector. Between, I think, 2010 or 6 to 10 or 12, thereabouts. Therefore, when we faced the pandemic towards the end of 2019 and 20, we not only set up domestic vaccine manufacturing capacity, one plant in Pune, AstraZeneca, another plant purely indigenous in the south. We ended up making 220 crore vaccines and distributed most of them pro bono to free to our population, and exported also to 100 and 150 countries in the world.
So who's questioning India's credibility?
No, I'm coming to that. But where were some of our friends then? Modi ji, हमारे बच्चों की vaccine कहाँ है? And I used to tell them that Rajasthan में आपकी सरकार ने कूड़े में फेंका उसको, पंजाब में उनकी सरकार थी, वहाँ पे मुनाफाखोरी. I'm not suggesting they are doing this. LPG, yes, they were in the forefront. When it
By they, you mean the opposition parties?
Absolutely,
all of them.
They were in the forefront. In LPG, you can see the MPs lined up. You have that, and it turned out that there was no shortage of LPG. We had some anxious moments because the supply routes were choked. We took a number of steps. We ramped up domestic production. We diversified our sources of supply. We passed orders on the demand side. We moved to many things. Domestic production went up from 35,000 metric tons a day to 54,000 metric tons. Yeah. A massive increase. But I come now to ethanol.
You know, the politics of it, you mentioned about opposition parties. Let me just quote exactly what Priyank Kharge, who's a minister in Karnataka government, has said, that this is actually an experiment on 3.6 crore Indians without adequate consultation. This is
what is an experiment?
The entire ethanol transition.
First of all, I would like to remind this gentleman you've named, the program of biofuel blending or ethanol blending is one that was started in the year of the Lord, much before we came on the scene. I was ambassador to Brazil in 2006, and I recall even before that, the Honorable Minister for Petroleum and Natural Gas, Shri Manishankar Iyer, statement, which I've seen played back on several of your channels, speaking in Parliament in 2005 that we would do ethanol blending, etc. Now, if they don't want to take the credit for it, I'm quite happy. But they should not distort facts. It is not an experiment. What he is referring to, possibly, and there was a lot of fear-mongering on that, the learned Attorney General, in appearing before the Supreme Court of India in a case which revolved around and was anchored in total procurement numbers, because there was a stay in the High Court of Calcutta, my apologies, in Karnataka, where a best endeavor clause in a contractual agreement was sought to be interpreted as a mandatory requirement. Okay. So he was saying that, look, he was appealing against that in the Supreme Court, and there he used the word experiment, but it's not in the context of blending numbers. He was talking in terms of quantity. And let me explain that to, and through you, to this gentleman and others who might be deliberately causing misconceptions and misleading people. When we wanted to do 20% blending, that was a target to be achieved by 2022. No, 10% blending by 2022 November. We did it 5 months in advance.
Right.
We had a target of 20% blending, for which we'd made a calculation that you need to produce 11 crore liter, 1100 crore liters of ethanol. I stand corrected, 1100 crore. Today, the production capacity has gone way beyond that because of a number of steps taken. A, it was a successful program. Secondly, we diversified the feed. We went from C-heavy and B-heavy molasses to cover sugar syrup. We covered maize, etc. And there were offtake agreements signed with banks. Today, the total capacity is close to not the 1100 crore liters, but almost double that amount. So the learned Attorney General was responding to that as an experiment, that the country is trying to assess how much it needs, etc., and we are trying to calibrate that. Now he has misinterpreted that to talk about percentage of blending.
Okay, so you've clarified on that, but the larger point, which is that India has advanced the timeline. 2025 is when E20 came into being. It was earlier expected to be around 2030, and there are already now talks about E25 probably being brought in. The question that many are asking is that were independent studies conducted, given the fact that there are many individuals and consumers who are coming to light and saying that, hey, there's an issue with regard to engine, there's an issue with regard to my car, not performing properly. Independent third-party audits. That is what many are saying.
I'm very happy you're asking that question. Because the discussion today is on E20.
Yeah.
But E20 has been around for 2 years. My point is, why is the controversy coming now? If you are looking at independent studies for E25 that we haven't even launched yet.
Right.
We are conducting those studies now. Insofar as E20 is concerned, I can tell you one particular manufacturer, I think it was Hero Motors, they have serviced 1.5 crore vehicles using E20. Not a single complaint. Then, as I mentioned to you...
But complaint is for older vehicles, before 2023.
I'm coming to that also. In older vehicles, the evidence that came through was on 2 counts. Number one, these number of cars, vehicle service also covers that. But what you get there is that if you have a gasket which has to be replaced at 50,000 kilometers, because you're using E20 on an older vehicle, that is a vehicle prior to 2023, you can probably have to look at it at 30,000. But again, Gauri, madam, why were those complaints not coming now? They come after 5th June suddenly. Insofar as mileage drop is concerned, yes, this is well proven in terms of automobile engineers amongst the discussion there, those who are fuel specialists. Ethanol helps acceleration. Ethanol has an octane count of, I think, 108, whereas normal petrol has an octane count about 84 or so. So depending on the kind of octane, higher octane that you take, but the ethanol does result in some percentage of less mileage. But equally, automobile experts will tell you the driving mileage depends on a number of factors. Driving habits, the kind of vehicle you're using, the kind of speed with which you are going. If you are going on an empty track and driving at a consistent speed, I'm not suggesting you do that, but say 40 kilometers an hour consistently, without zigzags, without brakes, without red light, you'll get a slightly higher mileage. So driving habits are very important, but it is conceded ethanol will give you a slightly less mileage, which again depends on a number of factors. Now, I said somewhere that, listen, ethanol is not something which has been invented by us. It's not even been invented by the Congress party. Madam, 100 years ago, the Ford Motor Company, when it launched the Model T, I think it was called, was talking about ethanol usage. Ethanol has been used in all manner of engines. Ethanol has been used in F1. In fact, I think the standard fuel for F1 racing cars is E10. So I think there is a lot of deliberate fear mongering, etc. And my simple response to this is, all right, prior to 5th June, prior to our launch of E85, how many complaints did you hear on ethanol blending?
You tell me, sir.
Well, I've been minister since I completed 5 years ago, I think, one of these days. And to me, this was entirely new. A new set of people who have nothing.
Let's say there was a vehicle before 2023. Let's say it was purchased only in 2023.
Let's say 2021.
2022. Okay, yeah. 2021. So it's 5 years so far. If, let's say, it has reached that 50,000 mark when the gasket had to be changed, or it realized it was done sooner than that, you are saying none of those complaints ever came to light till 5th of June right now.
Ma'am, why should I say something unless I'm 100% sure on it? I'm not giving you my evidence. I'm giving you the evidence of auto manufacturers. I'm giving you the evidence of those who make two-wheelers, those who make four-wheelers. They've been serving. I'm giving you another independent. You're talking about independent study. How independent is independent? There is a person somewhere in Chennai. He's called Madras Mechanic. He's written an account, absolutely technical account. He said he has serviced, he has analyzed thousands of vehicles. He's never come across these. Yes, it is theoretically possible that if your car is running more than the average. First of all, it's very difficult to work out averages. You may own a car. How many kilometers a day do you drive your car? When does your car reach 30,000 kilometers as against someone who's driving, let's say, an Uber? Okay?
So
those are the only requirements that experience has shown, that if a car is really driven to its optimum use, and instead of 50,000 kilometers, you might have to change the gasket, which is a simple, inexpensive part, earlier.
Okay.
On very old, much older vehicles also, there may be some rubber parts which require alteration.
Okay.
Then there you go. So that's key commentary coming in from the Petroleum Minister. Let's put the spotlight on some of the comments that he's given to us as well. He's talking about how the adoption of ethanol blending is going to be reducing pollution, talking about how the E20 fuel launch is definitely not an experiment, and around 20 crore two-wheelers use E20 fuel in the country as well. That's also a number that he's given us. And in terms of ethanol blending, that can affect mileage to some extent, but it is even F1 cars that use somewhere close to the E10 fuel as well. So that's the key commentary coming in on the ethanol front. Other than that, he's also talked about how they're fully prepared if the war escalates again as well. So that was Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri talking about the future of ethanol blended fuels in the country and much more. But do remember to tune in at 4:30 p.m. to catch the full conversation, and that's something that you should be tuned into as well, to find out some more in terms of ethanol blending and everything else that he's talked about as well. But with that, it's a wrap on this edition of Lunchtime Trades. Thank you so much for tuning in. Small Cap Buzzers up next.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who are here, and that itself speaks for the commitment towards.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है.
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में.
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों।
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who are here, and that itself speaks for the commitment towards highlighting the advantage which India is having. What I am looking for in this is that we should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
The entrepreneurship in India is currently defined by innovation, technology, more customer orientation is something what
Good afternoon, you're watching Small Cap Bazaars on NDTV Profit with me Somit Sarkar and my co-anchor Varsha. Now if you look at the markets, after the 500 points fall that we had seen on an intraday basis yesterday, we're seeing some kind of recovery coming in. At least 1/3 of the losses that we saw yesterday has been recovered by the benchmark index. Even the Nifty Bank Index is up more than 500 points in trade. The good part is that all sectoral indices are trading in green with the best index being the Nifty Real Estate Index up around 3%. Nifty PSU Bank Index is up close to around 1.7% in the trade, while the index which has gained the least is Nifty IT, up just 0.1%, and that too because of the recovery that we have seen in the share prices of TCS from the day's lowest point. TCS has recovered nearly 2% ahead of the numbers. But again, a good day for the Nifty Small Cap Index as well, up around 2%. But Varsha, which are the key stocks here that are buzzing in trade?
Well, a lot of stocks in focus. Good day for broader markets. You have Unichem Labs buzzing in trade on the back of high volumes. You have Creative Peripheral, again, 30 times of trading at 30 times.
Right, but before that, let's go across to the SBI mutual fund. The company will be coming out with its IPO on July 14th.
Hello and welcome to the show. SBI Funds Management is coming up with a large issuance in terms of listing, and the IPO size is almost $1 billion. I have the top team of SBI Funds Management joining right here to tell us about the potential and what the shareholders should really bet on in this particular IPO. I have with me, and let me introduce Devashish Mishra, DP Singh, Srinivas Jain. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us on NDTV Profit. Starting with you, Devashish Mishra, of course, SBI parentage is the main pull when we talk about SBI Funds Management, and of course, the AUM size also makes you the largest AMC and the fund management company in the country. When we talk about this particular IPO, what is your aim and SBI's vision in terms of this value unlocking?
Thank you for this question, and thank you all the viewers. So we came with this IPO to bring confidence in the market. For the last couple of months there has been uncertainty, but we want to say our investors that SBI coming out with a good value, so that we become the market leaders in AUM as well as in shareholders. And this is to improve our governance, market discipline, visibility. We don't need capital. We're fully capitalized. It's not to raise capitals. But we want to make, being the largest AMC of the country, we also want to be listed in the market to bring more transparency and governance to our own, also be accountable to the market. So we'll be adding one more stakeholder. We had unit holders.
Yes.
We maybe had our own regulators, our own parent. We are adding now our shareholders. Right. So we're actually inviting more discipline to ourselves.
That's right. All right. So that's one part. But of course, two of your investors are also selling stake through the OFS, and huge value unlocking is taking place when it comes to SBI as well as Amundi. Srinivas Jain, when we talk about the valuations, it is at par with the privately listed fund houses which are already listed. So it's at par with the peer when we talk about your FY28 Ps. What's the rationale of this particular valuation? And with this IPO, are you leaving anything on the table for the shareholders who are really issuing into this particular IPO?
Firstly, thank you for having us. It's a great opportunity to speak to you. When it comes to valuation, obviously the valuation is a derivative of what happens in the market, the demand, supply, positioning of the company. To be fair, as a company, we don't talk directly about valuation. We are very happy to see valuation that comes from the market, but we are the largest asset manager, and we've built a very large franchisee, and that franchisee's value is getting reflected today in the valuation that's there. Obviously, 6 other asset managers are listed, so there is a reference point out there. But clearly, we have a distinct advantage of being not just the largest, we've built a very large franchisee, and that reflects in the valuation that today market is giving us.
Right. So when we talk about the growth parameters, what is it that the shareholders should be really betting on? Why will they really bet for SBI funds management vis-a-vis the other private sector competitors?
I mean, we don't distinguish between private sector and public sector. We are competing in every single capability. We are largest private public put together. We are the largest asset manager in the country. To be fair, I think there is really no equivalence to the franchise that we've been able to build, whether it's a distribution reach, whether it's the retail penetration, the SIP book that we've created, a huge institutional business that we have built. And I think we have a lot more to look forward to. There's so much more headroom to go. I'm sure our CEO will add a lot of value on what we are trying to do as a company. But clearly, this is a very differentiated franchisee, completely different from what's out there in terms of capability, in terms of what we've already delivered in the market.
I'll supplement to what Srini said. Look at the way financialization happened in the country. 1.4 billion citizens, 950 million bank accounts, but only 55 to 60 million unique investors. So look at the roadmap we have. Even our parent, SBI, has got 530 million customers. So I've got a huge way to convert these customers, savers to investors.
That's right. So penetration is also key. It's a volume play, and with the large, distribution channel, especially of the parentage, also is an added example. DP Singh, in terms of the distribution mix, how is the growth potential? And if you can also share, what is the contribution when it comes to SBI as a franchise?
Thank you very much, Nisha, for asking a very, very good and very deep question. But just to take a clue from what you said, why people should look at us. Because we feel that we have just started our growth journey. Yes. Others have peaked. We are just starting, being the largest. And today the biggest amount, SBI is contributing only 21% of the overall AUM. But if you talk about the intermediate business or distribution business, we have 1/3 is coming from SBI, and remaining 2/3 is coming from the other channels and direct channel. So that's why there's no concentration risk, but at the same the biggest moat. If 1/3 of the business is coming from a distribution channel which is exclusive to you, that definitely is the very, very thick icing on your cake. Right. And I think that is what we feel that is what will bring value to the
I'll pick that line that there is no concentration risk, but this is the biggest moat. I think that will be the headline of the entire issue as well. But Debashish Mishra, also SBI is, after the listing, will be over 55% stakeholder, despite selling a minority stake in this OFS. Yeah. And after that, also it has that value unlocking as part of its SOTP. So that particular benefit is being given by this particular arm to SBI, and with the IPO, a lot of value unlocking is taking place with over 1 lakh crore rupees. But my question is that there is also a royalty fee that is being paid, which is a concern and needs to be also explained when it comes to the financial impact on the company.
So SBI, the biggest financial conglomerate in the whole country, and not only SBI Mutual Fund, we have got already listed 2 entities, that is SBI Life Insurance and SBI Credit Card. So the royalty part has been debated, discussed, and it is totally transparent for the bank as well as us. Now, this has no impact on the valuation because valuation will go up as market grows and as we are listed, and we are going to recover more. We're going to earn more by the scale and by the way market receives us in the future. I mentioned 2-3 numbers. I'll give one more number. The whole household investments in financial assets has grown by 11% in last 5 years. In mutual fund, it's 41% CAGR. So the way we have been growing in the mutual fund business, which is anyway, as Mr. Singh said, bread and butter of our business. So we'll grow much more, much faster to recover the fees and give more margin to our shareholders and our unit holders.
Is there a risk also of that brand, being lost in future? What are the fortified steps being taken? Because this brand brings a lot of value to the company.
It's a very good question. In fact, this question asked to me by global investors. So you are matching with them.
Thank you.
So see, there are two ways looking at it. One, large number of SBI customers in hinterlands, in B3 cities, they depend on SBI for many other things than investment. Their own savings, their own banking needs, their own digital banking, all by SBI. So we have got this mandate from SBI to select products, to sell select products in those branches.
Right.
And there is a process. We can't just sell any other product in those branches. So that process we follow. And SBI has a confidence in us being the subsidiary that we follow the same values, same ethics as SBI has. And SBI has already categorically mentioned that this will be permanently available to us.
So that's an important bit and gives a lot of consolation and understanding to the market as well, that this will be a permanent brand identity when it comes to the SBI parentage on SBI Funds
One
Management.
small supplement is SBI also has open architecture. It's called SBI Wealth, which are ultra HNI customers, which have been served for many like AMCs, but that is only some 0.1% of the SBI customers.
Right. Srinivas Jain, when we talk about your stakeholders, of course, SBI as a parent company, but Amundi is an investor. What is it that they bring to the table? And my second question, if you can also answer on their behalf, is that what is their strategy in terms of also value unlocking from the company, because it will be a listed entity, because that could be an overhang on the stock price as well.
No, it's a good question to ask because some of the other joint ventures out there actually are kind of exiting the business the way we understand. In our case, it's a little different. Amundi is a fiercely committed, joint venture here. In fact, we had to jointly discuss and say we will jointly sell the stake. It was not Amundi who was trying to sell; it's both SBI and Amundi who was trying to sell the stake. And their commitment will continue to be there. That even after full dilution, they'll have a significant stake in their company, meaningful stake in the company, beyond 20% stake, which will make them a very important stakeholder. That's one part of it. The second part of it is not just stakeholders; they bring a lot of value to the table. Today, Amundi, beyond the shareholding, has a deputy CEO who comes from Amundi sitting here. We have about 5 to 6 expats actually working in the company. Best practices are shared both ways, between SBI Mutual Fund and with Amundi. We are working on projects on technology. We are working on project on fundraise. We are working on project on both, two-way, getting investors to India through our global, routes, and also to take Indian investors to the global markets through LRS routes and others. So there's quite a lot of commitment that Amundi brings to the table. Unlike some of the other joint ventures, which are either an insurance-led joint venture, which are on the out, Amundi is a serious long-term equity investors, especially when it comes to, they're the largest European asset manager per se, with $2.5 trillion worth of euros worth of assets, and they bring a lot of value to us, and they continue to have a significant stake in the company even post-listing.
That's right. So no in terms of visibility of their stake sale.
No, they are selling at proportion to what SBI is also selling. Okay. So their holding will be sold down, equal in the same proportion that they hold today.
Will SBI and Amundi have the same proportion of stakeholding in the company in future as well? Is that the understanding?
That's perfect. That's correct.
Okay.
Right.
All right.
I mean,
so
if you remove the public holding, they would be at the same proportion.
That's
right.
a good understanding that you've given. DP Singh, across different categories, let's come to the products. What are the growth drivers? And in terms of AUM growth, it was a good amount of growth that you saw in the last financial year, 12% AUM growth. What is it that we are looking at for the next few financial years?
No, I think the growth is the function of the market sentiments, growth of net sales and mark-to-market gains. Last full year we grew by 12%, and this year from 31st March till date, we have already grown by 12%.
Right.
So that's the point which you have to take in mind. This is market movement also, the fresh sales also. If we look at the growth engines of the country, other than the product, it's the solution-oriented approach or investor-oriented approach of the company, which is taking us to the next level, but we are growing much better than the industry. If you look at our last 10 years data, I think we would have grown more than 2x of the industry growth. So that is something which is there, but for going forward, the product mix is already there. Then we are talking about the distribution mix.
Yes.
We are very conscious of the fact that we have to grow much higher in SBI channel, but the percentage term we don't want to grow more than what we are, maybe little more, so that the other channels also grow. So this will be inclusive growth of the company, which is the strategy. Right. And we are very confident that we'll be able to do that.
All right. So growth-wise, AUM-wise, we are in the same run rate as last year for sure. We may beat it, but at least we will not be below that. That's
no, but what I am talking about the absolute number.
Yes.
What we did in 12 months, we have done in 3 months.
All
That's
right.
what I was talking about. I'm not talking about the annualized 12% number.
Okay.
What he's saying is could be better than last year.
Yes, it will be much better than 4 times.
Right.
Because in three months you have already clocked it. So Srinivas Jain, when we talk about the profitability, of course growth is there, your distribution channels, India has the potential of penetration as well, and for that I'll come to you on the digital aspect. But first, in terms of profitability, margin play, that is going to be the key that the market will look at. How are we in terms of the blended margin, passive and active portfolio, and how is that growing, and what are the levers to push that growth?
So let me try and demystify 2 points. One is that I think at a profit level, we are one of the fastest growing profit pools out there among our peer group. So that's the first part. So whether blended or non-blended, I'll come to that later. Pure growth, pure volume, pure profit pools are very large and growing very fast. Yes. The second part about it is the blended volume, the yield part of it. See, at some level, we are a very large scale players. We are 13 lakh crores today as we speak. When we filed our DRHP, we brought 12.5 lakh crores, growing at a very fast pace. Secondly, we also have obviously there is a very large tilt towards passive assets that we have, which is kind of tapering out in the last 3 years. If you see, our active mix is growing faster than the passive mix. There's been almost 10% hike in our active assets compared to passive assets in the last 3 years. That actually has shown margin expansion.
Right.
We are one of the few asset managers where in the last 3 years the margin expansion is actually going up because we are catching up on that high active asset base for the company. So blended way is a wrong way to look at our business. Individually, when you look at it, we are either close to best in class or best in class in most of the category, and that's the way to look at our business.
But levers to push it forward.
The levers to push it forward is that our active mix goes up, and one of the things that we talk about is our SIP book. We have the largest stock SIP book in the country today, with almost close to about 4,000 plus crore coming month over month. We definitely have a very large active book that we are creating as we go along, and that obviously numbers are like 60,000 plus crores every year.
Yes.
A number as it goes up year over year, our active mix will only go up.
Right. So Debashish Mishra, penetration is the key. How is SBI's parentage really going to help in terms of expansion and go-to-market approach?
So first of all, we are now looking at 13,000 plus employees of SBI who are qualified, NISM certified to sell these mutual fund products. That is very good support to us, and also branches. In addition to that, SBI's whole YONO, the digital platform, digital banking which they have, has a smoothless, seamless connection with our mutual fund investment. Only one piece which is friction is the KYC. So as you understand from the regulators and from the government, the KYC piece will be resolved in 2-3 months' time.
Right.
So once it is done, then the whole journey of a customer of the bank or a investor in the mutual fund will be very seamless.
Right.
So that will be exponential growth in the whole investment industry, and we'll get the advantage because we are the largest parentage of SBI.
All right, so that is an important bit, but DP Singh, expense ratio, that being restructured by the regulator from 1st of April, what has been the impact?
Now, you look at it, see, first, this is the total expense ratio, the way we distribute our business. This is something, when we distribute, percentage of the total expense ratio is being parted with as a distribution cost.
Right.
So the major part of the reduction which has happened has already been passed on to the distribution partners, and they have very happily expected it because we are the partners both. And see, the best thing about our business is when the markets go up, we get the benefit of the fee on that as well.
Right.
So that has been passed on, and we had the way it was structured that we had some benefits also. So overall, we are see revenue neutral. Even after rationalization of 5 basis point expense.
So you have managed to offset
we
it?
We have managed, we have optimized it.
All right. But you mentioned about it's a function also of the market. Devashish, the market has been quite uncertain with the resurgence of the war fear again coming in. What is the impact on the business? And do you think, and of course, this meteoric rise of the AUM that you have already spoken about, but for the rest of the year, do you see this as a worry at all?
I don't see. My favorite line is market will be uncertain, trust is not.
All right.
So with that strength of trust and my customers, my shareholders, I don't think market will impact much in our activities coming up. The second thing is, we have been seeing this now for a long time. Mumbai rains.
All right.
They always come in different times and they disturb sometime, but you are used to it. So now market is used to this kind of uncertainties. So I'm sure it will come up.
The level of confidence that you have is really infectious. Srinivas Jain, today is a digital age. Now, private sector is really going very fast-paced on that. And now you have more avenues of distribution, even on your payment wallets and everywhere. What is your company's vision towards higher penetration, better reach, and making more profits out of the digital channels? What are the steps being taken there?
To start with, I think we are a highly digitized industry already because of all the stack that's available. And almost 95% of our business today comes purely on the digital platform. So it's already fairly digitized. We've spent a lot of money digitizing the ecosystem. We've used all the stacks that's available. We build our own stacks, by the way. We have a stack called InvestStack, which majority of the industry also uses it for that. Secondly, I think the way to think about our business is business is going advice plus digital. That means transactions happen on a digital platform, advice is still physical, right? And there is also advice digitally, but advice is still physical. So we are enabling this huge growth of digitization, the friction-free environment that we talked about, as more and more, today the new KYC 2.0, when that kicks in, I think we'll have a massive benefit that will come to us. We've already integrated our channels with SBI channels, full core banking integration. YONO, which is the largest digital bank in India, much bigger than the fintechs out there, have a full integration with SBI Funds Management. So we've built a lot of digital, railroads for us to kind of benefit from it. And today, Invest app, which is our largest mutual fund app out there, has about 4 million customers on it. Has about 12% of our SIP book actually comes from that. We built a very strong ecosystem of digital assets, digital app. One of the big thing is AI. We've actually used AI at the last investor mile. Our Invest app is fully AI enabled. You don't have to go through menus and stuff. You can ask what you want and you get those benefits.
How do you compare yourself to other peers when it's
personally,
the
if you
use
ask
of
me,
AI?
Personally, I think we are best in class out there. That's good for me to say, but obviously it's for industry to judge. But Play Store ranking gives us 4.8 on a Play Store, which tells us that people are also voting with their feet when it comes to our apps and our digital ecosystem.
All right, so use of technology and AI mix really adds to the overall power of the company and the sector, like all businesses these days, and that could be one of the differentiating factors for your industry also going forward. Thank you so much, gentlemen, and all the best for the IPO.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, all viewers.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों
Well, it was a very interesting discussion with the management Nisha had done earlier, but I'll give you a 360-degree angle analysis from NDTV Profit, and let's get in the peer analysis of how SBI Funds Management actually stacks up. I have got you 10 important metrics that will help you make your decisions for this IPO. The first metric, let's talk about it, which would be in focus for SBI Fund Management, is the revenue and profit. This is the numbers to look at, especially ICICI Pru AMC is on the higher side, but looking at it, the profit is also at roughly 3,500 odd crore rupees. So that's an interesting take. The second comparison, let's have a look in this analysis, apart from the financials, is the QUAAM. That's the highest. That's nothing but your quarterly average annual asset under management. That is something to watch out for. This is the market share rate. It's the highest. Let's look at the third metric to see what's the picture looking like. The foreign partners, most of these players have their foreign partners also, and this is what we are talking about for most of these players. Apart from this, let's talk of the fourth metric, what's important in our analysis. And of course, this is the overall market share. In the passive segment, look at that. Almost 28% of that is coming for SBI Funds Management. That is where the interest lies. Let's talk about the next metric also, what's there in focus. The equity-oriented retail, it's a close second in the analysis for SBI Funds Management. And apart from this, let's look at the other metrics also where you should be very thorough in your analysis. And the active equity AUM, that's where the market share comes. It's slightly below the ICICI Pru AMC, but largely in the top two. Also, the next important metric would be the number of unique customers. This is, of course, on the higher side for Nippon Life, and compare that with SBI Funds, it comes in at almost 1.8 crore. These are all the data by RHP. The next one is a very interesting metric. That's the QM of parent bank deposits. So generally they have their AMC and they have a bank as well. And this is a very lower number. Look at that, it's only just 21%. That means there's a significant headroom to expand and use the users of the parent, which is the SBI. So this is a very positive point. Also next, let's look at the other key metric, and this is the valuation picture. This is what we have taken for the FY28. This is on the lower side, but on that number, it's 31 to 34 times. That's what we have taken from the price band. So it looks like fairly priced IPO. So this is the entire picture when it comes to the overall peer analysis with SBI Funds Management. But this is IPO. So this is where we do a lot of analysis also. Of course, in the strength, weakness, opportunity thread. That means it's the SWOT analysis I'm talking about. And SWOT analysis about the company, I would like to give you some important points. It's the largest mutual fund asset manager in India. This is in terms of firm market share. Next point is also very much important. It's close to second in terms of actively managed equity hybrid schemes. The third important point for SBI Funds Management is the largest ETF and index fund. That's the passive segment by manager in market share. And if you can note it down, another interesting fact, largest market share in the B30 category. B30 is beyond the 30 down category as well. Also looking at the numbers, they manage the second largest number of mutual fund schemes if you compare them with their peers. And another important point is the largest fund universe amongst the listed AMCs. They have a total of 85 schemes, the least AMC quorum as a percentage of parent bank's total deposits. So this is definitely a positive point. You should note that down as well. And 36% of total AUM and almost 40 plus is exposed to passive funds as per the analysis. But what's the strength? Let's talk about it. Strength is a strong parentage and distribution. SBI, we all know that definition. One of the highest SIP inflows market share. They have roughly 14.7% to be precise. Also, another important portion is the passive as percentage of AUM is highest amongst peers. That itself is a strength as well. And highest margins, ROEs and cost structure amongst peers. This is what we have got the strength. But what's the weakness? There are some concerns as well. The revenue is lower than ICICI Pru AMC despite being on a bigger size. But remember, they have a passive fund exposure. Yields have been impacted due to this reason. The third important point, the weakness, includes, of course, these two fund houses have better negotiation rates as compared to the distributors, and the concentration of fund managers AUM in fund is the active AUM. So that is where a little bit of concern definitely comes. And the opportunities, let's talk about it. More headway for AUM growth via the parent company. And of course, they have a foreign partner also. Amundi is there. It's largely untapped. So that is where you will be watching this opportunity grow. Also, another reason is more potential in the B30 markets plus the passive book. That itself is also growing, and definitely it will augur well for the bank and growth in the non-MF segment. Last 3 years, the good momentum has come in this space. So we spoke about the most important things, but there are some threats also. Industry yield pressure. This is kind of cyclical, which impacts the mutual fund businesses. The second reason or a threat would be the rising competition from fintechs. Can it sustain? Of course, there are bigger names, but new names are definitely coming up. The regulatory risks are always there. We had spoken about the expense ratios, how things pan out, and also let's get in the current market sentiment, how things are moving. Is there a good grey premium or not? That's something we'll be watching out for, but the entire action will go next week onwards. So this is the entire picture I've got for you in this segment, but let's try to understand, the entire picture of how things move. And we have our guests with us as well. We have Vineet with us, and also we have our another guest. He's also joined with us. Hi, both of you gentlemen. Vineet, I'd like to start with you first. A very important update coming in from SBI Funds Management. Just to put things in perspective, good time to apply for this, because the valuation pricing seems fairly okay, and there's a lot of institutional interest which will come. So we'll start with Vineet on this first.
Thanks. The introduction that you gave on the SWOT analysis was bang on. And, you will see that SBI compares very favorably with the other peers which have got their own banking parentage. Now, if you see, all these funds quote at 1.5 times PEG. And at the current offer of 574, this company is available to you at 1.1 times book. So, given all these things, I believe that on listing, you can easily expect the stock price to move to 1.5 times. And given the parentage of the company, the micro-granular focus of the management, which is there to focus on, the smaller investors and also to grow across SIFs, I think that, it will sustain its 20% kind of growth rate going ahead. And we also expect a massive re-rating to happen out here because, it is the first offering from a very large fund house that is going to come into play. So I believe that, we are sitting on easy 50% profit to be made on listing. And I expect very healthy subscriptions to come at this.
Exactly, Vineet. We're just discussing on that. After a long time, we're seeing a big IPO coming in, a very strong parentage. There will be a lot of follow-on buying post listings from institutions also. It's largely known in the unlisted space. I saw the prices touching 900, then correcting to 575. So there might be a normalization back as well. Everything looks quite good. So it's a good stock to apply for the IPO, as well as, can it go, after the listing also, there could be some follow-up buying. How do you see this panning out, Vineet?
Yeah, so what I told you was all on the basis of trailing numbers, whereas the other valuations that I gave you on a prospective basis for FY28. So, if you take this into consideration, I think even from the pricing that I've provided to you at about, a close to 45 to 50% upside, that also will attract buyers because, if you're looking 2 years out, then you're going to get more growth coming in, and, this growth is not going to stop. So 28 to 29% kind of growth in that, and 20% CAGR growth in AUM. I think it's going to be a compulsive buy for people to invest.
Right. And Vineet, now let's talk a little bit about the overall mutual fund pack in the listed space also. Of course, we are not at the top of the cycle because we are mirroring the market, and there is cycles at play when it comes to the AMC stocks. But apart from SBI, other stocks are also there in the industry. Do you think that yield pressures are trying to cool off and then we are back to those numbers? The SIP numbers are pretty decent. And do you think there's a change at play for the mutual fund industry going ahead?
think we will sustain the growth, because we have seen the worst of times. So if you've seen, we saw COVID, then we saw the country come back, and then you had, the Ukraine crisis. Now you had the Israel crisis, and on top of that, you have the Trump's tantrums playing out. And despite that, our inflation is the lowest. Our oil prices are the lowest in the world. And considering all these things, I think, we've seen the worst of the times play out. But, we've emerged extremely robust across all these negative cycles. So given that, I expect that FIs will sooner than later come back. And, we'll see the markets also stay quite firm and healthy. And, the portfolio flows are only going to grow more. And as you've seen, the yields are quite low. A lot of the banks are also dropping their rates. So this is going to lead to money moving more into, your fund side. And I expect the growth rate across mutual funds to sustain.
Right. So, of course, the industry seems strong and there's a bullishness coming in for SBI Funds Management as well. Thanks a lot, Vineet, for giving your views on the industry and what should an investor or a retail do for this counter. It's always a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you very much.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। PMark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
Welcome to Ask Profit, the afternoon edition, and this is the interesting show where we get all your queries in and answer them with our guests, both technical as well as fundamental. But let's do a market check. Yesterday, the trading session, we had seen a panic selling, our concerns coming in, but today is the day of rebound, the day of technical reversal, be it Nifty Bank, both of them holding up the gains. What we had seen, a gap up opening, seems like that risk-off sentiment which was there is slowly receding. Let's just have a look at the sectors. The realty pack, which we had mentioned earlier at NDTV Profit, it's back at the top sectoral gainer, and most of the sectors, or actually all the sectors right now, are in the green. IT was a little bit of pressure because of TCS ahead of the earnings, but it seems like it's in the green right now. Let's look at the stocks also. The Nifty, important index, especially the top gainers. If you could pull out the gainers, we see largely the Bharti Airtel Sun Pharma doing well. All of these stocks up 2.5%. Even Bajaj Finserv is seeing a good action. The only drag or a reversal is, of course, there from ONGC is Dr. Reddy's concerns coming in for semaglutide. And overall, if you look at the advanced decline ratio, that itself is showing a good value buying in the SMIDs as well. So it's pretty interesting. But what's more interesting is we have our two guests with us. Vinit Bolinkar, he's the head of research at Ventura Securities, and Jatin Kedia, VP of Technical Research at Teji Mandi. Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's always a pleasure to have you. And we'll start our first round of our questions in the rapid fire round. And we can ask the first question, as this, especially the IT names. So we'll talk about that. But before that, Jatin, just on the IT space, we are seeing a good buying. Anything there over there?
Yeah, see, Nifty IT has witnessed a sharp rebound from the intraday lows that we saw around 27,000, and we are expecting an up move in the Nifty IT, because on the weekly charts last week it formed a long-legged doji after a decent decline. So we are expecting some amount of short covering to come in the Nifty IT and stock specifics. In terms of levels, we are expecting levels of 29,000 on the upside. The reversal will be placed at, or the support level is placed at 26,900.
All right. Okay. So that's the take coming in on the Nifty IT as well as some of the IT names. But, let's start taking your questions. Then the first one that we have is from Raj, who's writing us on Kirloskar Bros. He's saying that from a technical perspective, is this a good buy right now? Jatin, we've seen a good run up in all of these Kirloskar names, but for Kirloskar Bros specifically, what's your technical take?
Yeah, see, the technical structure is positive. In fact, post this sharp up move, there has been a retracement or a pullback towards its 40-day average of 1800, and thereafter we are seeing resumption of the uptrend. So my sense would be that it has formed a bottom, and now it's poised for an up move towards 2150 on the upside.
Okay. The next one that we have is on Tata Capital. Raja from Chennai is holding around 172 odd shares at the levels of 826. He wants to know whether he can hold or sell this one from a slightly long-term perspective. Vineet, a very good afternoon to you. What would you recommend? Sorry, Vineet, I think you're on mute.
The stock has seen a reasonable correction from its peak. And at these levels, and with, as I told you earlier in the show, that interest rates are coming down. And as a result, we expect, the NIMs to hold out firm. And Tata Capital will also see a resurgence in its upward growth trajectory. So I would recommend you to hold on to this stock at current levels.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is on Jyoti Laboratories. Shankar from Bengaluru is holding 250 odd shares at the levels of 198. He says he's planning to add 250 more shares from a 1 to 2 months perspective. Jatin, what would you recommend on the charts?
I would suggest to hold on for levels of 205 and then add, because the overall trend for this stock is negative. We need some sign of strength coming in before he can add further. So as of now, hold. Add only about 205 levels.
Right. Okay. The next one that we have is from Gautam, who's writing us from USA. He's saying that is Swiggy a better bet than Eternal at this point of time, and what should be the targets that he should be watching out for? Vineet, the consensus, recommendation, suggestion, etc., suggests that every analyst prefers Eternal over Swiggy. But what is your overall view?
I think both will be equally good. Both differentiate by themselves. Swiggy says that they would like to do sensible pricing, not cut corners, and they're also looking at larger packet sizes. So for their average order values are also quite reasonable, and hence we expect both these companies to do very well going ahead.
Okay, the next one that we have is on Nazara. Murli from Hyderabad is holding at the levels of 170, 32 shares is what he has in his portfolio. He wants to know from a 1 year perspective, is this a good hold or not? Jatin, any view on the charts for this one?
So technically, the trend has reversed from down to up, and we believe that from a 1 year perspective, we can definitely continue to hold with a trailing stop loss at 270, which is the 20-week moving average. And on the upside, the resistance is coming in at 343, 345 levels.
All right, so that's the view coming in on Nazara. The next one is from Shrikant, who's writing us from Chennai. He's got around 1.5 lakhs to invest in. He says he wants to go ahead and invest this in the banking sector, and he wants some suggestions from you. Vineet, what would you recommend? Which pockets should he enter into?
Can you repeat the question, please? I missed the...
Sure. So Shrikant from Chennai says that he has around 1.5 lakhs to invest in, and he wants to foray into the banking sector. He wants your picks in that space as to where he can enter.
So I think RBL Bank looks very good as one. Then Karur Vysya Bank is one of my favorites. Brilliant management and good growth going out. So these two are the ones that I like. So these are my firm conviction stocks. So, these are the two that I would recommend.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is from Murthy, who's writing us from Vizag, asking about NSDL. He wants the short-term target for this particular counter. Jatin, on the charts for this one. NSDL is what I'm talking about. Let's try to pull the chart up and see as to where it is trading at right now. Do you have the charts, Jatin?
Yes. In the case of NSDL, the support is placed at 823. From a short-term perspective, 865 to 870 should be the near-term target.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is on office spaces. This is from our viewer Harvinder Bhatia, who says that he has it at an average price of 425, and he wants to know if he can go at an average at the current levels. By the way, he's holding a huge quantity of 3,600 odd shares. Jatin, what are the charts saying? Because he's sitting on a huge loss. I mean, let's try to pull the chart up once again and see as to where it's trading at. And because his buying price is 425, the stock is currently trading at 305. Because his quantity is significant, he's seeing a loss of around 4 lakh rupees. What would you recommend?
Yeah, see, actually the trend short-term and medium-term for this office space solutions is a downtrend. So let the stock, show some strength, and then only you should average. At current market price, my suggestion would be to avoid any averaging at this.
Okay, all right. The next one that we have is on Varun Beverages. Ram Avatar Sharma from Manesar, Haryana says that he wants to know whether he should exit the strip, continue to hold because it's not picking up for him. Vineet, what would you recommend?
So you should hold on. I think it's a super stock, and all stocks have their slightly weak periods in their journey. But definitely a good story to hold on to. It's one of the management with the best-in-class cost-conscious controls. Growth is very good, and they're also foraying into international markets now because of the Iran war. Things have got a little bit slow down out there, but I expect all things to get better eventually, and is one of those stocks that you need to hold on for the long term.
All right. Okay. So that is the take coming in on Varun Beverages, but it's time for our rapid fire round. Vineet and Jatin, try to keep your answers as short as possible to buy, sell and hold so that we can take as many queries as possible. The first one that we have is coming in, and this is from Prashant. He's asking about Gravitas, and he wants to know the good entry price for this one. Jatin, from a medium-term perspective, what are the charts indicating for Gravita India?
Gravita, the entry price should be around 1740, 1720 zone.
Okay, the next one is on data patterns. Dilip from Kolkata is holding 45 shares at the levels of 4318. From a long-term perspective, a good hold, Vineet?
Yeah, you can even add on to it. The BrahMos trade is only going to get started.
Yes, absolutely. And with the PM visit to Japan and Indonesia also, helps in getting orders. But the next one is on Sign. DLM bought 20 shares. Our viewers bought 110 shares, at the price of 469. And from a long-term perspective, wants to know if this is a good hold. Vineet, your view on this one as well?
They have disappointed every time they recommended their forecast to us. But you can continue to hold on to this stock.
All right. Okay. The next one that we have is on Wipro. Pawan from Bengaluru has bought it at the levels of 172. 100 shares is what he's been holding. Good time to add more, Jatin?
I suggest to hold on at this point of time. Adding would be only above 184.
All right. Bondada Engineering is the other one where our viewer wants a long-term view and whether it makes sense to enter right now from a 2-year perspective. Vineet, any view on this one?
I think it's a good EPC play for BESS, and their BESS portfolio is also looking up. So definitely you can hold on to this stock.
All right. The next one is on Ola. Our viewer Sunny wants to know whether it's positive on charts now or what should be the course of action. Jatin, what would you recommend?
Yeah, it's retesting a breakout. So as of now, positive developments are not happening. Only above 44.50, he can suggest a buy recommendation. As of now, avoid.
Okay, ZF Commercial is the other one. Priyam from Hyderabad has bought 72 shares at the levels of 2696 and he wants to know whether to sell, hold, what should be the next course of action. Jatin, your view on the charts on this one?
Trend is negative, exit.
Jindal Steel, our viewer is holding at the levels of 1189. Hold or sell, Vineet? Jindal Steel, Vineet.
Yeah, I said hold.
Okay, hold. All right. Okay, the next one that we have is on 1,000 shares that Madhuri has bought from Hyderabad of Sun Pharma at the levels of 1948. She wants to know whether to hold or exit and what's the technical view on this one, Jatin?
Yeah, the overall pharma space is positive. Sun Pharma is also positive. We are expecting levels of 21.25. Hold is the suggestion with a trailing stop loss at 1880.
All right, okay. That brings us to the end of this rapid fire round. Jatin as well as Vineet, thank you so much for taking out the time and helping us answer all those stock related queries. Viewers, like I said, completely out of time on this edition of the rapid fire round as well as the Ask Profit, but do stay tuned in because India Market Close comes up next.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
I'm delighted to be chairing a committee of such distinguished fellow businessmen, bankers. It's just lovely to be back on this NDTV jury. I have been a fan of NDTV for a long time.
Many of the nominees are extremely close together in terms of what they've done.
I think it's also important that how they are reshaping the industries, commercial activities which they are into. And it's a very judicious mix of people to choose from. My compliments to the team.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
I got to learn a lot because, to get a point of view as to how different jury members were looking at various participants, and the rigor that they brought in to the whole process, I thought was astonishing. Not only was there a lot of trust element in on who they chose, but also that they had consistently delivered on it. They had thought about change, they had thought about resilience in their own businesses. So the soft factors that they eventually chose the winners with is something that stood out for me. In fact, when we were actually doing the work, if there was a governance concern on any of the nominees, they were struck down. Or if there was something which was potentially in the grey zone, the jury was notified of it, etc., etc. In many cases, the jury themselves, very knowledgeable jury, they themselves were very, very aware of some of those situations.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
The news, Ayush. Since when do we do?
Hi, thanks so much for joining in. You're watching NDTV Profit, and we're coming to you live from the Mumbai NDTV Profit Suzlon studio. It's looking like a good day of trade, and this is particularly in the context of what you saw in trade yesterday. Maybe about 15 or 20 minutes before India market close yesterday, or maybe half an hour, you started seeing a big slide in the equity markets, and some of that is being reversed in trade today. So 24,000 reclaimed for the benchmark Nifty 50. We've pretty much stayed at an elevated level for a large part of today's session, and pull a intraday chart up, and apart from a couple of spikes here and there, you've mostly stayed in the green. You're holding on with gains of about 0.7%. But what is the heat map for the Nifty 50 looking like? It's going to be more green on the screen than not. And a few stocks stand out right on top of the screen. Of course, Bharti Airtel was trading with gains of 3.5% at one point of time. It's given up a little bit of that ground, but Sun Pharmaceuticals looking good. You have Bajaj Finserv, you have Indigo, which dropped quite considerably yesterday, almost like it hit a pocket of air pressure, and it swooped a little bit with crude oil prices going up. It's reclaimed a little bit of ground. Grasim, Shriram, as well as SBI Life. So across the board, you have gains of 1% or up from this line onwards. Reliance Industry gaining as much as 0.9%, also holding up the benchmark right now. Dr. Reddy's Laboratories is the one laggard today, big one, of course, losing as much as 6% in trade. But beyond that, you have a crude oil sensitive in the form of ONGC, which is losing just about 1% or so. It was up in trade yesterday, one of the few stocks that gained. Maruti Suzuki, Infi, and TCS is something that you will want to focus on over the course of this afternoon ahead of the presentation of its fourth quarter numbers. But let's also take a look at the broader markets, and those markets, in fact, that end of the market looking particularly good. You have the mid-cap index gaining about 1.5% or so, so completely more or less recovering what it lost in trade yesterday, and 1.7% gains for the small cap index as well. Pull up the Nifty Bank and the Nifty IT, because these are two that are absolutely key to focus on. In trade yesterday as well, you saw a little bit of FII buying coming through, and you would look at this pocket to find out whether that is in evidence. It's up about 1% or thereabouts. IT is also up, but just about 0.2%. You're expecting that there's going to be a few question marks till the next few prints on the earnings front, and the outlook for the rest of FY27 is discussed. Please tune in live to the presentation of the Q1 numbers by Tata Consultancy Services. Pull up the sectoral indices as well, just to take a look at how that looks. Realty is doing well whenever the market bounces back. That is the case. It's up about 3.5%. Consumer durables as a pocket doing okay. You have infra, healthcare, FMCG, a whole host of sectors actually recovering. In fact, it's pretty much a green screen apart from the defense pack, which is just about flat in trade. So all told, Mahima, the picture looks good. Individual stocks, of course, that's where the big story lies today.
Right, absolutely. And I think the correct way to put this, Alex, is, and the fun way to put it is that market is gaining and Trump noise is fading, because the Nifty and the Bank Nifty has seen a strong rebound. Broader indices overall are outperforming the benchmark indices. Plus, there's normalcy, which is being seen across asset classes. Value buying returns is also being seen in small and mid caps. You also have strong technical strength in realty segment, plus the rupee is strengthening and yields are moderating. I think the key things to track definitely will be TCS Q1 earnings, which are set to be announced today post just near the 3:34 o'clock mark, and the US initial jobless claim data is something that we'll also be tracking. So that's with regards to where the markets go. But let me also get in our guest for the day, Vinay Rajani, CMT Senior Technical and Derivative Analyst at HDFC Securities, and Jicho Klingam, Founder and MD at Economics Research, joining us now. Welcome to both of you, gentlemen, and a very good afternoon to the both of you. Vinay, after the fall that we saw yesterday, we've seen a good recovery per se, at least in trade today. What are the key levels that you're watching out for both the Nifty as well as Bank Nifty?
Yeah, good afternoon and thanks for having me on the show. So yesterday's low for the Nifty is quite important. 23,800 was the low, and unless we see a break below that, we can have a hope of market recovery. And today there is a good sign, indication, in fact, from the broader markets, as you have been discussing, that the mid cap, small cap, and micro cap indices have been performing well. In fact, Nifty mid cap index has surpassed the yesterday's high. So that is a great achievement. I think it is the resumption of an uptrend in mid cap. Micro cap and small cap indices are about to break yesterday's high, very near to it, and almost outperforming the Nifty, like almost double performance by as compared to the Nifty. So yes, it is a very good setup. Broader markets are performing well. 23,800 is a very strong support for the Nifty. Definitely, we may see consolidation in the broader market at higher level. Not broader market, but benchmark indices at high level. But mid caps and small caps, the way they have bounced back, it looks like that the strength is here to stay, and we may see continuation of an uptrend in many of the mid caps in the market. So I think whatever we saw yesterday, it was a panic, but I don't feel this will again come in the broader market, and some stock specific and sector specific bullish move will continue to be there. As far as resistance of the Nifty is concerned, we feel that 24,200 is the resistance for the Nifty. If we were to break that level on the upside, then I think things will be better for the Nifty. But yes, so we are not expecting, even if correction comes, we are not expecting broad-based selling in the market. So yes, we will continue to find good opportunities in mid-cap and small caps in the coming days.
All right.
Okay. What about individual stocks, Vinay, based on the charts? And good afternoon to both you and Mr. Chokalingam.
Yeah. So I am particularly bullish on the mid-cap space right now. So Jindal is the stock which I like on the chart. So after some running correction, the stock has resumed the uptrend, and around 269 one can go long. Stop loss can be kept at 264. On the upside, we can expect an immediate target at 285. The second stock which I like on the chart is this Swiggy. So after Eternal, we can see the strength building in Swiggy and nice reversal from the lower level. So Swiggy around 279 can go long. Deep stop loss. There is a deep stop loss because today it is already up by 6%. So 270 should be the stop loss for the trading. On the upside, I am expecting a target at 295. So two stock recommendation from my side, Jindal and Swiggy.
All right. Mr. Choklingam, a very good afternoon to you as well. We are just looking at how real estate has been, doing very well in the last so many days. It's gained over 18%, the index itself. And a lot of specific names also zooming in trade. Just want to get a sense from the pack, are you liking anything in specific? And still, are there pockets where there's more strength left and where you can go ahead and invest in right now from a long-term perspective?
Long-term perspective, yeah, definitely yes. But in the short term, one may not make further big money in realty space because they already, rallied in the past, and after that they started falling because the land prices have gone up substantially, and therefore the realty property prices have gone up. So obviously the demand should start, moderating. So therefore, I would say that the investor can consider buying a realty stock cautiously, certainly for medium to long term.
Though, which ones, Mr. Choklingam?
One can consider, in the large cap stocks like Oberoi Realty and DLF.
Oberoi Realty and DLF, both of those stocks, DLF in particular, gaining as much as 5% in trade today. It's time to look at the stock of the day, and it is not one of the top gainers, and there are quite a few of those. We've in fact selected a stock that is losing ground. It's down about 6%, Nifty 50 stock, and this is on account of a quality issue that has been reported with semaglutide batches, and that's causing temporary supply disruptions and shipment delays. A lot with regard to the prospects of this company are hinging on semaglutide and GLP-1. Let's go across to Varsha to find out how big of a concern this would be. Varsha, it's quite the dramatic reaction to this because a lot of hope is hinging on semaglutide.
Yes, absolutely, and hence, we are seeing this much of pressure because everybody is actually betting when it comes to semaglutide or GLP-1, I would say. Now, what Dr. Reddy, so they've flagged quality issues in semaglutide batches, and the issue is linked to the API, which is used in the product. API is nothing but the main ingredient which is used in your Ozempic. Now, the root cause investigation is underway, and there is no impact on patient safety as of now. Now, why there will be an impact on Dr. Reddy's? Number one, this is a temporary disruption in semaglutide supplies, and there might be a delay when it comes to the commercial shipments, and also short-term overhang, on an important GLP-1 product. Now, why is semaglutide important for Dr. Reddy's and for that matter for every company? It's a key GLP-1 drug which is used in your diabetes and obesity treatment. And Dr. Reddy actually had identified GLP-1 as an important future growth area. Also, if you see, they invested in peptide APIs and injectable manufacturing capabilities, and hence they were betting on that. They were also seeing significant opportunity from semaglutide across emerging markets too. They launched semaglutide in Canada in May 2026, which was considered a meaningful opportunity for them, and which was around $120 million for Dr. Reddy. So overall, they were very bullish when it comes to semaglutide. Now, this is the Dr. Reddy story, but OneSource was also in focus, as OneSource is a CDMO partner for Dr. Reddy's, but OneSource is not under pressure. Now, why I say this? One is it's is one of the marquee GLP-1 programs OneSource has, and the market had a fear delay in semaglutide could impact OneSource growth, but company has came out and given a clarification. They say that the Dr. Reddy supplies delay has no material or financial impact on them, and demand remains strong from other customers as well, and Canada market remains intact from other customers, and existing capacities remain fully committed. So no more impact on OneSource, but yes, Dr. Reddy has a huge impact because there will be delay in the commercial supplies, and everyone was betting on semaglutide or for that matter GLP-1 products.
Got it. All right. Thanks so much, Varsha, for putting that into context. Mr. Choklingam, ultimately, this is a question on whether this is going to impact the near-term financials for this company, and how big of a hit could it be? What's your analysis for Dr. Reddy's Laboratories?
It's a great company, but it has been struggling in the recent time. If you see the operating profit for last 4 years, FY26 operating profit is same as FY23. So it's, it has come back to that level. It's not able to show consistent growth in profit. And semaglutide also, if you see the industry, what's happening there, it's highly crowded, overcrowded. Now, not from business perspective, but from capital market perspective, I can say one thing for sure, starting from early 90s, whenever a particular product or business got overcrowded, obviously that led to a lot of pressure for valuation and profitability of the companies ultimately. The only exception was IT sector, because that grew from $6 billion to $200 billion. That was an exceptional one. But otherwise, this invariably happened. So therefore, I am not overly bullish on Dr. Reddy at this juncture.
Okay, all right. Vinay, for pharma pack as a whole, it's seen winning streaks for last so many weeks, right? There's good upward momentum that we've seen in a lot of pharma names. Are there any pharma names that you're still tracking where there's more steam left?
Yeah, so some of the stock like Lupin, which is continuously showing strength, is into a continuation of an uptrend. I think this can continue, and we can expect some outperformance from this stock like Lupin. The another one is the Glenmark Pharma. So this stock has seen a healthy correction. After that, it is now again getting some strength on the chart. So I think Glenmark Pharma should be on radar as far as this pharma space is concerned. There are some mid-cap pharma stocks also performing very well. One of the stock which I like on the chart, RPG Life Sciences. So there is a clear-cut break in weekly and monthly chart. So RPG Life Science can do well from here. Positionally, we can expect some good returns out of it. Yes, Glenmark Pharma, RPG Life Science, and in the large cap, Lupin also looking good.
Okay, in the broader markets, I'm just looking at and moving beyond the pharmaceutical pack, which seems to be buzzing in trade, of course. But in the broader markets, there are a few stocks that stand out, and we'll talk about one or two of them in a bit. The first I want to address is actually CE Info Systems. This is Map My India effectively, right? It's gaining as much as 16% or thereabouts. And the question is on the charts. What do the long-term charts suggest? And Vinay, for somebody who has not yet gotten into the stock and is looking at the performance today and anticipating that they can ride this rally, is that something they should consider doing?
Yeah, so the all-time high for the stock was 2747. That was in June 2024. From 2727, it has come down to 795, and now we can see that in today it has gone up by 16%. So it was very oversold on the long-term charts. Today with the volume, it has gone up. So because of the oversold status, it has given some bounce back. But the way overall I can see on the monthly chart that it has actually broken out from the last 5 months consolidation also. So it is a good sign. I think it is headed for the higher levels. The next resistance for the stock I see is around 1290, which happens to be the 200 days simple moving average. So looks like a strong reversal. Definitely we can expect a extension of this pullback or reversal, we may say. So unless we see today's low again breaking, this stock has good potential to extend this rally, and the next immediate resistance I see is around 1290.
Okay. The other one which has been making, small moves yet, significant one is Eternal, because it's seen consistent buying in that entire Nifty 50 pack and has been gaining since the last couple of days. Mr. Oaklingham, any view on Eternal? Because slowly and steadily it's making that mark. It's touched that 290 mark also. And, morning when we were speaking to Kush, he also said that 300 levels is what he's watching for. And if it crosses that, more buying could come in this one. But from a fundamental perspective, do you think Eternals is a good buy right now?
Basically, the conservative investors can consider. Valuation is stretched, still they can consider because it's a part of Nifty, and passive investors can continue to accumulate the stock, particularly the global investors. And secondly, the growth is good on the top line. So there is a hope for, improving profits and reducing the PE multiple substantially in the future. So therefore, for medium to long-term perspective, one can consider buying the stock.
Okay, so that's of course with regards to where Eternal goes, but Solar Industries continues to kind of attract investor attention on the back of its expanding defense business and strong order visibility. Let's go across to Parth now, who is standing by with us, with an interesting case of bulls versus bear for this particular counter. Parth, what are you picking up here?
Absolutely. So Solar Industries has been an interesting counter because while the stock has gained almost 45% year to date, but over the last month, it has seen a downside of around 7%. So we have brought up a whole bull versus bear case scenario for investors to look at both the sides of the coin and understand what's actually going on. So starting with the bull case, their defense segment revenue is expected to grow at a CAGR of 35%. That's a huge growth that they're looking ahead, and they have a big order book as well, around 18,000 crore. But on the flip side, the defense is dependent on those lumpy government orders. So if those don't come in, that can impact both the order book as well as the revenue recognized from that segment. In the second bull case scenario, we can see that the overseas explosive growth, which the company is focusing on, that is growing at a CAGR of 26%, and that is growing across continents, in Africa, in Asia, in Australia as well. But on the flip side, they are exposed around they have 35% revenue coming from exports. So they remain exposed to those geopolitical uncertainties, also the currency risks that we have seen with the INR depreciating as well. That is something that also impacts the company. Their defense revenue mix, that is the revenue that they are getting from the defense segment, is expected to go up to 37% by FY30. That is a good thing because defense revenue usually has higher margins and gives them better quality. But on the flip side, their other ammonium nitrate business, because the ammonia prices are down around 35% from the May month, it will hit on the margins of the company going forward. In the next case, they have a big drone opportunity which has a size of almost 30,000 crores. The MALE drone, MALE basically stands for medium altitude long endurance, and this provides them high value growth because again it's a margin accretive thing for them. But this is still at a bidding stage, and Solar is just one of the bidders. The order might be split among many different companies, and it might not come as well. Lastly, the company is sitting on strong operating cash flows. They are generating better cash, which is going to fund the defense expansion going forward, and they are expected to be net cash by FY28. But still, defense is very capital intensive in nature, and it requires a high working capital. In fact, according to some estimates, it can remain elevated at 85 days, around 85 days going forward. On the analyst recommendation sides, around 14 analysts have a buy rating on the company with an average return potential of 11.8%. And lastly, on valuation, the company trades at a current PE of 97 times, which is at a discount if we look at on a 1 year forward basis of 61 times PE ratio. So this is the entire bull versus bear case scenario for Solar Industries.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks so much for that. The question, though, and Parth had this pretty detailed presentation. Mr. Chockalingam, I know that you're uncomfortable with these heady valuations, but the argument that somebody on the flip side will make is that the company is growing at a compounded annual growth rate of what, 30+%. And so therefore, they might argue that these valuations are justified. For somebody who does not have the stock, though, what do you suggest that they do?
Yeah, certainly I agree with you. Of course, a person like me also have to change because the market is giving more importance to growth, no longer to values. You are absolutely right. In the 5-year profit CAGR was 43%. Last 3 years it was 29%. So that's my point that the base of business has grown manifold. In the last 5-6 years, revenue has grown 5 times. So it's a fabulous company. It's a great company. Achievements are fabulous, impressive, no doubt. But slight concern is there on the valuation because the CAGR from 5-year high of 43%, it has come down to 29% in net profit. And PEG ratio is around 3 times, so, which are the little cause of concern. But otherwise, yes, one can hold for buying. Maybe if the stock falls another 5% or so, then little comfort would be there to consider buying the stock.
All right. Okay. So that's the take coming in on Solar Industries. But it's time for our Heard on the Street segment, and my colleague Somit Sarkar joins in with all the chatter that he has been hearing from the dealing room. Somit, very good afternoon to you. What did you find today, and what are you picking up?
When the first stock on the list is Kalyan Jewellers. Now that has been zooming in trade. Yesterday it was up 10% Today it gained as much as 17% in trade. Now what dealing rooms are indicating is that there are strong buy flows coming in on the FI desk. In fact, dealers are indicating that Capital Group is an active buyer in the last couple of trading sessions in Kalyan Jewellers. For Maruti Suzuki, there are sell flows on the large HNI desk. Dealers indicate weak Q1 numbers coming in. The stock has slipped as much as 1% in trade. And when it comes to cement names like Ambuja, Dalmia Bharat, Ramco, there are buy flows on the PMS desk, and dealers are indicating that a big price hike of nearly 25 rupees per bag has been taken in southern India. So keep an eye out for cement names as well. For TCS, lastly, before the numbers, there are some buy flows on the large HNI and PMS desk. Dealers are expecting a decent Q1 numbers, and Q1 earnings could be slightly better compared to what the street has been anticipating for TCS. But the key to watch out for TCS would be the management commentary.
All right, Somit, thanks so much for that. And one of the stocks that stands out from what Somit's just spoken about is Kalyan Jewellers, right? Because day before yesterday, if I remember correctly, they had their quarterly business updates that came through and the stock was down 6-7%.
Yeah, almost.
And then
7%.
in trade yesterday, it regained ground despite the market as a whole dropping.
Yes.
And today it's up 19%. What's going on?
So I think, of course, what Somit is telling us that a lot of FI buying is happening, and there is the Capital Group which is also kind of buying in. But apart from that, I think the key area where the concern was because of the business update was that it did a 38% growth versus the street expectation of around 50% growth, and that growth was largely impacted by the Middle East crisis. So, I mean, yesterday we saw the development of how the ceasefire is now over, and this could lead to further pressure. But just from the sake of what is happening globally, it could further impact Kalyan Jewellers. Despite that, we're seeing buying. So it's an interesting one, and volumes are also pretty high today. Vinay, I think we'll take a quick take on Kalyan Jewellers in terms of charts, because it's seen a significant gain today on account of volumes also coming in. Do you think it's still a good bet to kind of enter into right now and continue to hold?
So it showed great amount of resilience, and today it is almost near 20%. So great setup technically, typical reversal case. It seems like that in last 6 months we've seen that the stock hit a high of 452 and the today's high is around 447. So it is very near to that resistance. If 452 is taken out, then we can expect some more momentum to remain there, because today's volumes are quite significant. In fact, this week's volume is quite significant. So the good reversal case, 452 is a level to watch out for. Above that, we can expect some further movement on the upside, which could be up to 520, 530 odd levels also. So yes, it is looking good on the charts.
Okay. Mr. Choklingam, on the broader jewelry space though, and we saw Titan come out with a pretty stellar set of numbers, the quarterly business update, the revenue growth, if I remember correctly, in the consumer business up about 40% or so, and Mahima tracks this very closely, so she's nodding her head, so I've got my numbers right. But the question is, there seems to be a very quick shift in the way that jewelry is being consumed, in that Indians are moving lower in the carat scale. There is more studded that is coming into the mix, and there is still purchasing that is taking place. So how do you rank these jewelers? What would you buy, if at all?
I also used to think like you, but after arranging wedding for my own children, I realized and I corrected my stand. I think the appetite for gold jewelry is enormous. I don't think this will last for decades or even for a century. So I went wrong in assuming that, but I am now changing. And in fact, we have recommended Kalyan Jewellers, and today we have upgraded further our target price to 490. Market is funny. Day for yesterday, they released a very impressive business number, stock down. Yesterday, the market was very bad, but stock is up. So that is the way the market is. We need to learn from the market. But coming back to fundamentals, 38% revenue growth is really superb in Q1. So, and also, they increase the number of stores, and also they are targeting to increase the recycling of gold. This is a very important insight for the jewelry industry. In my understanding, the jewelers will make money on both sides, buying old jewelry and selling their own jewelry to the customers. So I think they will make a margin in both transactions. So this is a big positive. So therefore, I am quite optimistic on Kalyan, and I believe its a fair price is around 490.
It's a surprise. Mr. Choklingam, I completely understand what you're saying, but in terms of traditional buying of jewelry, but I'm sitting right next to Mahima right now, and I think I have to avert my eyes because of the
Oh my God,
of the bling on her hands. It's all studded.
I was going to say that I'm sure that Mr. Toklangam has, recovered all his stock gains, and he's made sure that he makes money out of jewelry stocks to fund her daughter's wedding, just on a lighter note. But quickly, because we are talking about jewelry stocks, Thangamayil is the one which has not stopped, since the buying action has come in. It's seen a significant up move and has been on just an upward trajectory. Do you think there's more steam left there?
I think this stock is looking overbought on the positional charts. Though the trend is clearly positive, it is at near its all-time high. There is nothing which I can say negative about it. But on monthly chart, it is overbought. That means it is not giving good risk-reward ratio. So better to concentrate some other stocks there where we can generate some return. But right now, I would not prefer going long. In fact, if somebody is holding the long position in this stock, one can have a approach of trailing stop loss. And I think the trailing stop loss right now it comes around 60,200. So that should be kept as a stop loss. And once that is triggered, one can look for exit and look for other opportunities. So that would be the best strategy. So 62,200 should be the trailing stop loss right now.
Well, this is one instance where a jewelry company has given you more returns than gold has over the course of the last 1 year. So that's certainly something to consider. If you manage to get in 1 year back, maybe take some money off the table. All right, Mazagon Dock. It's a stock in focus because the company received a cautious initiation by Kotak Securities, which has started coverage with a sell rating and a fair value target of 1,950. That's quite the downside. In fact, 20% downside from the current market price. The stock is down as much as 3%. Varsha is back with us to tell you about what the brokerage is saying and what they're concerned about. Varsha.
Well, let's talk about the reason why sell initiation. One is despite strong 2.4 lakh crore order pipeline, the revenue is actually expected to decline over the next 2 years. This is due to weak starting order book. Key growth orders include P-75 submarines, then also additional P-75 submarines and next generation destroyers. Margins though are expected to normalize to 14.5% from current elevated levels of around 17%, limiting earnings growth. PAT is expected to grow only 7% CAGR over FY 26 to 30 despite strong order prospects. Also, commercial building, exports and ship repair provide additional long-term opportunities for the company. Colombo dockyard acquisition is expected to strengthen their ship repair business over time. Faster naval awards, then higher defense spending, strong exports and commercial shipbuilding orders remains the key upside risk. But the brokerage is expecting margin to normalize to 14.5% plus revenue may decline, or revenue is expected to decline over the next 2 years, and hence the Kotak has given sell rating with a downside potential of around 20%.
All right, Varsha, thank you so much for getting us those details on Mazagon Dock. Before we take a technical view on this one, a quick look as to how the markets are doing at the moment. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50, the charts, and then the heat map and see as to where it's trading at right now. Let's try to pull up the Nifty 50. There you go. It's trading around 0.6% higher. So largely where it was while we started the India market close show. There you go. If there's anything that's changed, I think Sun Pharma is still topping that chart up 2.8%, followed by Bajaj Finserv, Bharti Airtel doing fairly well. Eternal also doing fairly well. But Dr. Reddy's is where the real knock is. I think let's also quickly pull up the broader end of spectrum, the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 as well, and see as to where these are trading at, because doing much better as compared to where the benchmarks go. The mid cap 150 is up by about 1.6 odd percent, and the small cap 250 continues to gain at its day's high point, up by about 1.8%. So that's of course with regards to where the markets go. But when I quick view on Mazagon Dock as to what are the charts indicating.
Yeah, so pre-trading session, the stock has been falling, and not only this stock, but if I were to look at the Cochin Shipyard, the Bharat Electronics, and other stocks from the defense have been showing some underperformance, and I think the way they have performed, I think they are into a short-term downtrend now. So it is likely to underperform, at least for the short term. Looks weak on the chart now. Stock is below its 50 and 200 days moving average. So definitely it is a negative development there. So this space have given a good return. Entire space has given a good returns to the investor, but now seems to be fizzling out. Especially this Cochin Shipyard and Mazgaon Dock kind of stock, which are looking relatively weak as compared to the other defense space. So I would suggest that if somebody is holding a long position, then tight stop loss can be kept at 2300. Once that is broken, then one should get out of these trading positions because it is one of the underperforming stocks, and technical setup is going weak right now, and it is expected to underperform.
Got it. Got it. Okay. All right, gentlemen, thanks so much for taking the time and for speaking to us today. We're holding out with gains of about 0.7% or so for the benchmark Nifty 50. Plenty to talk about on the other side of this very quick break. We'll get you an interview that we had, an exclusive interview with the Minister of Oil and Gas, Mr. Hardeep Singh Puri, as well as speak about the stocks that you should pay attention to heading into the end of trade. We'll be joined by Nagraj Shetty of HDFC Securities and Pankaj Pandey of ICICI Direct. Stay tuned for that.
सुपरस्टार स्टॉक्स ऑफ द डे प्रेजेंटेड बाय टाटा अजूरा, हर रास्ते का सुपरस्टार।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी, ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों।
From a PwC standpoint, we actually set up criterion for each of the categories that we discussed with NDTV. A criterion was set up. Different KPIs were adopted for different categories. These are of course discussed, internally.
Welcome back. You're watching India Market Close and you're tuning in live from the NDTV Profit Suzlon studio. We've got on this leg Nagraj Shetty, who is technical and derivative research analyst at HDFC Securities, as well as Pankaj Pandey, head of research at ICICI Direct, joining us. Gentlemen, thanks so much for taking the time and good afternoon to you. Let me ask first Nagraj what he thinks about the recovery that we've had today. We're seeming to be losing a little bit of ground as we head to the end of close today. What are the levels that you would be looking at very closely?
Hi, good afternoon, Alex. Yes, after a dramatic decline of last session, market tried to bounce back from the lower levels. I think for the short term, market has turned down slightly from the higher levels, but medium to long term remains intact for the market. And any dips from here is going to be a buying opportunity. Immediately, Nifty has a support of around 23,800 levels followed by 23,600, which is a significant gap area. I'm not expecting a bigger decline from here onwards. There may be a consolidation before bouncing back again from the lower levels. And eventually, I'm expecting Nifty to retest 24,400, 500 levels in the near term.
All right. Okay. Pankaj, I'm going to actually come to you on a specific stock, which is Oberoi Realty, and it's reacting to news. So allow me to set the context for this. You've actually seen a Punjab and Haryana High Court order that has come through, and they've actually restrained fresh allotments at Oberoi 360 North. This is their first Gurugram residential development project. Now, what has happened is that they've said that the restraint continues until the DTCP, which is the Department of Town and Country Planning, decides on a pending complaint. Now, what is that complaint about? It has to do with the challenge of the validity of the project license, and there is an allegation that FDI norms have been violated and other regulatory breaches have taken place. This Oberoi 360 North is an important project. It was launched in Gurugram during early July, and it's seen very significant pre-sales, as much as 8,100 crore rupees, and that compares with estimates that had pegged it at just about 2,500 crore rupees. So it's multiples above what was expected to take place. CLSA has weighed in, saying that it sold 600 units, which were 60 to 65% of the inventory. Now, what has happened to the stock? Immediately, you had a pretty sharp decline in the stock. Pull up the intraday chart for Oberoi Realty, and it's actually recovered from that. From the high point, it dropped as much as 5%. And the key concern, of course, is that fresh sales at Oberoi 360 North may remain paused for now. Let me go across to Pankaj now to find out what he has to say. Pankaj, now this is, of course, sub judice, and we'll figure out what happens down the line. The court will weigh in and maybe clarification will be sought. What do you think about the context, though, and how would you, as an investor in Oberoi Realty, react to this?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon, Alex. Thanks for having me. I think, see, overall, when we look at the real estate space, we had certain pockets like Bangalore doing very well. Then you had NCR, which was slightly muted. And in that muted set of launches, Oberoi did phenomenally well. And typically, their approach towards market is slightly different compared to. So they largely look at end buyers rather than sort of looking at a broker-appointed selling mechanism. And I think, see, from a real estate perspective, this is one of the few sectors which has done very well. And we would want to believe that the premium end of the market is expected to sort of keep doing well with sentiments sort of getting better. So Oberoi is one of them, which is our top preferred pick. Besides that, I think Phoenix Mills is another company which we like. Structurally, what we like is companies which have got a fairly good share of office leasing space, because our sense is that that is the steady part of the business. And on the residential side, you'll have certain pockets which will sort of perform at certain point in time. So, for example, Bangalore is doing well, whereas Mumbai is sort of steady market. Whereas when you look at NCR, slightly subdued. But overall, I think is going to NCR, and so from Mumbai-based player going into NCR and other markets, I think they have a lot more room to sort of catch, especially at the premium end of the market. And I think this launch in NCR clearly highlighted that they've been able to sort of sell inventory without brokers in between. So I think that performance was commendable. I think this portfolio we'll have to see. But we like Oberoi Realty quite a lot within the entire real estate space.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Oberoi Realty as well as the entire space. You know, Nagaraj, the other counter which has seen significant moves today is Sangvi Movers, because yesterday it took a knock in trade, of course, because of the entire market sentiment as well, but it's recovered quite a bit from there and also has seen a breakout. Any view on the charts for Sangvi Movers, whether one can take an entry right now?
Statically looking positive, continuous up move without showing any bigger correction in between. Higher tops and higher bottoms, technically we believe that the strength of an uptrend, and recently formed a higher bottom somewhere around 10-day EMA at 440 and bounced back very well. The uptrend is likely to continue. I'm expecting more upside for the near term, and 480, 485 is going to be the next hurdles to be watched in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Sangvi Movers. I think the consumption pack today also did well, but has seen, of course, fall from the day's high point for names like Tata Consumer. Let's try to pull up Nestle as well, HUL as well. But overall, I think the expectations are that because of the price hikes, etc., the trajectory in terms of volume growth should not be hampered much in Q1 at least. Of course, there will be inflationary pressure coming in. But Pankaj, any view for the entire space, the consumption space as a whole? Anything in particular that you like?
So I think in the consumption, it's quite broad-based, but our sense is that, for example, jewelry as a segment looks good.
So despite the YOY about 60% gold prices being higher, we are and slightly lower volume growth. I think the jewelry segment looks good. What we like is Titan and again Bluestone. It's a D2C player talking of about 50% plus kind of a growth over the next few years. So that is what we like. I think in the typical FMCG side, we like companies which are a good proxy plays on the food side. So companies like say Nestle, Tata Consumer, Marico. I think these are the companies what we like. We also like the textile space as a lot, largely exporters coming from the perspective that I think worst is behind them, and with the UK FTA being in place, things should augur well for these companies going forward. Companies like KPR Mills, you have other companies which are expected to sort of do well. And then I think in addition to that, we also like paint companies because paint is the only category where the companies have taken a fair amount of price hike. And we would want to believe that the volume growth will remain in high single digits. So paint is one segment which we like. So Asian Paints is another stock what we like. So I think so one needs to be selective on the consumption side. Largely, we prefer the premium consumption space.
And it seems like there are several players that you do like, Pankaj, in that space. I'm just curious about why. I probably can guess why you don't like it, but why do you not like FMEG? Because that's one that you did not mention, the fast-moving electronics goods, or maybe even consumer durables. Why is it that you don't like them?
So Alex, I think consumer durable is more of a play in terms of cyclicality. So for example, I think while AC is one of the prominent segments to sort of witness a growth, given the fact that only penetration is some 13-14% this category can grow at 20% plus. But see, monsoon vagaries and I think even the energy efficiency norms, I think keep sort of challenging. So you don't really get a very uniform growth. The growth is pretty lumpy, especially in Q3 and Q4. And if something goes wrong, I think things take a sort of a toll. Which is where probably FMEG is something which can give you sort of a lot more volatility. Generally, we sort of prefer stocks which are a lot more stabler in nature. But nevertheless, we like something like LG Electronics, Amber, and even some of the EMS companies as well.
Okay, all right. So these EMS players are one to watch. By the way, pull up the benchmark Nifty 50 and in fact the broader markets as well, but specifically the Nifty 50, it's dropped quite considerably from the high point of the day. Most of that slide taking place in the last 10 minutes or so, and down about 0.8% from the high point. Not so much the mid-cap index and the small-cap index, they're holding out. Small-cap index just about 1/3% or so from the high point, still gaining about 1.5%. Pull up the Nifty Bank because it's now trading with gains just about 0.9%, holding out to a certain extent. It's lost a little bit of ground, but really, I think the impact is being seen at the benchmark level. I'm just looking at a few of the stocks that have dropped quite considerably from the high point of the day. Seemingly, a few of them are Eternal, Titan Company, which we've just pulled up and pull that chart up. Titan Co. is losing quite a bit. In fact, it's down about 0.8% or thereabouts. Maruti Suzuki was one of the top losers. It's now 2.2% lower from the high point of the day, but not really any very big movers or other heavyweights that are causing that decline at this moment. On the charts, very quickly, Nagraj, what are you seeing for the benchmark that is causing this kind of slide at the end?
Yeah, it is consolidating, nothing else, just volatility ahead of the idea of Sensex expiry. So I'm not thinking too much on this volatility. Volatility will remain there at the higher levels. So at the lower levels, there is a support. I think eventually towards the end, I'm expecting some recovery in the market towards the end.
Okay, all right. So that's, of course, the view coming in on the benchmarks. But, let's also get in Sharad now because Capri Global has surged in trade after Capital Group raises stake in the company. Sharad joins us with more details on this one. Sharad?
Well, a good volume buying is coming in from Capital Group. Their small cap
World Fund, they have raised their stake in the company. Almost they have bought 1 crore equity shares, and today also reports are coming in that they have increased their stake. Now this represents almost 1% stake in the company. Earlier already they had almost 2% stake. So yes, the stake becomes almost near that 3% mark. But looking at the key positive triggers, the Q4 numbers were strong, be it asset quality, NIMs going up, and even if you look at the credit costs, they were on the lower side as well. Return on assets, return on equity, the basic parameters which you track, most of them had shown a good improvement already. But of course, what's not working is the valuations. That seems to be very expensive right now, and of course there is a sectoral risk exposure as well when it comes to Capri Global Capital. But the outlook is very strong from the management. FY27 AUM target is 46,000 crore, and this goes past the 50,000 mark in FY28, and a 25% annual AUM growth is being targeted. Gold loan shifting to almost 50%, and expansion plans also quite bullish, adding almost 700 to 800 branches over the next 2 years. New segments, credit card, personal loan and mortgage segment is something which the street is also looking at. Today also we are seeing a good buying.
Okay, all right, Sharad, thank you so much for getting us those details. Pankaj, any quick view on Capri Global?
So we carry a target price of 250 on the stock. I think whatever could go right has gone right with this stock, because they have literally rode the entire gold loan NPA boom. On top of it, I think the construction finance side, they've been very prudent. Their NPAs are hardly anything. So I think this NBFC has done very well. Our sense is that they'll keep on growing their NI plus profit at 30% odd. But yes, when we look at for a ROA of closer to 4% odd, it's trading at about 2 times. So very limited headroom from a valuation perspective. But overall, a good company to sort of hold at current levels.
What would it require, Pankaj, for you to review your target in that it has, as you've pointed out, outperformed in the recent past and a lot of tailwinds coming through? If it moves into a different trajectory of growth, is that likely to cause you to review your targets upwards?
I think, Alex, one thing we probably need to sort of watch out for is, see, gold loans, so for example, is 50% of the book. Now, we all know that probably from here on, you can't really expect a gold loan book to sort of keep doing well. So you need new engines of growth. While construction finance can still sort of do well, they have other segments like MSME. So I think some new segments need to sort of come in to sort of deliver further growth beyond 2 years. So that is where I think we would be keeping a close watch on. And any kind of a stress, if it sort of comes by, or potential stress expected.
Okay, all right. So that's the view coming in on Capri Global, and of course, Pankaj's view. But you know what? TCS is expected to report its muted first quarter, and as earnings season kicks off, it's the first company to come out with its earnings in the IT space at least, and modest revenue growth is what we're expecting, but the pressure on margins and profitability is something that a lot of analysts and investors will be watching out for. But Jasmeet joins us with a preview of TCS. Jasmeet, as Somit was mentioning, there was the buy flows that he has been hearing in terms of TCS, and that's why we're seeing a slight up move also coming in this one. But what is the preview indicating?
Well, Mahima, thank you for that. We are just few minutes away from the Q1 review result of TCS. Now, if you look at the preview, what we are expecting from the Q1 is we expect a muted to flat quarter for the Q1. Though we had higher working days in this one, but still the overall CC growth and the expectation of revenue is flat. In terms of revenue, we're expecting an up move of 1.4%, while the margins could see a downtick of 100 basis points. And this downtick of margins would come on the back of that wage hike starting from the April, which will be weighing in terms of the margin. But on the other hand, we also have rupee depreciation supporting the margins. So that's something to watch out for. How does the margin flow out? In terms of net profit, we're expecting a slight decline of 1.5%, but rest all the numbers look at flat at this point in time. In terms of CC growth, we're expecting a growth between 0.3 to 0.5%, and majority of that growth is expected to flow in from the acquisition that they have done, the inorganic growth for the company. Apart from that, the key things that will be in focus is the deal win commentary. Q4 was a bumper quarter for the company where they posted a $12 billion of deal win. While we're estimating a $10 billion of deal win in the Q1, that's something to watch out for. While second would be the overall commentary on the AI revenue. TCS is among the few of the early companies who have reported the AI revenue, and this will be the fourth quarter where they're reporting the overall revenue. So that's something to watch out of how that has shifted from the Q4 to Q1. And lastly, overall commentary on the macroeconomics and the client spending. While TCS is the first IT company to report its results, so it will set the context for the other IT players as well.
Okay, so more than anything else, seemingly the commentary and the outlook for the rest of FY27 is going to be critical to determine the near-term movement of the stock. Pankaj, we've been speaking about this for some time, and I think the jury's out about what the impact on these IT companies and specifically TCS would be. But what is your own expectation from the result, and what would you like to hear from the management?
So Alex, I think, see, from the result perspective, again, muted set of numbers, 0.3% kind of a constant currency growth on a quarter-on-quarter basis. Margins are expected to sort of decline by about 150 odd bips because of the wage impact. We don't expect much of a improvement in growth to happen this year. So whether this 4% or 5%, I don't think that is going to move mountains. So I think what is important to probably notice is one, I think on the AI side, I'm not too sure whether the companies will keep on guiding numbers because that is where our key concern is. But I think anything on the data center for which they have announced a capex of about $1 billion, I think is what we would want to sort of watch out for, whether they are looking at only as an infra player there or looking at furthermore there. So that is one thing which we would want to sort of watch out for. And again, see, the implementation of this enterprise level AI is something we are waiting for. So I think that is a big question, whether that starts happening in FY28, FY29, because FY27 number-wise is not going to move much for most of the IT companies. So any sort of outlook there is what we would want to look for.
Nagaraj, a quick view on TCS. It's now trading at 2052, and it's just about range bound, seemingly towards the end of trade. What would you make of that?
I'm not that confident on IT sectors, especially TCS. Chartically, nothing has happened. Just a bounce back few days back and later consolidation in the last 3-4 sessions. And chartically, I'm expecting more weakness, just like down to 201990 levels before showing any bounce from the lower levels in the near term.
All right, okay. Now, let's take a quick look as to what are the stocks, which are the stocks that are buzzing on the back of volumes, and we have Parth joining by to give us a list of that entire list of those stocks. Parth, over to you.
Yeah, so three really interesting stocks, starting with Insolation Energy, which has snapped its 4-day losing streak today. The stock has gained over 10%, hitting a new 1-month high. The volumes today are 18 times its 20-day average, so huge amount of volumes coming in this counter, and the stock has seen its biggest single-day gain since the month of April 2026. The second one is Kalyan Jewellers, which has gained for the second day in a row, up almost 20% today and hitting the highest level in 3 months. This is again the biggest single day gain the stock has seen since its listing back in March 2021. The volumes today are 9 times its 20-day average as well. And the last one is CE Info Systems or MapMy India, which has gained over 15% today, which is the biggest single day gain the stock has seen since December 2024. The stock has hit a new 2-month high and has gained almost 35% in July so far alone. Volumes today are also 8 times the 20-day average. So these are the three stocks that are buzzing on the back of volumes.
You've already got, thanks so much, Parth, for that. We've already gotten a view on Kalyan Jewellers as well as MapMy India, which is CE Info Systems. But let's take a check on Insolation Energy. It's up about 8.8% or so. It's snapped a 4-day losing streak. I wonder, Nagaraj, what the view is on the charts.
Yeah, Insolation Energy has bounced back very well after the consolidation. I think the chart pattern is looking positive. I'm expecting more upside in the short term.
Okay, all right. But what levels would you watch from the on the upside, and what is your stop loss on this stock?
I think another 5 to 7% upside is likely in the short term.
And the stop loss on the stock?
One can place around 2 to 3% at this point of time.
Got it. All right. Let me get a check on State Bank of India. And in fact, really, that is the buzz with regard to the fresh issue, or not the fresh issue, the IPO that is taking place, isn't it? The unlocking of value beyond core banking franchise with SBI Funds OFS taking place, and investors once again focusing on the lender's valuable subsidiaries. Really, the question is, what does it mean for State Bank of India? And Sharad joining in to tell you just that. Sharad, it's important, of course, because of the IPO, but there's also royalty and all of that comes through down the line.
Exactly, and SBI is making good returns from this value unlocking, but there's a history of that, and I'm going to get you that, and also the royalty of usage. And remember, the first important news is SBI will be selling their stake in SBI Funds. That's total value comes to around 7,365 crore rupees. Also, looking at the key numbers, we see that stake will fall down to almost 55.6%. That's where they're selling 6.3% via OFS. We already know the price band and how the calculations happen. Also, the important point to look at would be the market capitalization. That will come at roughly 1.17 lakh crore at the higher end of the price band which we are talking about.
I'm going to have to interrupt. Let's listen in to the Prime Minister. He's speaking right now.
साथियों, इससे पहले मैं 2 बार सिडनी में आप सबसे मिला था। मेलबर्न वालों से मिलने का मुझे भी इंतजार था, इसलिए सोचा इस बार मेलबर्न वालों के साथ फ्लैट व्हाइट कॉफी पीता हूं। साथियों, जिस एनर्जी से आप सभी ने, हमारे ओसी फ्रेंड्स ने हम सभी को वेलकम किया है, वो और भी अमेजिंग है। मेलबर्न ने एक तरह से मैदान मार लिया है। साथियों, मैं मेरे मित्र, भारत के मित्र प्राइम मिनिस्टर एंथनी अल्बनीसी का भी बहुत आभारी हूं। आप सिडनी में भी साथ थे और आज यहां मेलबर्न में भी भारतीय कम्युनिटी के बीच आए हैं। और ये एक प्रकार से फुल सर्कल हो गया है। अहमदाबाद, जहां दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा क्रिकेट ग्राउंड है, और मेलबर्न जहां आइकॉनिक स्टेडियम है, हम दोनों साथ रहे हैं। और साथियों, हम सभी ने देखा है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर अल्बनीजी जब बोलते हैं तो भारतीयों के दिल और दिमाग में छा जाते हैं।
Okay, we'll bring you more updates from Melbourne. The Prime Minister, of course, speaking to the Indian diaspora there and speaking about, among other things, flat white. Gentlemen, Nagaraj, Pankaj, thanks so much for taking the time. As always, pleasure speaking with you. We're winding down to the close of trade, and we've lost a little bit of ground for the benchmark Nifty 50. We're below that 24,000 mark, but the broader markets were holding out.
Yeah, broader markets are holding out, and they've been doing that since the start of the morning. Let's try to pull up the mid cap 150 and the small cap 250 to see as to what are the levels at which we're ending both of these indices. 1.5% of gain, almost at the day's high point, because we've not seen correction in the broad end of spectrum. And at the start of the show, Vinay also did mention that SMIDs is where the real action is. 1.7% for the small cap 250 as well. I think let's also quickly pull up the heat map and see as to what that heat map is suggesting.
So certainly more green on the screen than red, but in a few pockets, and I think this has to do with Reliance Industries losing about 0.4% from the high point of the day, just up about 0.4%, HDFC Bank gaining about 1% or thereabouts. I'd be curious to look at the points contributions for some of these stocks, but Bharti Airtel, Sun Pharma looking good. On the other end of the spectrum, DRL is trading pretty much at the low point of the day. Of course, it slipped to that 6% mark, but it's down about 5.8%.
Yeah, and even Maruti, because we heard Somit saying that there are sell calls and an expectation of a weak Q1 number.
We should pull up the contribution chart for the Nifty 50, right? Because that'll give you a sense of what's moving the needle today. Bharti Airtel contributing well, but Infi, DRL, Maruti Suzuki and NTPC, HDFC Bank, I would assume has dropped off just a tad bit, now contributing just about 25 points.
Yeah, I think the sectoral indices, if we can try to pull that up back, because that will also be an interesting one to watch out for. Gains led by Realty, 3.6% of an uptick. Media, PSU banks doing fairly well, but at least we've maintained that green on the screen for sectors per se. IT almost flat, just ahead of TCS earnings. You have auto losing the ground by around 0.3%.
Yeah, so about an hour back, you had a full green screen, right? So you had a little bit of red that has crept in. Auto just about 0.2%. In CPSC, a few of those stocks losing ground about 0.3% lower. But this pack really is going home winners today. Yes. If you can pull up the constituents of the Realty Index as we close out trade, and you'll see what I'm talking about. Something like a DLF doing incredibly well in trade today. Lodha gaining about 8% or thereabouts. Raymond is up and about. DLF up about 3.8%. Godrej Properties also doing well, 2.5%. The one I think that's missed the bus is overall Realty, and for good reason.
Yeah, but still in the green at least. Yeah. I mean, for the day, ending in the green for sure. Let's also quickly try to pull up the advance decline ratio once before we close the show. You have around 2,000 advances versus that of 500 odd declines, and that ratio has been maintained, and that's the positive part, because we've seen broader markets under pressure in the last couple of days, and that recovery is what we've seen in trade today for the broader end of spectrum. So that's of course where the broader end of spectrum goes.
And the last thing that I would look at as we're closing out today is the USD INR, because in trade yesterday you had a pretty sharp fall in the rupee, but you've gained a little bit of ground, and this is the intraday chart. Remember, a chart going lower is better for the USD INR pair, and we're ending with cuts of just about 16 paise, or rather gains of 16 paise, and just about 0.2% stronger compared with yesterday. The drop was as much as a rupee in trade yesterday, so that's certainly something to watch out for.
I think VIX will also be an interesting one to check right now, because we've seen a sudden downtick in the benchmark. There you go, a downtick of 9 points. So that's a positive one. VIX being in the negative is most certainly a positive one. So less volatility means we'll have to see as to how Friday starts. But we've slipped below the 24,000 levels, at least for the Nifty 50. So we'll have to see as to how things pan out tomorrow. Of course, broader end of spectrum, technical analysts are expecting the momentum to continue. But as far as the benchmarks go, we'll have to see as to how trade starts tomorrow and ends tomorrow.
Yeah, so I think that's pretty much where we shut shop today. In fact, that brings us to the end of this edition of India Market Close as well. From Mahima and myself and the team that put the show together, thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned. Lots more coming up in just a bit.
Superstar Stocks of the Day, presented by Tata Azura. Har Raaste Ka Superstar.
Hello and welcome to NDTV Profit. You're tuned in to Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch for your daily dose of news and updates from the crypto world with me, Sharad Dubey. Now let's take a look at the top headlines. Bitcoin stabilizes near the $62,000 mark on geopolitical cues. White House confirms strategic Bitcoin reserve plan. Russia advances crypto bill. And Bitcoin bottom gives signs of a bull market, analysts say. Today we have a very interesting topic. I'm talking about Mythbuster. Crypto, is it illegal in India? The question is no. Many Indians believe crypto is outright illegal, but that's a myth. You can legally buy, sell and hold digital assets like Bitcoin. However, they cannot be used as official currency to pay debts instead. The government treats them as a property and taxes them. Now, there's a common misconception that owning or trading crypto will land you in trouble with the law. In reality, there is no blanket ban on crypto in India. While the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, prefers a strict prohibition to maintain financial stability, the government has not made owning or investing in digital assets illegal. In fact, the Supreme Court of India officially struck down early banking bans, paving the way for everyday trading. The government officially recognizes them as virtual digital assets, VDS, under the Income Tax Act. This means you are completely within your legal rights to invest in them, but provided you use platforms which are registered with the Financial Intelligence Unit, FIU.in, and a complete mandatory KYC, that is your Know Your Customer verifications. Of course, this fact is that crypto can't serve as a legal tender. However, there is a catch, and that's important because profits from trading or transferring crypto assets are taxed at a flat 30% regardless of your income bracket, and additionally there is a 1% tax deducted as source, TDS, applying to almost all the crypto transactions, and this is done to track the activity across the market. Well, as we wrap, remember you can reach out to CoinSwitch's dedicated helpline where anyone can connect with the in-house experts to get their queries resolved, whether it's about the crypto regulations, taxation, or the broader industry. The team is available to provide guidance and help users make informed decisions. Well, that's all on this edition of Crypto Minutes powered by CoinSwitch. Thank you so much for tuning in.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों
that are propelling India to what we call the Viksit Bharat stage. Those are demographics, democracy and digitization. These three things are instrumental in creating what we hope is a new India, a more bold India, a more braver India in the next few years.
India's unshakable news habit. NDTV.com is India's #1 English news website.
Hi, I'm Tamanna Inamdar. Watch me on NDTV Profit, where I break down the day's biggest business stories. What happened, why it matters, and what it means for your money.
Hi, I'm Neeraj Shah. Watch me on NDTV Profit for the most incisive market intelligence and meaningful corporate conversations.
And I'm Alex Matthew. Markets, mutual funds, insurance, personal finance. I help you cut through the noise and make smarter financial choices. And here's where you can watch us.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Market Express and I'm Himakshi Bahugna. Let's get straight into the show and see how the markets have fared today. So viewers, after a positive start, markets have lost the momentum through the session. The Nifty has slipped below the 24,000 mark by the close, while the Sensex has managed to hold on to the modest gains of around 200 points as investors have turned cautious amid lingering global uncertainties. And talking about the market breadth, so that has remained positive with most sectoral is ending in the green. If you talk about realty and PSU banks, so they've led the gains while IT and auto stocks have bucked the broader trend and they've emerged as the only notable laggards. Viewers, the centre has reduced import duties on a range of key components used in electronics and battery manufacturing, which is in a move aimed at boosting domestic production and also improving India's manufacturing competitiveness. Now, the duty cuts cover critical inputs used in sectors such as consumer electronics, electric vehicles, and energy storage. So the decision is expected to lower the production cost, strengthen the local value addition, and also support the government's Make in India manufacturing push. Let's switch our focus to Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, which has delayed commercial supplies of its semaglutide product after identifying a quality issue linked to the active pharmaceutical ingredient used in certain batches. The company has said that the affected batches were found out to be of specification and that it is investigating the root cause while also taking corrective measures, and commercial supplies will remain on hold until the issue is resolved. Next counter to look at is IRB Infrastructure Developers, which has reported its highest ever monthly toll collections, also reflecting strong traffic growth across its road network. So toll revenue rose 28% annually to a record 808 crore rupees in June. The company has also maintained strong momentum for the quarter, with toll collections during the April to June period rising 25.6% as compared with a year ago. Next counter to look at is Phoenix Mills, which has reported a strong operational update for the June quarter, and this has been led by healthy growth across its retail business. Now, retail consumption rose 32% annually to 4,727 crore rupees, and this is reflecting strong consumer demand and even higher footfalls across its malls. So the company has also reported an improvement in office occupancy, which has increased to 72% from 70% in the March quarter. So, meanwhile, its residential business has recorded sales of about 64 crore rupees and also collections of 51 crore rupees during the quarter, and this is indicating steady momentum across the business segments. Next counter that was buzzing away in trade is Electronics Manufacturing Services, or the EMS stocks, which has rallied sharply after the centre has extended customs duty concessions on the key machinery and components used in electronics manufacturing until March 2029. So shares of Dixon Tech, Keynes Technology, Amber Enterprises and Syrma SGS has gained up to 5% as investors have cheered the policy move. The extension is expected to reduce input cost, also improve investment visibility and support capacity expansion, giving a further boost to India's electronics manufacturing ecosystem under the Make in India initiative. Next counter that was buzzing away in trade was Swiggy. So it has gained as much as 7% after the food delivery platform has expanded its food on train service to over 150 railway stations across India. So the wider network is expected to improve customer reach and also create an additional growth avenue for the company's food delivery business. And looking at the jewelry stocks, viewers, so they've continued their winning run with Titan, Kalyan Jewelers, Senco Gold and Thangamile Jewelry rising as much as 9% in trade. The rally was driven by strong June quarter business updates, healthy revenue growth and optimism over sustained the consumer demand despite elevated gold prices. Investors also cheered the robust festive and wedding season sales, reinforcing confidence in the sector's earnings outlook. And viewers, the next counter in focus is Asian Development Bank, which has trimmed India's FY27 GDP growth forecast to 6.6% from 6.9%, also citing the impact of higher global oil prices on the economy. So the multilateral lender has said that elevated energy costs are expected to hurt household spending and also weigh on the private demand. It also warned that geopolitical tensions and weather-related risks could really pose further challenges to growth. Next counter to look at is Solex Energy, which is in focus after securing a 628 crore rupees order for the supply of N-type TOPCon solar modules. So the order further strengthens the company's position in India's fast-growing solar manufacturing space and also adds to its execution pipeline. N-type TOPCon technology is known for its higher efficiency and also improved performance as compared with the conventional solar modules. So the latest win is expected to support Solex Energy's revenue visibility as demand for advanced solar solutions continues to grow. And viewers, artificial intelligence could disrupt routine work carried out by India's global capability centers, but it also presents a major opportunity to move up the value chain. Now, that's the view of Chief Economic Advisor V. Anand Nageswaran, who said that AI is likely to automate repetitive tasks while also creating demand for higher value work in areas such as research, innovation, and advanced analytics. He stressed that India must invest in skills and capabilities to remain globally competitive and make the most of the AI-led transformation. Here's the International Monetary Fund has once again lowered its global growth forecast for 2026, citing rising uncertainty after the latest escalation in West Asia. So while India's domestic growth drivers remain resilient, a slower global economy, elevated inflation and geopolitical risk could really weigh on the exports. Now, investment flows and overall market sentiment in the months ahead. Let's look at some national stories now, viewers. The death toll in Wayanad landslide has risen to 6. Now, rescue and recovery operations continue at the disaster site as authorities search for anyone who may still be trapped under the debris. Now, district officials are closely monitoring the situation while efforts remain focused on clearing the affected area and also assisting families impacted by the tragedy. And heavy rainfall has triggered fresh devastation in Arunachal Pradesh. At least 2 people were killed and 4 others injured after a massive landslide has struck the Shivaji Nagar area near Tizu in Lohit district. Now, the victims are believed to be migrant laborers working on a local construction project. Rescue teams, including the SDRF and Arunachal Pradesh Police, are continuing relief operations in the affected area. Meanwhile, incessant rain has also washed away a major stretch of the Khonsa-Lazu road in Tirap district, disrupting connectivity to several villages and also key government offices. And viewers, Delhi has woken up to relentless rain and widespread waterlogging after overnight showers lashed the city. So the Indian Meteorological Department has issued a red alert warning of moderate to heavy rainfall accompanied by thunderstorms and lightning through the day. So the Safdarjung weather station recorded over 72 millimeters of rain in the last 24 hours. Authorities have warned of traffic disruptions, localized flooding and reduced visibility, while also residents have been advised to avoid unnecessary travel and rain alert as more heavy showers are expected across Delhi NCR. And a major accident has been reported from Delhi's Rohini Sector 16, where an under-construction building has collapsed. Several people are feared trapped beneath the debris, prompting a large-scale emergency response. Rescue teams, including local authorities and disaster response personnel, have rushed to the site and search operations are currently underway. The exact number of people trapped or injured is yet to be confirmed, while officials continue efforts to clear the rubble and also rescue those feared buried beneath the collapsed structure. Viewers, Uttarakhand has achieved a major education milestone, becoming India's 6th fully literate state under the National Education Policy 2020 and the Ullas program. So the state has met the adult literacy benchmark set by the Union Education Ministry, following which the governor approved the official declaration. And Uttarakhand now joins Mizoram, Goa, Tripura, Himachal Pradesh and Sikkim in achieving full literacy status. So the achievement is being seen as a significant step towards improving adult education and also lifelong learning across the country. Viewers, let's look at some global news now. West Asia is witnessing another major escalation. Iran says that it has launched attacks on what it calls US bases and strategic centers in Bahrain, Kuwait and Qatar. Now, after American forces have carried out a second consecutive night of strikes on Iranian targets, according to Iranian officials, the US attacks have left at least 14 people dead and 78 injured, with explosions reported in several cities along the Strait of Hormuz, including Bushehr, Chabahar, Bandar Abbas and Sirik. So the latest exchange has heightened fears of a wider regional conflict, with global markets closely watching the impact on oil supplies and even maritime security. And the conflict between the United States and Iran is escalating, viewers, once again, as US forces have launched fresh strikes on Iranian targets, saying that the objective was to safeguard shipping through strategically vital Strait of Hormuz after attacks on commercial vessels earlier this week. So the offensive came just hours after President Trump declared the interim ceasefire with Iran was effectively over. So in response, Iran has launched another round of attacks targeting Kuwait and Bahrain, both of which host US military bases, and the renewed hostilities are raising concerns over regional stability, energy supplies, and the risk of a wider conflict across West Asia. Viewers, India and Australia have taken their strategic partnership to the next level by signing a landmark civil nuclear energy pact that will facilitate the commercial supply of Australian uranium for India's expanding nuclear power program. So the two countries also announced a series of agreements covering maritime security, critical minerals, clean energy, and cybersecurity. The wide-ranging initiatives are aimed at strengthening economic cooperation, enhancing energy security, and also supporting a stable, secure, and resilient Indo-Pacific region. And as Europe continues to battle an intense and prolonged heat wave, Barcelona has recorded its highest temperature in 112 years, underscoring the severity of the extreme weather gripping the continent. Now, climate scientists are saying that June's heat wave was the most severe ever recorded across the region based on forecast peak temperatures. Now, in the UK, health authorities are urging children, older adults, and even vulnerable groups to take the heat seriously, while the Met Office warns the hottest days of the current spell are still to come, with unusually high temperatures expected to persist into next week. And a remarkable archaeological discovery has been made in Egypt, where researchers have uncovered a well-preserved Byzantine-era city in the country's western desert. Now, the 4th century settlement includes homes, religious buildings, and a basilica-style church in the Dakhla oasis, along with coins, pottery, and ancient tools. Now, in a separate excavation near Alexandria, archaeologists have also discovered 18 ancient tombs containing rock-cut chambers, pottery, and a granite sarcophagus. Now, officials say that findings offer valuable insights into daily life, urban planning, and even economic activity during Egypt's Byzantine period. And viewers, cricket is set to make history at the home of cricket. Lords will host its first ever women's test match 142 years after staging its inaugural men's test as England take on India in a 4-day contest beginning Friday. So the landmark fixture also comes more than 5 decades after Lords hosted its first women's international in 1976. So the match marks another significant milestone for women's cricket, highlighting the sport's growing prominence on the global stage. And viewers, the government is weighing a calibrated shift to higher ethanol blends with E21 likely by 2027. Now, in an exclusive conversation with NDTV Profit, Petroleum Minister Hardeep Singh Puri allayed concerns over ethanol blending, saying that E20 has seen no consumer complaints in the last 18 months. Let's listen in.
The fact that there is now suddenly a raging debate with regard to ethanol, something that has actually happened months after the actual implementation, actual transition that has taken place. In your assessment, why is it that it's happening now?
E20, madam, has been around for nearly 2 years now. Nearly 2 years. Slightly short. I think E20 blend came into the market in April 2025.
Yeah.
So, April of 2025 to April, and we're already in the month of July. Okay. But I ask you another question. Before we reached 20% blend, we were at slightly less than that. And we were at E15 for 3.5 years, and I've never heard of any controversy then. Let me put it the other way around. Why does a controversy take place now? Especially, and I underline emphatically, there are 20 crore two-wheelers using E20.
Yeah.
20 crore. There are 20 lakh four-wheelers using E20. I don't call it a gut feeling, because people like me should not be going on gut feelings. But when I put everything together and I compile the evidence which is available, the fact of the matter is that we import 85% plus of our crude. Suddenly on 5th June, when we launched E85,
right,
in a limited number of stations, I think 47 in the National Capital Region, and we launched the largest selling, we launched means the company concerned, Hero Motors launched the largest selling brand as a conversion to E85. Suzuki Motors launched Wagon R, and Toyota Motors launched one of their hybrid using flex fuel, E85. My sense is that someone thought that if E85 takes off in India, this was on 5th June, which is World Environment Day, because things happened very rapidly after that.
Right.
Someone must have thought that, my God, if flex fuel takes off here and EV already there is a thrust coming, etc., let's cast a doubt.
Viewers, the first major earnings of the season are now on the table. Yes, TCS is out with its Q1 results. Let me just take you through the numbers. Net profit stands at 13,420 crores versus estimate of 13,504 crores. Revenue stands at 72,275 crores versus estimate of 71,691 crores. If we look at the EBIT, so that stands at 17,317 crores versus estimate of 17,312 crores, and EBIT margin stands at 24% versus estimate of 24.15%. So what does these numbers really mean? I have my colleague joining us, Jasmeet, who tracks the sector very closely. Jasmeet, what do you make of the numbers?
Well, the first set looks, the numbers have come in line with the estimates. We're estimating a overall revenue uptick by 1%. The revenue has seen an uptick of 2.2%, which is in line. Now, in terms of margin, we're estimating a downtick of 120 BPS points, and the margin is down about 130 points, which is again in line with what we were estimating. So in the first set go, the numbers look decent.